chase. Their rhythm runs the race. Automatic, autopilot, automatic. 내 무대 I supply it, auto supply it. Automatic, autopilot, automatic. 내 vibe can't deny it. Chase. Their rhythm runs the race. Automatic, autopilot, automatic. 내 무대 I supply it, auto supply it. Automatic, autopilot, automatic. 내 vibe can't deny it.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Yep, that's me, Chai. And you're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well, it's pretty standard. So, I got a state-of-the-art robotic arm, and then had one of those old music player falling into my power unit, so everything I do is synced up to the beat type of things happen, and now everyone thinks I'm a defect, and well, I might as well fight back to the music.
So you're saying you have musical robot powers?
Yeah!
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Here we go! Vandalay Technologies isn't just coming for my arm. They're after all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Is this the guy?
Oh. That's the defect!
Oh no.
You ready for more? 1, 2, 3, 4!
We'll take down this company, one boss at a time. Just so you know, they're insane.
I got this! Pretty rock star move, Chai.
And at long last, I caught the one I'd been waiting for. With steady hands, I crafted amazing furniture in no time. Down the wide, open road, I raced faster than everyone else. For the very first time, I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. direction.
These satellites, we built them to master the climate. They told us this was to stabilize the environment. I thought we were helping people, but it was a lie. It was a device for their entertainment. Their grand plan was to push the battle to the breaking point, to make the battlegrounds a brutal, unadulterated slaughter for their entertainment. Something went wrong, and the satellites are going to start shattering over Erangel. I don't know how long we'll have, but the weather will turn feral, beyond control. Erangel won't be the same again. Someone has to stop it before it's too late. If anyone is listening, save Erangel.
ก็สวัสดีครับผมนาดนจากทีมฟูเซนครับ
สวัสดีครับชื่อเบลมอสจากทีมฟูเซนครับ
I'm Noah. My in-game name is Redlo, and I play for Alkazi Esports.
I'm Colin, or Cowboy, in-game. I play for Alkazi Esports as well.
저는 FN 포천팀 렉스 김해찬이라고 합니다.
FN 스타로드 이종호라고 합니다.
I am Gustav from FaZe Clan.
I'm James from FaZe Clan.
Today we're building a dream PTC squad that each player costs a certain amount.
บนกระดานนี้ผมกับท็อปมีเรื่องในใจไว้แล้วเดี๋ยวว่ามาดูกันว่ามันจะตรงกันไหม
Alright, we're going to be building Team Thanos here with the best 4 players. We have 100 coins to spend, and I will start with picking Kiss because he's a complete demon. He is hard carrying his team, and he will be top fracking from his team for sure.
I will take 20 coins and put Fex there. The reason I'm picking Fex is because he's a great beard.
3 2 1ปึ๊บคนนี้ครับครับแล้วก็ที่เลือกทิกเกอร์เพราะว่าคิดว่าทิกเกอร์มันแม่นสุดครับใน5คนนี้
ครับตัวผมคิดว่ามันหล่อสุดในนี้ละผมเลยเลือกมัน
This guy. I want this guy.
Of course.
Yeah, this guy.
That's straightforward, bro. It's obvious answer.
We're picking Twisted Example. Tell him why.
This guy, we kind of call him the robot because he's a very stoic player and he just puts up insane numbers every tournament with, it seems like, effortless. So he's an obvious pick.
He's definitely the best player, I think, in the world right now.
이거 하면 괜찮은 사람 있는데?
이 사람 필요 없고 이 사람 필요 없고
왜? 너 하고
재현이 넣고
무조건 넣네?
재현이 무조건 넣어야지.
맞지? 40포인트에서 넣을 사람이 솔직히 2명밖에 없긴 해. 여기 이 사람이랑 이 사람.
โอเคต่อไปคนที่2 20ใช่ไหมเอาดูนะเล็งก่อน
รู้ไม่อะไรเลยกูรู้เลย
โอเค3 2 1
ผมเลือกเพราะว่าแชมป์โลกครับเลยเลือก
เหมือนกันครับแทนวูทุกคนน่าจะรู้ว่าแทนวูมันเก่งแล้วคิดว่าในตัวเลือก20คิดว่าแทนวูน่าจะคุ้มสุดแล้วในนี้ต่อไปคนที่3รู้อยู่แล้ว
Alright, now we gotta think finally.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Let's get Hakatori right now. I'll put him up there.
Okay.
Hakatori.
재현이 넣고 하카토리 넣고
We go Hakatori.
30 คอยโอเค3 2 1เฮ้ย ว่าไลน์อัพเดียวกันแน่นอน
รับเดียวกันแน่นอนเดี๋ยวไอ้บ่าวคนนี้แล้ว
ที่ผมเลือกฮากาโตรี่เพราะว่าช่วงนี้ฮากาโตรี่ฟอร์มเขากำลังมาครับคิดว่าฮากาโตรี่คุ้มที่สุดใน30เหรียญ
이 둘 넣어야 교전에서 무조건 내가 그냥 얘가 이 사람이 줬잖아? 이 사람이 뭔가 활약이 없어. 그럼 얘가 해줘. 얘가 못하잖아? 이 사람이 해줘.
해줄 것 같다.
So this is robot number 2. He does the exact same thing as example. I think he'll probably do the same thing on international stage eventually, hopefully, this event. But no, actually not hopefully.
Why did you pick Hakatori?
Because he's just spinning like he's just gonna kill the whole lobby. Like
여기서는
난 여기서 해줄 것 같다 싶으면 난 개인적으로 토시랑 하이가 둘 중 하나 같아. 보여줬던
나도 윤모를 고민하고 있긴 해. 이 둘이?
이 둘 중에 해줄 것 같아.
뭔가 내가 윤모랑 해봤을 때는 윤모가 조금
헤드킬러.
Let's get the previous. No. I think the previous champ.
The other
Pounder
one?
right now.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Of course.
Tanvu, we're picking.
He's a player for the returning champions from last PGC in Malaysia. Team Expendables. They're insane. So another obvious pick, to be honest.
The last 40, and I'm gonna buy the GOAT, Cristiano Ronaldo. Perfectix. He is the Cristiano Ronaldo of PUBG.
แล้วก็คนสุดท้ายครับ
1
2 3เอาเลือกกูดิ
โอเคเลือกคนนี้เอาไว้เฮ้ยหล่อสุดในทีมเก่งสุดในทีม
คนนี้ที่ผมเลือกเพราะว่าผมว่ามันน่าจะหล่อสุดแล้วใน5คนเนี้ย
ผมก็คิดงั้นแหละรู้สึกว่าแบบหล่อสุดในนี้แล้วก็รู้สึกว่าได้ยิงคนไม่สุดฉลาดที่สุด
มันคือ the best ของ40เหรียญครับแรปนี้4คนนี่คือแรปดีมทีม PTC Squad ของเราครับก็ผมเลือกทีมสุดหล่อครับภาษาไทยน่าจะรวมตัวคนหล่อทีมนี้
10점대. 여기 또 있네.
아니야 이 사람 놔두고 여기서는
키스 아니면 또 END겠지. 네가 보는 컨셉이면. 그러니까 여기 컨셉에 맞는 거면 나 END 맞는 것 같아. 아니다. 여태 봤던 거 보고 이거 같아. 키스 맞는 것 같아. 여기 맞네. 그러니까 뭔가 혼자 살아남아가지고 뭔가 슈퍼캐리한 느낌 나잖아. 인맥하지 마시고 객관적으로 해라. 그러니까 뭔가 혼자 살아남아가지고 뭔가 슈퍼캐리한 느낌 나잖아.
난 이렇게 이러면은
설명 컨셉
잘하니까 다들 그냥 잘할 것 같아.
아니 그러니까 그렇게 말고 이게 혼자 살아남아도 잘할 것 같다라든지.
내가 감독이면 이렇게 뽑을 것 같아.
감독하면 안 되겠다, 그지?
난 감독하면 안 될 것 같아.
No IGL?
Nah, we're for cornering, dude. Get Nixie.
Good pick.
Nixie from VP, just won PGS 10. Another like insane fragger. This is all honestly fragging players. I think it'd be funny.
I think Hector IGLs, no? I swear someone said that.
I'm not.
I could be wrong.
I'm not thinking so. I'm pretty sure it's fairest. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it's fairest. I don't think we have a single IGL. I think it's all fraggers on our team. But honestly, I think they could four corner. One drop Zarky, one drop Stalber. Prim, Novo. Literally just have fun, dude, and they'll do well.
They'll probably get top 3 at least.
I feel like robots would be a good name.
Robots.
We consistently joke on our team. We call them all robots because they literally just show up and just seem to like effortlessly just top frag everything. So I think robots would be a good and suiting name.
I think the Twisted Mind will win this event because they are clearly the best teams, but in my heart I have Begopa because P was back and he's just the best player. And I need him on here. Why is he not here? I need P.
한 2팀 정도 생각하고 있는데
맞네.
일단 뭐 꾸준히 잘하고 있는 트위스티드 마인즈랑 그리고 되게 폭발력이 있다고 느끼는 디엔프릭스
국뽕인가요?
국뽕도 좀 있죠.
สำหรับผมทีมที่จะคว้าแชมป์ PTC ปีนี้ผมคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นทีมนี้ครับ พูดเล่นผมคิดว่าทีมฟูเซนครับ
ถูกครับจริงเห็นด้วยครับ
Personally, I think VP is in the best form of any team here. At least that's what they showed at PGS 10. That would probably be my personal pick, VP. Other than ourselves, of course.
I'd probably pick, let's say Twisted. Can't go wrong with them. They're most likely going to win.
Thanks for watching, guys. See you guys at the first day of group stage of PGC 2025 on November 28th.
See you guys.
Goodbye, guys.
Goodbye.
See you in a few days when they show this.
하나, 둘, 셋. 대회 재밌게 봐주세요.
ไว้เจอกันในรอบไฟนอลครับ บ๊ายบาย
ครับ
그러면 나 이제 마지막 콘셉트 하나 더 만들 수 있을 것 같아. 너한테 할게 이거는. 너가 얼굴 담당이니까 너가 해봐. 생각해. 너가 해야 되는 거야. 그러니까 내 생각인데 내가 생각하고 있는 컨셉인데 선택은 네가 해야 돼. 여기 잘생긴 사람.
잘생긴 사람?
난 여기서 10점 여기. 왜 여기서? 10점은 난 이엔드가 맞는 것 같아.
이엔드 형.
사진으로 보자. 그럼 사진으로 보자. 난 답 나왔어.
나 백스.
역시 나 보자마자 나왔어.
나 백스. 아카토리.
너무 잘생겼는데?
잘생겼어.
올리시죠. 내가 올릴게.
그래도 나는 해브님?
인맥.
재현이 서운하겠다. 재현이 이거 보면서 약간 재현이 항상 자기가 잘생겼다고
생각해?
자기 얼굴 원탑이라 그래.
올려줘야 되나?
올려?
그냥 해보는 거.
해보니 올려.
이게 세 번째 컨셉. 잘생기신 분들 포인트별로 이제 김해 저기 렉스 선수가 선택한 다른 분들은 못생겼다고 이제 생각하시면서 선택하신 잘생긴 분들 컨셉.
Hello.
Okay, can I choose different pose?
Okay.
봤어 이거. 잘 어울릴 것 같아요.
일단 생각보다 덥지 않고 좀 날씨가 되게 좋아요. 제가 2년 전에 이제 PGC 우승을 했었고 그 우승을 이제 뭐 해본 놈이 하지 뭐 다른 놈이 하겠습니까? 제가 꼭 하겠습니다.
네, 원래 땀이 많은 체질이라 가지고 지금 긴팔까지 입으니까 더워가지고 들었습니다.
작년에 좀 아쉽게 우승을 놓쳐가지고 이번에는 좀 우승할 수 있을 것 같은 생각이긴 합니다.
我们就是生活上的，我们的氛围一直很好，但是比赛归比赛，比赛该认真的时候还是会认真的。遇到别的队伍的时候，上去就嘟死完了。
23년도가 마지막이었는데 오랜만에 뛰는 세계대회가 PCC라서 좀 긴장은 되긴 하는데 그래도 팀들이 다 분위기를 잘 풀어주고 해가지고 재밌게 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Playing with Cowboy and D has been a great time so far. They're really good kids. They have a lot of potential.
로스 선수가 카우보이랑 저를 되게 케어 잘하는 것 같고 불편한 점이요? 좀 한 번씩 시끄럽다 로스가.
Well, I would say Europe as a region has been very strong because we just have such strong top teams. I would say Twisted Minds, us, even FaZe now has been popping up. So I would say that Europe is the best region. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. We'll do our best to qualify for the finals this time, even though it's going to be really hard.
I think Michael's team is a little bit weaker than ours, so I wouldn't mind fighting them.
Good. 可能会比较好笑吧，就大家开心就好。
I'm from Russia, Dagestan #1.
Ми просто робили висновки з минулих турнірів. Нічого. Будемо намагатися робити максимальний результат.
I'm really excited to be here. Bangkok's always fun to come to. Streets.
Ice cream!
Not locking in.
Oh, ice cream!
Me too. Thank you.
I mean, I'm always hanging out with the players in the hotel. I love socializing. The pool's been super busy because it's just so cool and the temperature's so nice.
Wait.
Please, example, break finger.
I will beat you even with my broken finger, bro. Just like that. Let me think. Ô, Rabin, me ajuda aqui. Então se a gente conseguir e tiver livre nesse dia, a gente vai tentar assistir o torneio de Muay Thai.
팀 분위기는 정말 좋아요. 어떻게 보면은 이제 형과 동생의 좀 거리가 없이 재미있고 평등한 관계라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
That is great. I enjoy it. I would say it feels amazing because the memories from Thailand is really good for our team. We have won 2 PGS in a row.
And getting second place last year, you know, it really hurts to be that close, so we're gonna make sure that won't happen again.
ก็เนื่องจากที่ทีมเราได้วายการ์ดนะครับทำให้เราได้รอบไฟนอลก็อาจจะเจอพวกเราช้านิดหน่อยแต่ว่าเจอเราแน่นอนครับในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส้มอยู่นะไอ้ทันโอ้โหไอ้นาทามือตีน้ำมือ
Các team Việt Nam mà được tham dự các giải chẳng hạn như BGS hay BC thì đều là những đội tuyển mạnh thôi. Vì người Việt Nam bọn em không hề dở.
Có รู้สึกดีครับดีมากแล้วก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับที่ได้มาแข่งก็อย่าลืมฝากแฟนคลับนะครับเชียร์ทีมไทยทุกทีมแล้วก็อย่าลืมเชียร์Made in Thailand ด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
Em lúc nào cũng thế thôi, không khác gì hết, chỉ là tự tin hơn năm ngoái.
이번에 제가 또 증명해드린다고 약속하고 왔는데 또 좋은 성적으로 증명하고 돌아가겠습니다.
虽然这是 PTC 2025非常难进决赛，但是我希望能在12月12号那一天参加到这次的比赛。
Спасибо всем, кто болеет, кто нас поддерживает. Постараемся на турнире показать красивую игру.
尽可能打好每一场比赛吧。
เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
ก็วันนี้ยังคงอยู่กับแพนนั่นเองค่ะแน่นอนเป็นอีก1 ปี สุดยิ่งใหญ่ที่เราจะมาร่วมค้นหากันว่า ใครจะได้คว้าแชมป์นะกับ PTC ในปีนี้กับ PUBG Global Championship ในปี 2025 นั่นเองค่ะ
Hello, PUBG and PUBG Mobile fans. Thanks to your passionate, unwavering support, we've been able to grow tremendously on the battlegrounds of PUBG and PUBG Mobile. To give back to our fans, even in a small way, and to present you with a brand new experience of the #1 Battle Royale, we are bringing together PUBG and PUBG Mobile and uniting them under one stage, PUBG United, launching in 2025. PUBG United's journey begins in Siam District, Bangkok, where the tournament will be held this November. Around Siam Paragon and across the city, you'll discover PUBG experiences that you can't take your eyes off. You can also experience the PUBG United Fan Zone, where you will find booths dedicated to PUBG and PGC, as well as PUBG Mobile and PMGC. There will also be special collaboration pop-ups with global brands. A variety of PUBG-themed events and hands-on activities are waiting for fans to enjoy to the fullest, so be ready. For online fans, a special website will open, bringing together every moment of PGC and PMGC so you can enjoy PUBG United anytime, anywhere. For the first time in esports history, PUBG Global Championship and PUBG Mobile Global Championship will unite on a single stage. Starting with a grand opening ceremony on a massive scale, each day brings new and exciting moments. With that energy building up, the intense grand finals of PGC and PMGC will come together for the first time in history on one united stage. On this one-of-a-kind stage, the world's top players will battle in back-to-back grand finals, offering an experience like never before. One world, two champions coming together in a truly historic moment. November 24th to December 14th in Bangkok, Thailand. Come and experience PUBG United to the fullest. We will continue striving to be a PUBG and PUBG Mobile that never stops working hard for our fans. Thank you.
Group A has already concluded here at PGC, and hopefully we have the same intensity that ended with yesterday, because that was absolutely bonkers. Today, we're hoping for exactly the same, with Group B concluding to find out which next 5 teams are going to be moving through into that grand final, and which 3 are eliminated here completely from PGC Live from Bangkok, Thailand. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. Joining me to my right-hand side is Toffees.
Hi.
Talk about everything that's going on. Like that high. That was cool. That was high impact, Toffees.
I love high impact. Today is going to be high impact. All of these teams have to figure out how to make their way to the grand final. It is the final day of the group stages, and I'm excited because if yesterday is an indicator, anything can happen today. I know I shouldn't say that, but it really feels that way.
No, definitely. There's a lot riding online for today, and I believe it may be even closer than yesterday. Maybe for that top 5. I don't know about the bottom 3. Obviously, we'll see how that kind of all pans out here.
You know, I said that about JDG yesterday, and then all of a sudden they were in the hunt by the final game. So it is one of those things where things have been so crazy here in these group stages, and because it's the same 18 games with the same 16 teams, it makes it, I think, a very unique challenge.
As soon as they won the penultimate game yesterday, I was like, there's no way.
There's no way?
There's no way.
But then they did it. They got so many points on the next one over and over again. It was really impressive.
It was a bit crazy. But of course, we've got lots to look forward to here for PGC, and we've got our official partners joining us here, as BenQ Zowie is going to be our first and foremost here for our official monitor partner.
And then we got TT Racing, our official gaming furniture partner. Whether it's desks or chairs, ergonomic activation is the best possible way to win chicken dinners and feel good while doing it.
Love it, love it. And we've got AWS joining us as well as our official service partner here. So make sure to check them out, because actually their service, the majority of the globe, they do pretty well.
They have a large service center, but we appreciate that. And we also appreciate OP.GG, the best way to overpower your game. If you're looking to build that perfect fantasy squad, it's a great place to look up the stats.
Yeah, for sure, because we need to keep up with those numbers. A little birdie has been chirping in my ear, maybe saying maybe there's a little bit of a change today when it comes to those fantasies. And then all of a sudden he wasn't a sub anymore, so there you go. But the bingo, you can check in with that as well. Make sure to be playing that. Use the QR code, and then potentially if a team wins for you, you can be able to slot in on those bingo wins and then get yourself some nice goodies.
First come, first serve, so do it quickly. Pull out that phone, because just in case it's extra G-Coin. Now something else that's up for grabs, not for you guys, but for the players here, is that new Porsche Cayenne MVP prize. So the top player kills damage. That's the formula. Gets to drive away in that bad boy.
That's exciting. That is very exciting. All substituted with the cash of equivalent volume. I'm going to do that every single time. But what a prize. What a prize. Oftentimes, yes, becoming the MVP of a global championship, that has some prestige behind it. But as soon as there is then suddenly something that isn't just cash value potentially on the line,
right,
things get a bit more spicy because all the players are talking about it.
Well, it's nice too, because like you win a big event like this and you want to show off and tell everybody, look, gaming has results. You don't want to have to spend your hard-earned cash, but you can roll and be like, oh yeah, that Porsche? I got that Porsche playing video games.
Because that was the best in the world.
It's like a super flex.
Yeah, that's very cool. That is very cool. All right, but let's talk about Group B today because we have got a lot to talk about, especially when it comes to good old Asla Pentagram being able to take what, in my heart, was a really top spot from day 2 of Group B.
It's absolutely wild how well they played. Sure, there were some moments, like we saw Bagopod drop onto them in Resort and say, here's a free 4. But at the end of the day, for me, Asla Pentagram, who I wasn't really expecting much out of, on the back of Red Zone in particular.
Oh, yeah.
Was wild to watch on day 2. Now, I will also say, I tracked their stats. If you look at the highlight reel, and I think you're going to see a lot of Red Zone in this one.
I agree.
It wasn't just day 2. If you go back and parse Red Zone out game by game, he's actually still one of the biggest damage dealers and killers in the lobby. The rest of his team needs to step up. If they're going to keep moving forward, we see a little bit of Hammer, we see a little bit of Glaz in some of these highlights, but really, it's been almost exclusively Red Zone. That's got to change today.
What was exciting for me in particular was I thought they were in the doldrums. I thought they were in the bin, in the mines, no recovery potential possible. But as you said, across that day 2, Red Zone looked spectacular. The rest of the team was following along for that ride for the most part. But then we got to hear from Red Zone at the very end of the day, right?
We did.
Very quiet, very calm, confident about his performance for the most part. And I'd love to see it materialize again. I just don't know whether it can in a group like this. It's so stacked.
It's always funny to see someone make plays like this with this shotgun, right? The double pump on the stairs, the drop down attempt at the headshot. That shows a rigid confidence. Just to see an interview where he's a little more passive was kind of funny to see how strong you are in lobby, but not out.
Let's talk about those cutoffs, though, from yesterday. Now we have some metrics to really compare to where we are here from Group B. DN Freaks was 5th place with 122 points, so congratulations, they are through, obviously, and the 5 above them. We'll be keeping an eye on that kind of number and seeing if that moves. Likewise, Survival was 17 Gaming with 80 points, and they were just barely surviving the cutoff point.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how it balances out today. I do also love the idea that it's only a 40-point difference between abject success and abject failure.
True.
Which means over 18 games, there's not a lot of wiggle room for you to have made those mistakes. So if you are struggling on the bottom, Copenhagen and below, you've got to start really, really strong.
Whilst we take a look at the total leaderboard, I want to then ask you, do you think the gap is going to be wider or shorter? I think shorter, because I don't see teams here sponging quite as hard as maybe an Expendables did or Twisted did. What do you think?
I would say there was a little bit of a quietness on Twisted yesterday in terms of what they were sort of able to shake up. But the other side of the coin is when we got here at 16, JDG was, I think, at 17 points.
Oh, yeah, they were
into the final
in the
play. So I do think the cutoffs will be similar, only in the fact that I just don't see a world where those bottom 5 teams consistently are putting in battle like we saw yesterday. Those bottom teams were taking so many points off the board in every single match. It was actually really, really impressive.
Well, once again, we are in a danger zone potentially for China. Petrichor Road is kind of sat on the edge there, but not the danger zone at all was for teams like Therodon 5, right? And CTG changed the game as well, have kind of booked the trend when it came to Chinese teams so far in this tournament.
I mean, changed the game from day 1 to day 2 of the event.
Oh, yeah.
That's what these two teams really did for me, is they had a rough to mid-tier day 1. Then they showed up in day 2. They took that extra day off, because remember, there's a break, a day between each of these teams meeting, and they changed significantly the way that they played this strategy. T5 came in, home field advantage, the fans got behind them. They had a wonderful, wonderful day. CTG was also like that. I'm not sure what they managed to switch it up. It was they caught a few extra circles, I'll be honest, had some good rotations, but were playing like a completely different team when it came to that day 2 of the lobby.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they can continue things on. As you said, the change from day to day was extreme for them. And the Therodon 5, it really does feel like they are thriving off the crowd, of the location, of their ability to be able to be what I would consider all the Thai teams will guarantee be coming in fresher, or should be, compared to the rest of the lobby as a whole. And here's how the numbers stack up here. They're on 5 with the 54 kills so far between them. Interestingly though, average damage a little bit lower than Change the Game, all things considered. So Change the Game, as you said, it was a huge step up.
You know, Change the Game, I think it's just not converting as often as we're seeing Therathon 5 convert. They do the damage, but they're also getting the flushes and making those kills happen. I also think, like you said, that hometown advantage is huge for them. Razadin Jr. has his family here, his kids watching him, and that's, you know, I'm a dad. If my kids are watching, I know I'm going to try a lot harder. I'm really, you know, you want to look good for those kids. So I think that's kind of a chance to flex for his family has driven them.
Obviously, sometimes it's loud in arenas like this. The kid has the cutest headphones on.
Super adorable.
Yeah. Couldn't believe it.
I was like, if T5 wins, can we just sit him on the stage?
Please, yes. Show the child.
Father.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it's an exciting day, I think, for sure. I do not know who is going to be our top 5. At the end of day number 1, I thought to myself, again, this lobby is very EMEA focused. Day 2 happens where we see more aggression, a little bit more hecticness to the lobby, and that kind of plays against what EMEA would like, I would say.
Yes, I think what we're going to see is aggression amplified to the umpteenth level here in this final day, right?
Because for day 2.
Even the last time we watched, remember the crash on high, what do you call it? High Top, Sky Garden, Heaven, whatever you want. 5 teams fighting it out there was absolutely insane, and we're going to see more of that. I think FaZe is going to turn on the aggression, and I think anyone's legend. With the rumor being true, Taikon is taking the field. Haisaki is getting benched or stepping out for whatever reason. That means they've changed the shot caller, so they have no laws, no rules. They're going to do whatever they want out there on the field.
And I think a team like Anyone's Legend could really benefit from that because it feels like they have been overthinking things. Sending rotates through and losing somebody on the rotate, like a Himas, for example, who we know is capable of more than what we've seen over these last 2 days. The Pick'em Challenge is currently on in-game, 250,000 points if you pick the winner of the tournament. And again, as previously mentioned, you can pick that towards the finals, so you can have a little bit more of an advantage. Don't pick some of those teams that have already been eliminated.
Wait till the 12th. That's actually a good point. There are some of those that you might have put money on and they're not going to be around. We're starting the Grassy Pastures, which we did notice yesterday was a very big deal for these players. You have to make your moves in the first 2 games. Miramar is more forgiving. There's more spots, more places to hide out. When we got to Erangel yesterday, it was wild, and we did see tons of top teams going out very, very early. And I think that was a lifesaver for the teams on the bottom. But if that doesn't happen, if those top teams don't have bad rotations like they did yesterday, there's no space to find those points.
I'm going to be honest. There was a part of me that was like, oh, yeah, I did want to be on the show yesterday. However, of course, being at home or being in my hotel room, screaming at the TV as those last 2 games go down, that was some high-octane PUBG. Because of the format, it has created the double barrier where obviously it's an extreme problem for all of these teams.
I don't normally talk about the last day of a different tournament on today, but the fact that the final day, the last game was the teams on the bottom all fighting each other. The differential of 4 points being success and failure was wild. And if that sets up to happen again today, this is going to make for one of the best weeks of PUBG that we have ever seen. There's all kinds of chases, whether it is Copenhagen Wolves desperately clinging to the top, Bagelpom making weird moves, the aggression of Anyone's Legend. It's going to be a wild day of play no matter how you slice it.
I've got to completely agree. If we get what we saw yesterday, you do not want to switch off your sets for today because Group B is equally as fiery, and we are going to conclude it today to find out which 5 teams move through into Grand Final and which 3 teams are completely eliminated here in Thailand from PGC.
Nghĩ thử thách lớn nhất là mình đạt được cái cúp thế giới lần thứ 2.
For our PGC champions, the Expendables.
Hoặc là những thành tích của mình nó sẽ bắt buộc phải tốt hơn, chứ không là những người hâm mộ người ta kỳ vọng quá lớn mà mình thất bại thì nó sẽ khá là buồn.
이제 한번 세계대회 한번 꼭 나가보고 싶다라는 마음으로 팀이 결성됐거든요. 그래서 이왕 온 거 좀 재밌고 즐겁게 하자는 마음으로 왔기 때문에 좀 즐길 것 같습니다.
我觉得我自己心态方面就是还是相对以前稍微好了一点，然后团队的话偏向就是相对于以前心态肯定还是会有所好转。我们队伍对本次 PGC 目标就是全力以赴吧，争取拿到冠军。
We have good understanding between us, and I think
we will try to do our best performance.
발전을 했다라고 느껴지는 그런 한 해였던 것 같고 이제 PGC를 앞두고 좀 많이 기대되는 그런 부분인 것 같습니다.
Like for me, I left my family when I was 19, and I feel like if I am not going to be taking care of my parents, if I'm not going to live with them and be around them, then I need to make them proud and I need to work out.
Я б хотів би, щоб нас запам'ятали як найсильнішу команду у файтах.
แข่งในประเทศไทยรู้สึกมีกำลังใจครับรู้สึกดีครับที่พวกเขาได้เห็นความสามารถของเราจริงๆครับแล้วก็เห็นด้วยครับที่พวกเราเป็นทีมม้ามืดผมอยากได้ winner chicken dinner ให้มากที่สุดครับเพราะว่าอยากจะเห็นทุกคนลุกขึ้นมาดีใจพร้อมกันกับพวกเราครับสังกัดใหม่ที่ได้ย้ายเข้ามาเป็นในไบเทสเพราะว่าเราเชียร์มาตั้งแต่เด็กๆไม่มีแรงกดดันแล้วกันครับสนิทกันมากแล้วก็รู้จักเป็นพี่น้องกันก็อยากให้ผู้ชมได้เชียร์ทีมด้วยความสนุกครับ
After PGS 7 and 8, before WCs, I would say we changed a lot since we got Corexy, the team structure, team roles, and I would say that is probably the biggest change that we've done this year. So yeah, I'm happy that we did it.
If we win PGC, I would say it sounds like we passed the game. Nothing left to win. For sure, we want to win this PGC hard, make us want to win this event even more.
It is the final day of the group stages here at PGC 2025, a day where everything can happen. Group B will take to the field 6 more times, and by the end, 5 teams will go through the grand finals, and 3 will be sent home with no chance to fight for the trophy at the end of this tournament. I'm Toby, I'm joined by Poro Solvers. And Poro, if Group A yesterday is anything to go by, we are in for an insane day of competition in a group that's arguably even closer.
I mean, brother, yesterday was a damn movie. Like, it was just the craziest final day of play I think we've ever seen, and mostly because you had the fight for the top 5 going on at the same time as the fight to keep out of the bottom 3. And even the teams that were in dead last, you look at JDG, they managed to pull something out of the hat to where they even had a shot going into the final game. I can only hope that we get to see a quarter of the excitement that we got to see yesterday with Group B, and I got high hopes. I got high hopes for this group.
Oh yeah, I feel like this group has given us enough variety in terms of who's been able to step up. Just looking at day 1 compared to day 2, we're looking at Asla Pentagram here. Great example. Ades talked about them before as well. Where in the world did Red Zone and Hammer come from? They were sleeping on day 1, came in on day 2, and now Red Zone has sat second in both kills and damage done overall.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, we knew we had a little bit of something because we saw it during the Korean season, the PWS. We saw Red Zone. I mean, there's a reason that they're here, right?
That is true.
But we were kind of like wondering, okay, not maybe as much international experience on the whole roster. Maybe we'll see them top bottom 3. But then they showed out. I mean, you're starting to show, like, obviously the first day notwithstanding, they started to get their footing a little bit going into day 2 and starting to figure out, hey, you know, we kind of belong in this lobby. We can frag with anybody in here.
And that's the thing, Mike, because they weren't just sat on their back heels kind of letting
fights come to them. No, they were active. Yeah. They were going out, taking fights to opponents who, honestly, I mean, like the rest of us, they knew, well, we have Pentagram set over on the left side. Maybe we just look to the east instead, because they ain't going to do nothing. Well, they did. And hopefully today we're going to see even more of that. Same thing here for Bagopa. Had a pretty decent day one. Day two as well, looking real good, especially over on Rondo.
Yeah, and look, all these guys are going to need to do something, and a lot of these teams on the bottom half would love to be able to start the day off with something going in the right direction so they can build off of that and find their way into that top, what are we looking at, top 13. You don't want to be in the bottom 3. You'd love to be in the top 5. We've got to keep an eye on that as well, as those teams will be going straight through to the grand final.
Exactly. Over to Miramar we go to kick things off. As we see here, the average kill top 4, 3.2, and again, that's pretty much off of a one-day performance here for Red Zone. Incredible how Pentagram were able to turn their day 2 around. But here we go, first match of the day, a very northern plane path to kick things off here, Poro, with I mean, heck, even Chumacero being stretchable, but still pretty far jump.
It'll be really interesting to keep an eye on all these European teams as well, because remember, day 1, EMEA was just the story, right? It was it was all BB team, all Navi. Virtus Pro even stepped up in there, and then on day 2, they kind of took a little bit of a back seat to some of our lower half of the lobby teams. So if you want to ensure that top 5 spot, you want to make sure you come in here and just set the rules early and make sure that nobody comes running for you as we see if anybody's going to be dropping anywhere near each other. Looks like it's going to be fairly safe here. The only shots I see so far coming out from Tiggleton at, I think that's 3rd on 5, just way off to the north. And there you go. The circle will go centering up just north of Los Leones, right there on top of Navi.
This is going to create for an interesting start to this match because, again, I mean, this circle is pretty vanilla when it's, I mean, when you
100% playable.
The thing is, this plane path into this circle is extremely rare. So for teams that are right now going great, so we have an X amount of teams alt dropping on that northern side. How in the world are we going to prepare for their pathings coming into this next circle? Of course, I mean, certain amount of teams are going to take E-pickups. We know that already. But, like, if you're a Navi and outside center, trying to, from now on, figure out where the pressure is going to be built from with a plane like this into a circle like that, that's going to be a change-up to what they're used to in this area of the map.
Well, the good news for a lot of these teams, as we said, is this is a 100% playable circle.
Oh, for sure.
So you've got multiple angles. You can do the long wraps down to east, west, north, south. Any way you want to go, you've got a path to get there. But it's, again, it's a question of can you avoid any of this early game shenanigans. I feel like we'll probably see a lot of avoidance, although I say that, and look at this, right off the bat, now that they've got Tycon in the bag, they've got Nan in their sights. Anyone's Legend, Hymas, just pushing right on up, but it looks like Nan might be able to get away.
Yeah, well, you say get away. I say just casually continue his looting because he had no clue what was about to go down. And I think this move we just saw here shows us two things. Not only, A, as you mentioned, Tycon is confirmed to be playing today. I mean,
there you go.
Honestly, we even said it during day 2. Guys, you have a player with the mechanical skill set of Tycon sat on your bench right now and you're struggling to this extent. Maybe add some more firepower to that roster. And that's not to take anything away from Haisagi, but I think Tycon is what they need out of the 2 in a day 3 where they have their backs this hard against the wall. But also, with him as running up the hill like that when they're doing Picado, they want to get active early. Yeah. They know they have extra firepower now. They know they have effectively the former Cerberus roster, of course, with Haisagi being out and who that in, but they know what they're capable of and they have to show, and I like the fact that we're seeing them show fangs here early on.
Nothing to lose. Nothing to lose at this point.
Literally.
You know, I mean, we heard it. The story from PGS 10 was, remember, Falcon saying we're either coming in last or we're coming in first. Yep. So I think that's the mindset that I think anyone's Legend probably coming into this. Either we're going to go out in bottom 3 or we're going to just send it. We're going to leave nothing on the table trying to get to that last stage.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing, right? Right now, as much as I'm sure if you ask them, they'd want to be inside the top 5, the goal right now is getting as far away from 14th and below as you possibly can. And with a solid beginning here for anyone's Legend, with Tycon and him as that very, very dangerous duo on the roster right now, it seems arguably more doable than it did at the end of last day.
Yeah, and the good thing for him is if you look at that leaderboard over there on the left, It's not that far of a climb, right? It is so tight over there, going all the way up to Team Liquid, and then a few more points ahead, and you're looking at Asla Pentagram and Rock. So all of these teams really just need to be minding their P's and Q's today. They don't need to be going out with 0 points to start things off.
Also, I mean, and I love the fact that you always give the NA teams a hard time, but then when it comes to you, you go, yeah, I mean, they could have done better. Na'Vi sitting at 78, you think that's pretty respectable. Their day 2, 21 points. They were 3rd to last in a tie with Mate in Thailand at the very bottom on day 2. They need a big turnaround if they want to secure their spot inside the top 5 and make their way through. Because right now, as we can see, they're still 2 points out.
Sure, and I think you saw some good signs from Na'Vi, despite the fact that they had that 21-point day. There was a lot of times, it was just, to be fair, it was a bad day for Hackatory, but the rest of the boys did much what they could without their main fragger, and a couple of times they showed some real positive signs. They were really kind of holding on the edge and doing what they needed to do. So if Hackatory is back to his normal self, which by all indications you would think he would be, he doesn't stay down too long. I would have high hopes for Na'Vi going into this last day.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Definitely. They know what's at stake. They know what they're capable of, and it's just going to be a matter of them coming out and showing it here today. Oh, anyone's legend? I want to say all games global all the time, but anyone's legend rotating down towards the south. I mean, pretty cookie-cutter rotation out of Picado when you have a circle like this. And again, look at this map. Again, I take all your attention to the map feed. Look at the map and see how congested we're already starting to get on that west and northern side of Los Leones, right? Practically no one on that southern side just yet. We've seen a lot of these circles end up going down there. And with how congested the center is right now, if we get a swing south, even east, those pathings are going to be so hard because you have Los Leones almost dead center circle right now.
Yeah, a lot of teams making it to that center circle, as you said, and they're holding these tight splits, these tight 2-2 splits. You see Virtus Pro, what they're working with, Na'Vi doing the same thing, Anyone's Legend, Petrichor Road, all of them, Team Liquid even in a split just around that Cantera crater. BB team doing the same thing. So everybody trying to do as much as they can to take up as much real estate as they can feel comfortable with early on, especially when they know that they're about to be pressured, most likely coming from that northern side, from that western side. And so far, it hasn't looked like any team has really opted to do the long wrap down to the east or to the south. Although I see Myth doing that right now. They're going through Via de Mar, so we'll keep an eye on that. Bagel Pie, though, getting real close to Rock over here by the Church of Los.
Both eyeing the same position. Akan, the first one out. Vehicles spots RBN down below, and even if it doesn't get the knock here, you gotta apply pressure. When you're the guy up there first, you can't just sit around and wait for your teammates. When you hear a vehicle come in, you better try and scare them off. But these birds ain't leaving, at least not yet. You know what? I say that. It seems like Santastical has been left behind. Maybe this is a bait. They're driving back down, and they're falling forward. Amazing setup here by Rock. They already had one guy up the church spire.
Really nicely done there by Santastico Rock, showing that they have gained so much international experience this year that they know what they can get away with here. They know how to pull off these baits. This is a brave play, especially early on in this day where there's so much on the line. And now, obviously, Pentagram, they're going to get vision from range, but the smokes should keep them safe for now.
Yeah, well, I mean, only for the time being, because as you see, PO now in the spire himself, sat here, a teammate down, Akan of all players as well. Very dangerous up-close player. And now it's for them to try and figure, well, we lost one before, but how many of them have actually made it? Are they trying to bait them again? Santastic was driving off alongside RBN, but now it's Beal's turn to stay behind. Are they actually going for the double bait, or is this just a matter of Beal not being able to get in the vehicle when they left? If they do this, and it's a double bait, that would be hilarious.
They can't keep getting away with it, can they?
You'd think not.
And you talk about trying to bait some of the oldest, most experienced players in this lobby. Biel just holding the line. It looks like Pio. I mean, Pio has an idea, man. He knows, and I think he might. Yeah, he knows exactly where he is. No. And that'll
flash himself.
Yeah, he'll flash himself there, and yeah, they know exactly where he is. But Biel dug in there like a tick, man. He's got that deployable shield set up in such a way where he is just a pain in the butt to try to disengage. As we'll try to bounce one down, and that'll do it. Nicely done there by Pio. And Biel won't be able to spring the same trap twice.
Yeah, but you know what? For all the util they use trying to take out Beal, it's gonna be Howl.
Of course it
Sat
is.
there at a distance, finding the first couple of points for Pentagram. Again, while this obviously is not a very aggressive positioning from Pentagram, they are in their south side two-way split. It's, again, getting active early. It's finding these quote-unquote free points where you have little to no risk involved for yourself. And the fact that Pentagram is actively setting up to find those now, where before they'd still be rapping on the edge doing, well, not too much, let's be honest. This is such a great sign for them.
And we saw yesterday how important just 2 or 3 points can be when you add it all up at the end. So trying to get those and secure those points now. It goes a long ways. We wait and see where the second circle decides to go. Right in the middle. Okay, we're going right on top of Los Leones, Toby.
Now we get into that situation that we were just talking about. Los Leones is taking up a very, very big chunk of this circle, but look at the congested amount of teams up on the northern side. Do you wrap all the way around Impala now, try to come in on the south? And even if so, how in the world do you get there in time?
And I mean, most of these teams, we still got 62 alive. Most of these teams still full 4-man strong. Do you try to make the full send into the city itself at this point, or is it too early still? It's only the C2 pop, but Los Leones taking such a lion's share of that circle up as we see a number of teams going to run into each other. H-Win will find Xiao Tong. He'll get taken down, traded by Xiaopian, and it's going to get stolen away by Exgrozit. So a number of teams all on top of each other here, trading back and forth.
Yeah, GameStart Win need to get everything going their way if they want to be able to climb out of that bottom. They're sat down there at a bit of a deficit, 9 points up to anyone's legend right now. And off of that, you see here immediately FaZe. I mean, while they were effective in getting kills in the early game, they rarely ever made it to the mid and late game because they took some of these early aggressive fights, which made sense. But so did everyone else in the latter part of their day too, right? So I like to see the aggression from FaZe still, but maybe this time around, look around and see how many teams link before you up to go all in.
Looks like Bagopod going to hit that revive station, get their man back, and they'll get back up to full strength here shortly. Meanwhile, all this northern side of Los Leones still very, very congested. We see Petrichor Road off to the northwest. They've got GameStart Win off to their north. They've got Therodon 5 down there as well. Anyone's Legend making their way a little bit closer towards the center. They've got High Mass already kind of towards the middle of the zone. They're going to try to see if they can get everybody back in as we see a Khan flying through the air to rejoin his squad.
Yeah, the MP5 extraordinaire. You don't want to miss a Khan. I mean, if we're looking at a Los Leones finish, City Ender, you want your MP5 master on the server.
CQC is what you're all about right now.
Exactly. Falcons having a good amount of success. Both day 1, day 2 set up in second place. Currently, of course, the loss of H-Win early on is not something they would want to have happen, but in that north side position right now, they should be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're coming into the day with 100 points. You're coming in with a very minimal amount of pressure on you, right? So that kind of opens you up to make a little bit more high-risk, high-reward type decisions. Obviously, they're going to still play their own game, right? But when it comes down to, like, the minutia, right? Whenever you're in these close, quick decision type situations, they'll be more willing to be aggressive, I would think.
Not only that, but we've seen in tournaments past other teams actively go out and hunt the Falcons. They are now in a position from where they're, as you say, pretty much 100% not finishing bottom 3. I don't want to say guaranteed because then I start cursing things.
Sure.
But looking at the leaderboard right now, I mean, if there are some teams down towards that bottom right now where you go, you know what, I would actually like for you not to make it any further in this tournament, they're in a position from where maybe not yet, but a couple of games from now, they can start looking in those directions too.
It's a possibility. That's never really been Falcon's style. I don't think. But yeah, and you know, I don't think there's anybody in this lobby that they really have any grudges with. But who knows? You never can tell. And once we start getting towards the end, that's when it's going to start.
Strategic decisions in terms of drop spots, look like other rotations where they have had issues before. Circles center up once more. We're going half with the city. This one should shift northwest, but there's quite a few of those nice mountains in on the eastern side, south central as well, meaning this could go towards the city too, but likely that it will swing somewhere towards the northwest where VP and anyone's legend are currently sat.
Well, this is going to be where it's going to start getting interesting too, because we talked about earlier a number of these teams in those big the 2-2 splits that are very tight. Now they're even more tight, but there's more teams compacted onto them. So how do you get those guys back together? How do you get everybody back into one spot. And which spot do you choose? I mean, we saw yesterday in the final game of the day, Alcacia in a 2-2 split, they had to pick one way, and in the end it ended up being the wrong decision. So you don't want to put yourself in that spot until you absolutely have to.
I mean, to paint the picture of what we're looking at on the map feed right now, we have the life raft being Los Leones, and then half the server being sharks just swimming around the circle, trying to figure where in the hell do I go to get a bite of points. Because right now, the entry points to the circle, not only are there teams everywhere, but just the terrain in and of itself, the mountains around the southeastern side of Los, makes it so hard to get in. You can see those fights starting to happen now because of it. Xiaopian able to find one. Good trade quickly because Sol's found one too.
Trying to make these wide wraps on the to the south. Over here on the southwestern side, it's just GSW running into Rock. A good trade will slow things down just a little bit. On maybe Solds could get out of vision. It looks like maybe he's... Nope, he's going to go down. Okay, that'll be CC108 picking that one up. Ming back on his feet, and Rock back on the move. They're down to Fantastico and RBN, but again, this is just Rock. They're not scared. They're okay getting into fights early on, even at the cost of some of their players, and I think they might actually be going for a revive station.
They might as well.
To get BL back.
Yeah, not a bad call. Half the time they know they're definitely not getting into the city at first anyway, so might as well admit defeat in terms of the circle approaching and just say, yeah, we'll eat a first aid for a player. That seems like a pretty good trade.
Yeah, I mean, that might have been the play, and it might have just been an unfortunate circumstance that GameStart Win just happened to go right in the middle of their split as they were trying to go for this revive while also scouting out their next move. It looks like Fantastico might actually be going to pick that the other chip up as well. So we'll keep eyes on that. Songjang, though, is going to get that knock on to kickstart. So you see over here on the northwest, Falcons just holding onto a compound on the very northern tip while Begopa has Petrichor Road sniffing around.
I mean, Falcons alongside their fans are giga praying right now for that northern shift, which it should theoretically go somewhere north-northwest, but we've also seen enough crazy things before that it might not be the case. Shots being fired here, PO in trouble and found. Chewy taking him down. Petrichor, another team that needs big things going as the circle goes towards the west.
Not as much north, but still a big chunk of Los Leones now removed.
Yeah,
and a lot of space outside. So anyone's legend, boy, you wanted to talk about how they needed to have a good thing to start off today. They've got all four up. They've got their new sub in, and they are looking pretty nice here with a good compound, but now Virtus Pro starting to get everybody back together. Copenhagen Wolves trying to enter in. FaZe has been keeping eyes on this the entire time, and now they're going to start things off with a trade.
Big fight for the eastern side control here at the circle. They know that there's a lot of teams in the nearby area as well, so you got to get this fight over and done with swiftly. Liquid already looking this way. Pentagram starting to shoot in this direction too.
All those teams that are already inside the city, they hear what's going on. They're trying to find the angles as much as they can, and meanwhile, it's just trading utility back and forth. Navi trying to get everybody back together, but unfortunately for them, Begopa has already crashed onto this compound. Ferrist already down. Begopa retreating through the compound as they continue to try to reposition themselves to take this fight.
We mentioned the Khan, we talked about the MP5, and there it is in full effect right from the get-go, able to shut down the first on entry.
Guyon!
Bad positioning here. They kind of split up all over the side. Yeah, they're trying to get them with Util over the top, but Correxi from a distance, able to catch one crossing.
Can't even just have a straight-up 4v4 fight in this lobby right now with everybody third-party. It's down to just one for Begopa, but it is a scary, scary one. Hakatori has been knocked as well. Blue Zone not taking him down. It looks like his Blue Zone jammer pack has now been taken out, but they've got to get rid of Akan before they can worry about rezzing him. Meanwhile, anyone's legend, they're going to spot out Kickstart, so Falcons have to leave their spot, now down to just Shrimsy and Tiggleton.
Yeah, I mean, anyone's legend is their job is just maintain perimeter. That's their task right now as Extend swings the corner, finds the double. Begopa down and out first team to fall. Goes to show how much these guys want this, the fact that everyone's been alive up until this point.
I tell you what, Akan almost pulled that off. And fortunately for Navi, it looks like they might have a chance to get these revives as Third on 5 are making their way in from the north, but they're on the low side. They're not going to be making a push in. FaZe trying to make the push through. They're going to get spotted out by Wolves. Fex will go down.
You lose Fex, but if you only knew what you just dodged there, quite literally a full team elimination with a Panzer into Mirado. Wow.
just a bit outside. Well, Falcons, they managed to get one of their players back in. It looks like it's going to be H-Win going in to the south side of the city, while Navi will take the knock on to extend. Should be able to get him back as, again, Navi has that high ground spot. They've got no one pushing them. FaZe, meanwhile, just having a creepy walk in from the south side, healing up. As you can see, that tick damage is really doing work now as the circle has pulled off to the north.
They're continuously shifting out of the city. The city itself will be the semifinals of this match. It feels like the first boss that you have to take down is how in the world you maneuver this minefield of a city without getting taken out. Oh, Petrichor 4 in a car slamming in to that crate there.
Who put that there?
Continue this push on through.
Oh, Chewy!
Goes down. As a matter of fact, they're the ones finding the knocks.
Absolutely filthy from Chewy as he finds that knock on Associate, and that's going to open up a door to try to make their way in. Ming Ming playing from the cliffside will spot out one, but Navi will just retreat back to the compound, try to play it from the hard cover. The utility getting sent in, though. That's going to be the flush on Associate.
Huge fight coming up here. Petrichor really smart on their positioning on it, too. They know they can take the fight on this northern side without any involvement from other teams. So a difficult task at hand here for Navi. 2v4. Pakatori spots one, but now he's starting to get chipped by the blue zone as well.
Indeed he is. Falcons just on the low side over there as well. Nice spray from Hakatori. No, Chewy will win that one, and there goes Navi out in 15th place. What a push from Petrichor Road.
Chewy, my man, stepping up big in times of need. What an incredible double coming through from him there.
Big time plays from Chewy as Copenhagen Wolves now trying to take the fight with Asla Pentagram. They'll get the knock and flush onto Glaz. That'll open up a little bit of room there as H-Win unfortunately will get spotted out, but Falcons still have Shrimzy and Tig on that northern side to play as everybody's still trying to fight their way through the city. Rock, they've split. Santastico got knocked off in the distance, so Biel Malcamo, the last player left alive. Liquid, meanwhile, they're trying to clear things out. They're finding Third on 5. They'll open up with a first knock and a flush.
So incredibly difficult to transition to make a plan for how to engage this team right here. Little do you know, as soon as you move out, there's 3 other teams shooting at you as well. Rock will be eliminated, as we see here. Liquid try to continue their push forward, but that ain't easy either.
Oh, Pentagram not finding the shots that they need as AZ going to run right into Falcons, and that's going to be him going down. Shrimzy will take him out. That's going to be the exploding vehicle as Falcons continue to hold on to their cozy little cubby hole right here. That's the illusion of safety, if nothing else, but they should be fine for the foreseeable. That circle is doing them pretty good.
I was just going to say, if the circles keep going north here, there might be top 3 guaranteed for Falcons, depending on when Petrichor opts to try and get out of their position. Xiaopian try to make the run through the building, has a 6-6 Saga on point, able to get one.
All the way downtown as Cha-Chan will find Xiaopian. And Hangi looks like he's going down to blue. We'll have to try to make the move here. Wolves, meanwhile, that fight is just lasting forever. FaZe is down to Vard after fighting all the way from that eastern side. Wolves still have everybody up, but one is knocked.
Oh, one nade here on the Wolves. They could be in the hands of Vard right now. Bouncing off the backside of the concrete. Let's see if he gets it.
What a nade.
It's going to be close. Only the flush to come through, though. A bit more left. They would have had a double on it, guaranteed. Might get him with a second. Indeed, he does. Michael down.
Oh, just beautiful grenade work from Vard. We'll find 2, and he should get the flush maybe with this blue zone grenade. Okay, Michael's going to keep on crawling as Wolves will continue to try to get him back up. But Vard, he's not sticking around. He's not waiting. He's going to come in here and see if he can get some more. He is a solo menace.
I mean, with the amount of teams in the 50s right now, look at the leaderboard on your left-hand side. Their top mid-pack is all out. He knows the importance of getting those few extra points here right now. Spots one as he jumps down, but the smoke timing is perfect for Wolves.
Absolutely blessed by the bloom of that smoke, but Vard gonna take it back upstairs, try to run it back once again. Michael, they're gonna tell him just crawl through the smokes, man. Try to get over to us. And actually, he's just gonna stop crawling altogether. Game start win does go down now in 12th place, as it looks like most of our fight from Los Leones has been cleared up, with the exception of Red Zone from Pentagram and Vard from FaZe.
Still not in placement points either. As a matter of fact, 3 teams out of it. These teams fighting tooth and nail to try and get just any points come their way. But this game is as difficult as any we've ever seen.
Myth having to try to find someone somewhere to go. They're going on the western side, going to pull right into the midst of anyone's legend. They've got a 2-2 split right now going. Olympus down to 3. They've got Destroy and Himas pinned down. They're going to send the utility over. Nice spray from Olympus. We'll find Destroy, and Himas will go down to Kiss.
I was just going to say, they desperately need Hudat and Taikon to come out and assist right now. Hudat able to find the first one, should give them a little bit of breathing room, but they need to make this push, and it has to happen right now.
May have been a little bit too little too late, though, because now Falcons is starting to come over. They're getting involved, and you can see BB Team also with angles onto this. So Myth now down to just Baron as Scappy is bleeding out.
Tries to wrap around. Taikon going for the vehicle initially. Can't see him over the top of the smoke. Hudat for the second spray. Not able to connect here either. Smokes being deployed. Falcons, as you say, are looming. They're cresting in from that northern side.
Taikon going to push in with that Panzerfaust in hand. He would love to take this out as quickly as possible. It's not going to find it, but now he is revealed by Falcons. Shrimzy will get the knock, or flush rather, onto Destroy. Aduzi still having angles. He's going to find Hudat, and this is just mutually assured destruction. But now Phil First going to get sniped out of the sky by Nixie with the bolty.
Shrimzy trying to find the last player, and anyone's Legend Baron realizing, you know what, if they're going for him, I don't need to expose myself on that side of the circle. He does not indeed. Anyone's Legend out in 10th place. Circle shifted away from him, and that push just became too much to handle.
And BB Team down to 3. Myth down to just Baron. Doing a salvage. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, they're going to leave. They're going to come back up to the north side. They remember Falcons being down here. Nice spray from Tiggleton. We'll get Chewy down to a half HP, but the other two boys working on the high side, so Tig needs to be careful. What a spray! Gets the first knock on a Ming Ming.
They can play it down to low health here as well, as Shrimzy tries to hold the angle while Tig gets their heels on through. No one's pressuring them on the western side of their south, I should say, and they know that full well. As much as they do, though, Tig forced to look the other way. They know they left one behind on that side. Baron, they saw him early. They let him run. So even if they don't expect it, they have to respect the fact that it could happen.
Getting that flush onto Ming Ming by Shrimzy was absolutely huge. As we see now Team Liquid taking the fight towards Wolves over on that southern side. The smokes will allow Shrimzy and Tig to get a little bit closer. They're playing aggressive. This is aggressive Falcons with 104 points, sitting in second place overall. They have no fear, pushing right into the face of Petrichor Road.
They have to make this aggressive play. Push on through, see if you can get out on the other side. They know everyone's on the southern side. This is the only chance they're going to get to try and take this fight isolated.
Oh, this is so
little flank
filthy
around
from
here
Shrimzy.
from Shrimzy, able to get the first one, spots him, knows exactly where he has the second. Can he get the angle on the downside? Doesn't matter. Tig able to take him down. Great 1-2 punch.
Just dismantled there by the Falcons. Shrimzy taking that high ground. They just knew they had the time to do it with the blue zone only just now starting to collapse. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they had the high ground compound. They left Luke and Purdy in there, meanwhile sending Alo and Sparking down, and you can see the position they're working. They know that there's teams still coming out of Los Leones rather, but they don't want to get too aggressive. They're just going to put themselves in a spot to catch them when they make their way across. BB Team, meanwhile, they had to do the other thing. They're going to come in on the other side. They're going to find, no, it's Red Zone getting the double knock on Michael on Vox. He's got 19 HP left. Red Zone has been a revelation.
People might think, nah, that was a one-day performance. Surely he's not going to do it twice, but he's off to an incredible start here at the first game of day 2. Mate Thailand will fall. That's Baron out to Corexy as BBT now up to swing the corner, and there he goes with the nade gone down. That is Wolf and Copenhagen out.
Down to our top 5. BB Team still have 3 up. Falcons, the duo, but they have a lot of real estate to work with. Team Liquid, this could be absolutely huge for them if they are able to pull this off, get a win here. That would set them up nicely for the rest of the day, as they are currently sitting in 10th place. You can see Virtus Pro also in just a fantastic position.
They're chilling.
I mean, they're vibing. 2 kills only, but what do you need kills for when you just, that's a great circle. Nobody is going to come anywhere near them.
Remember, they loot the northern part of Los Leones too. Their total travel journey so far is probably less than the second to lowest player in the game. They have literally not had to go anywhere.
Okay, BB Team trying to push through. Red Zone! It's in him! Holy Red Zone, you are insane!
What in the world? From unknown to undefeatable Red Zone, you absolute madman!
He is him, and he is also down. So we are now down to our top 3 Red Zone. Though, what a fragger. We've got 2 4-man squads, and all of them are looking over here towards Falcons, as of course he's got them. Why wouldn't he have a mortar out? Why not? Well, Virtus Pro going to try to send Corexy and Beamy over and get them pinned down. And yeah, the Molotovs, they are within utility range, and that is one grenade was all it took from Beamy to take down Falcons.
Well, we asked for a close final day. The top mid-pack were all eliminated right out of the gates, meaning this mid-pack has only gotten so much tighter now. What an insane finish to the first match of the day here. VP now trying to make the aggressive play forward to Liquid.
Virtus Pro breaking that 100-point mark now as well. Sitting in third place while Nixie still playing with the Bolty on the high side. Team Liquid, they've got plenty of cover to use. Make their way towards the center of the zone. They've left Beamy on that western side, on that low side. You can see he's trying to go for that flanking angle, but Team Liquid is looking for it. They're not going to be taken by surprise.
Well, they know exactly what's about to go down, and also they know that their little position up on the fence line is going to be in for longer than the building. So if anything, sit behind there, wait until that rooftop is out of play. Even if it takes like literally the last 10 seconds of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is at this point, Ryla, is a waiting game. I mean, everybody knows exactly where everybody else is. Yep. There's not really much that Virtus Pro can do. They've still got 3 grenades, but I think you want to hold on to those until you're a little bit more certain about being able to land them.
Liquid has such an advantage right now due to the high ground. That's why they have 2 players poised up there right now. I mean, they can look over the top of the smokes. Liquid desperately needs everyone on an equal playing field, and that is the flatlands, the low ground.
That's a nasty little angle there, Luke.
I like the idea that they're still peeking this, but they gotta just wait it out.
He found a little bit of a crack. Try to take the shots in, but I mean, especially when you know, especially when you know there's a Bolty on the other side, it makes that peak battle a little bit more scary. Well, the circle is now starting to push in, and here comes the utility. Nixie will spot Sparking. He gets the trade, done a lot of damage, and Beamy still has the Panzerfaust. Oh, it's not going to do the damage though.
Early just around the corner, back in safety in time. Beamy's position revealed. Nixie now took the time to get off the rooftop. They're all down on the low ground now, meaning this has just become a much more even playing ground. Oh no, actually didn't get knocked. I thought they were going to get Purdy down, but no, he runs away out of the blue.
And they got the res on a Sparking in the meantime as well. Now they do have to heal because they did get kissed by the blue just a little bit. And there you go, Correxy. That one bullet will be enough to get the knock into Sparking once again. So Team Liquid have to move around. They're going to have to do this 3v4, but Alo's got the Panzerfaust in hand, but he's going to get sprayed down by Lugaruk. The Panzer flies right by his head as he lands the spray.
Able to get the double down, just one more left alive. Lou trying to go for the wide string, but into the blue he goes, and the point goes over to Virtus Pro. Didn't have to go far, but they bring it home in the end. Home turf circle in Los Leones.
You know what? You gotta win the games that you're meant to win, and that was one that VP was meant to win.
Oh yeah.
They had fantastic positioning early on. Now they did have a beautiful 2-2 split as well, and they held it for a very long time, which is very, very brave in a circle like this where you know there are so many teams that are right on top of you and you could get crashed at any time.
So many big takeaways from the very first match of the day.
Red Zone.
Red Zone, my man, my man. Never will I ever doubt your capabilities again. I thought it was a fluke. I thought it was a one-day thing, but sure as hell he is back here.
That's my MVP, baby.
My, there he is on camera as well. What an insane performance in this city as well. Well, that's game 1. Hope you were entertained. We're back for one of you. It's an absolute dismantling coming in from the current PGS 10 champions. Virtus Pro takes the first win of day number 3 of Group B against Team Liquid at the end. It was
not a close fight, Toffees.
You know, when we talk about peaking at the right time, Virtus.pro continues to show that they are on the trajectory to be one of those top 3 choices to win PGC. They played this map really, really well. And yes, they had the high ground over Liquid at the end game, whether that was on top of a building or pushing up on the compound. Liquid did not have a lot to work with, but you saw them. They managed to dodge the Panzerfaust and then finished it with a shotgun as if to say, yes, we are that much better.
It was brutal, but there were some great brutal moments as well in this game. Falcon's twist around Petrichor Road here was phenomenal stuff coming out from them. And at the same time as well, we got to see Red Zone look insane during this game. We asked the question, would he be able to do what he did the previous days? The answer was very much yes. Look at this spray transfer.
I want to go on the record and say people need to stop putting disrespect on Red Zone's name. It wasn't a one-day performance. He had almost 2,000 netted damage on day 1 by himself with the rest of his team trailing way behind. This guy's got chops. They turned on last time, and today he went, okay, now that I know I can dominate everybody in this lobby, I'm just gonna do whatever I want. And he's taking these fights 1v2 on a regular basis and pivoting, turning, clipping faster than I've seen anybody do.
Yeah, we're gonna have people asking for Crafted to turn the Red Zone off again because this was ridiculous what we've seen from him. What a star-making performance he's already having here at PGC from just these few days alone. Brilliant stuff here.
It reminds me of when we saw the emergence of sort of the Tycon, years ago.
Dubai.
Like, where did he come from? Who is this guy? Exactly. Red Zone is making that giant push right now. If we're talking about clean moments, I also want to pivot back to what happened with the Falcons. We saw them lose 2 players pretty early.
Yes.
And then Taggleton and Shrimzy, I hope they're dueling tomorrow in the special event because the way they played that as a 2, the fight against Petrichor Road was some of the even. Tig got down to 8 HP and believed in Shrimzy's cover enough that he re-peeked to pop flash.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
And trusted his teammate. Like, that to me was pinnacle play.
Yeah, the fact that both of us at the screen were shouting, lie down, lie down. We were like, nope, they had more confidence in it. But let's take a look at those numbers coming in. 19 points go the way of Virtus.pro here, who are looking to strike at #1 in the group. They look fantastic. Let's call a spade though. This is a North Los Leones circle when they have the one building and they're dropping in Los Leones. So they should have been able to do something with this game.
That's what, I mean, PUBG is about winning the games you're supposed to and salvaging the ones that you can't. They played it very well. This was an incredibly tough circle for the first game of the day that sends you home or sends you to the grand final. For us to have this sort of city ending so late was shocking. A lot of teams made it into those late circles, and then the chaos just broke loose. BP did such a good job of finding a good spot early and then just working out of it. Also, as the Pentagram, 11 points, 7 kills off the back of this, and they weren't well placed. They had to like scrap to get those points.
Well, for Team Falcons and Asla Pentagram, what was effectively for both teams salvage games, that's a huge win. 11 points each, that's a huge win for them, and both of them here will be moving on. But Falcons takes the #1 spot here thanks to all of that. Virtus.pro so close. I thought they were going to be able to leapfrog. I didn't quite have the full numbers to hand at the second, but Asla Pentagram moves into 8th place, and Team Liquid, important points for them, right? Personally, I felt like it was always going to be a VP winware with having the roof, with having some of the angles that they had. Also, Team Liquid just doesn't feel as warm right now compared to Virtus.pro. But so they need the points, and those were important ones.
And that'll put the top 3 teams right now, I think, in pretty comfortable position going forward. They should mostly lock up their ability to be in the top 5.
Yeah.
I think the chase for change in Therathon 5 is going to be fascinating. But down at the bottom, Petrichor Road had a couple of big moments, but they are struggling to stay above that cutoff point. And I'll tell you, anyone's legend, they only got 3 points, but a lot of that was Tycon's, who just entered the game. And
True.
So that is a glimmer of hope. If we get a Tycon turn on, which you've seen before, he's pairing with Himas in the 2-2 split. All they need to do is grind up an average of 4 points per game, and they will pass Petrichor.
Could happen. Definitely could happen. Hopefully it does, all things considered. He was trying to hide himself, the cheeky minx, all the way until he actually got into the game there. But the lower third was betraying him.
Other coaches were walking up saying, are you playing today? He's like, I don't know. I just
Of course. Yeah. All right. Well, we're just a few moments out from the game. That's a high-octane start for Miramar. I do have to say again, the 2v3 against Petrichor Road for Falcons was fantastic. Just the wraparound, the push towards smoke. Petrichor looked defeated before they were defeated.
They were, and even after coming in on a good push against Na'Vi, who I also need to see clean it up. Na'Vi was very weak in that hold against the Petrichor push. The Hakatori spread on their initial crash was rough. I need them to be the Na'Vi that we saw on day 1, not the Na'Vi that we saw on day 2.
It's probably a lot of people that think that Na'Vi, your good old Hakatori, there's probably a lot of people that have still gone back, okay, surely he can't have 2 days bad.
There's no way. He is a machine. Machines, they break down and you fix them. He's got to be ready to play right now. But that first map, I don't know. I didn't love it.
Of course, Kiss has a secret handshake. Of course he does. But anyway, let's get into Miramar once again here. Game number 2 of the day for Group B.
What an absolutely incredible start to match number 1 that we just witnessed. One can only hope and pray that we are in for 5 more matches of equally exciting games. And you know what I love about this?
What's that?
We're barely even halfway through the tournament. We have so much good PUBG to come over this next week and a half, and my oh my do I love it.
You ain't lying. And one of the things that I love most about every time we come to PGC, it feels like every single time a new superstar is born.
Oh, yeah.
A new superstar is christened. Right now, Red Zone is at the top of that list, man. I'm telling you. Like,
we ain't at the point of born anymore. We're at the point of his name is already being hatched into the walls, you know what I mean? He's already there.
The scariest Red Zone to ever exist in PUBG. Well, we'll see if they can keep it going, because they still got work to do to secure their spot. And you know what? It's not out of the realm of possibility. They're only 7 points removed from the top 5. So if things keep going this way, maybe they can find a little bit of luck. Maybe they can find themselves going all the way to the grand final as we wait and see what Circle will give us here in game number 2. Okay. Right on top of Chuma, but once again, Toby, another 100% playable Circle, essentially.
It's very rare that I've heard a crowd boo a Circle. Boo! It didn't go to third on 5 or mid. What are we doing?
No.
Having said that, I absolutely love the reactions from the crowd here. Having an engaged audience to watch our favorite game is nothing short of incredible.
No, it's always awesome. It's always awesome to get to have the crowd in the background, especially when they have rooting interest.
Oh yeah.
Seems like everybody here, if they don't come in with one, they leave having one.
Oh, definitely.
Because they get pulled into the group. You know what I mean?
Definitely. You can see here VP didn't get a lot of kills in comparison to the amount of damage they did, but they of course were also just sat up there in that building shooting at literally everything. I mean, give Beamy a bit more damage, and they're all set at 500 plus. I mean, they were just sat there shooting and everything. But of course, with it being in the city, yes, you get a knock, but then he crawls back behind the window, gets rest, and back in the game they go. So a lot of shooting, and I mean, I don't want to call 9 kills few kills, but with where they were, that's a lot of damage.
The fact that they ended up with 9 kills at all is
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
A testament to how aggressive they were trying to be towards that late game. I mean, when you get the compound and the circle just keeps falling on top of you over and over and over again, there's only so much you can do, right? Like,
I mean, BB literally lands there.
Exactly.
He never had to go anywhere.
There's only what do you want him to do? You want to just W key into every team around? Like, it's that would be ridiculous.
Guys,
but
I'll go for a juggle quick.
Yeah. I know there's people that's they're VP rats ratting. They're ratting their way. And like, no, dude. Like, come on, use your head.
I hope this statistic is followed up by most knocks this game, because I think I counted Red Zone at 8. He was laser beaming people.
5 kills does not seem like it is giving enough for him. But we got a chance to talk to Chewy, so let's see what the Petrichor Fragger has to say.
打完在淘汰边缘，心态还好吧，因为每一局都尽力打了，然后也不会太让我们太有压力的去打剩下的最后一天吧。把今天的失误跟前一天的失误在一起复下盘，然后把沟通什么的再拉一拉，然后我觉得第3天还是挺有希望的。第3天我们会尽力去打，先把淘汰赛进了，然后再努力进个决赛。
There you go. That's all you can do, right? One step at a time. one step at a time as we see game start win again. This is a flashpoint on Miramar so far through the first 2 games, and now this time it's going to be Virtus Pro and game start win.
No baits this time around, though. Seems like this fight is bound to go down full-on 4v4. And VP, well, this wouldn't be the second time. Actually, matter of fact, it would be the third that they go from a win into a pretty much no points game should they fall here. But let's see if they have it in them to take them out. Great start here. Sluggerlooks found one. Will be interesting. Instantly traded, though, by CC.
Tell you what, there's one team that needs this much more than the other, and that is going to be game start win, and they're finding it right now. The shot's coming through. Luke Correxy, the last player left alive for Virtus Pro as game start win just collapsed perfectly on top of them. Corexy working through. He's going to go down, and Virtus Pro out in 16th place.
Never has a wooden beam blocked more bullets than what Corexy just got to stay alive behind there for a second. But
not the first time he's been helped by a beamy.
Good one.
High five.
It happens.
I'm holding.
Every 250 games per hour gets one.
I'm holding up my arms like I just hit the 3. A fade away.
Yeah, actually, those guys. If you're in the venue, take a photo. It's true.
Thank you.
But no, I mean, as you're saying, GameStar win. They need a good thing going, and
Boy,
well,
they
you
needed that.
look at that. Look at this now. 16th place all the way up to 10th. There's no big jumps. I mean, maybe actually 10th, but up to 11th at least. That's 13 points.
Yeah, and I mean, the interesting call here now, if your game start win, like you're in the church, you're just off dead center. You've obviously got the blue chip. Do you try to go for the revive, or do you try to play this one as 3 forward? I mean, at this point, 5-6 minutes into the game, you could go to that maybe send one to the southeast revive station and just hope for the best.
And you're the team that came in on that southern side too.
Yeah.
I think it would be
it looks like
it
that's
would
what
be
they're
a
gonna
fool's
do.
errand not to try and go get your last player in, because especially with a position like that, if the circles keep coming to rebound, you want to have that 4th guy in there for I mean, hell, even just finding
100%.
some more knocked players to flush.
Yeah, 100%. Shatan going to be the one that does it, as we see FaZe running into a few issues and trees on the eastern side of Los Leones. They're kind of feeling right on the backside of Change the Game. Now, Change the Game, interestingly, they're wrapping just to the north side of Resort. They're going to see this beacon pop up. Now, if they decide to do anything about it, that is the question. As game start wins, Shatong has now, you see just off to your right there.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do anything. I mean, they're also going to be too slow to the party anyway. So I think smart on them to just continue the path they were on, because they do have a lot of space to maneuver down on that southern side. And even if it shifts hard north or west, I mean, from where they are on the south side, they can go anywhere. Both east and west sides are completely clear. So smart on them to just keep the pedal to the metal and continue forward.
All right, there you go. That'll be the reset for game start win, and they'll get everybody back to where they need to be. Bagel Pa, meanwhile, making their way in on the west. Looks like Baron was able to escape. The rest of Myth still up by Craterfield, so they're trying to find a way into this zone, while Navi, they'll pull on the hillside just on the other side of Anyone's Legend. Now, this is a 2-2 split for AL, and Navi just kind of hovering around the south side of that, but it doesn't look like they're too terribly interested in pushing any further.
I'm wondering if Extens is paying attention. You can see him kind of doing donuts up on the hillside there. He knows he has Ferris looking over his shoulder, so there's no real risk involved in him driving around. But of course, as you can see here too, they're looking for someone to come peeking out,
like
maybe
sharks.
take a shot to check what's happening, and then instantly pounce. But they are actually wanting to commit to this. It seems a third person is joining over. Now Soset is pulling up on this too. They didn't see any movement, so they think it's free. Has the bait worked out? It might just have destroyed finds one, but Tiger is instantly traded.
Boy, that's brutal for Navi. I mean, they had it. They had the push, and then just a great spray from Destroy gets him, and now the rest of Anyone's Legend are arriving. So Navi, they need to decide to get the other two over here, because now Sosit all by himself. But that's a good way to start things off, slow things down. The rest of the Navi squad on their way as the Anyone's Legend team try to push through. Sosit going to slow him down as much as he can. He's going to find him again, but goes down to the grenade.
That is the luckiest outcome of a terrible push I've seen in a long time. The fact that he backfills into the nade that he probably thought was a flash as well. Who that fumbling around with utility, and that might just have cost him the game.
Back on their feet, though. Ferris will try to take the first spray. He's going to get the first knock on to Destroy. Now it's all down to Anyone's Legends. Hackatory will try to take one, and look at this Team Liquid now, third partying this from range. Hudat, the last one up. Are you going to try to stick this? No way he sticks this, right? Hackatory is just dancing around. I think he's just trying to figure out where they might be. And look at that, you got the revive station right there too, just in case, and Destroy will get re-knocked. Hakatori, another grenade in hand, as Hudat, nursing 5 HP, has to make the run outside, which is extremely dangerous as they are getting peppered from range.
I was just going to say, Purdy literally just got a flush from that exact angle, so the fact that he goes
there
like,
it
well,
is.
you know what, there is Phil first. That is Na'Vi living with this scare, but also anyone's legend. I mean, I know they do a swap on the day, but whew, this is a costly loss early on in the day, and now Hakatori, what can he do on his own? Able to find Luke first, but there's an entire team of Liquid in the building, but Sparking fumbling getting out of the car too.
Oh, this is a fumble. And now Hakatori, he's down to 23 HP. He's going to try to slow things down with the Molotov in place, but Phil First is still up there, still taking the shots from range. He's going to dance around on the outside, see if he can at least flush these points. He'll get one. Can he get a second? He can. He'll find Alo. Hakatori just destroying Team Liquid all by himself.
We'll be able to try and get the rest here. Hakatori is going into the car.
You're kidding
What an absolute madman. He knows. I mean, this was where Liquid came in from. He knows they ain't down there anymore. This angle should be safe. Gets around the side, but accidentally flashes himself just a bit. Enough to find down, but will be caught in the end. These solo plays, for my heart, I can't. I cannot handle this. This is insane. And the fact that Liquid, that it gets so close in a 4v1 pull-up.
He is a monster, and he almost pulled off the miracle there. Now we'll see if Team Liquid can get their man back, because they are sitting right on top of a revive station as we see teams trying to make their way in from the south side. FaZe getting a little bit close to change the game coming on the south side of BB Team, which is actually probably good for Team Liquid, as BB Team was keeping eyes on that whole situation going on down there. So now their attention may be drawn elsewhere.
Let's see, CC looking over the top, but getting shot at from the side now as well. It's both Asla Pentagram and GameStart Win looking his direction. So staying humble, back down the hill, and for Liquid, living with a scare on that one. Sparking getting back in the game.
Yeah, why not get him back?
I mean, you're in a position with
right
the
there,
rest
yeah.
station, so might as well.
Highly unlikely, and yeah, they get him back immediately as they got the timing perfect. Pentagram, meanwhile, still working from that high side of Chuma. Now they are very split. Red Zone, I believe, is leading the way, leading the charge. Howl just behind him, while Glaz and Hammer are keeping eyes on everything on the south side. So this is kind of typical for how Pentagram has been playing the game. Yeah. Very split, holding, kind of keeping eyes on that edge. Now Sparking, gonna get spotted out, but he will be able to land in the end and get looted right back up off of the combined bodies.
Yeah, exactly.
Of just about everybody that was in there.
8 dead players in this.
Not too
should
shabby.
Give them utility for a lifetime.
And that's a great, I mean, that's great news for Liquid, honestly, because we've seen them lose situations like that before, and it always feels like, man, you know, like 9 times out of 10 they win that, and this time it's you don't want to get just absolutely bodied by a solo player like that. But when it's Hakatori, you kind of say, like, okay, let's count our blessings just a little bit that he didn't pull off an absolute miracle.
The fact that it even got close. Absolutely insane. James, I think, got warned by the presence of Pio. Not sure if it was just because I don't think Pio fired any shots at him at all. So just a great hunch there that there was something going on in the southwest, and is able to dip from what could have easily been a dire situation. He's been called out on his own before in these type of early game situations where they've actually been in decent areas of the map. So for them to not have that happen here is a good step up from FaZe.
Take that. Take that all day long. FaZe, a lot of room to work with, just kind of south of center circle right now. James actually, I thought he was going to go rejoin Vard, but he's going to go a little bit farther north as the circle will basically dead center up. So Copenhagen Wolves, they've got some interesting decisions to make right now in that big 3-way split. Falcons, they're still all by themselves over here on the east. Bagel they're going to keep wrapping around. They'll come in from the eastern side as well. Meanwhile, off to the west, this is where it's going to get spicy. Myth already in the midst of Rock. Oh, Solds, you had him. But Baron, what a disgusting turn.
I like the optimism from Souls, but man, my man, you have a 2-1-1 split going. Your car is parked safe on the backside. Why not just get out of there? You saw a third vehicle coming in. What are you hoping to achieve? Even if you get the first knock, they're just gonna bomb you.
That was a filthy turn, though, from Baron, to be fair.
It is. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Even if you got the first knock, like, what are you hoping
what are you
to achieve
do?
with it?
You're
Your team
1v4.
is nowhere near, and you actually had a position to backfill that's closer to the circle.
Yeah.
You had every good reason to just get out of there. But you know what? He felt it. He got eager, and then a position for now from where they have some space to maneuver, but you can't have that happen too many times today.
In a way, that feels though how Rock has decided to play this final day, right? They're going for the fights. We saw it in the first game where they were out in the blue. They were trying to go and hit the revive station, but they stuck around and took a fight with Game Start Win just to try to get one more point here or there, and they managed to pick one up. So we'll see how they decide to deal with Myth now, as Myth is starting to slowly make their way in. Bagelpa doing the same. They're pushing in on this Eastern phase 2-2 split. Olympus going to get spotted out by Biel, so that's a good way to start things off here for Rock.
A little bit of revenge comes through. We'll see if they can muster more with it, as Baron now making the run towards the circle. They know approximately where they have him in red zone. Of course,
Pentagram.
Of all players, red zone gets active now as well. RBN down, but they're able to find one more in return. Fantastical wakes up, getting himself a double.
And red zone is just stealing all of these away. Scappy will find the knock on to Fantastico. Biel from range will try to see if he can get Scappy. But look at this, Asla Pentagram. And it's not even Asla Pentagram, it's literally just red zone is managing to steal some of these away. So Myth will at least get credit for 2 of them, and they will be able to get Baron back on his feet. But you see Pentagram, they're starting to get a little bit more rambunctious. They're coming out here in the blue to see if they can clean this up.
I mean, Pentagram is playing like they're in the bottom of the leaderboard right now. They are fighting for every point they could possibly get, telling me one thing. They came into today saying, guys, we're making grand finals straight away. They do not want to linger through last chance. They want to make it there off of a good performance 2 days ago, and now a great start to today as well.
It's so much fun to watch a team that's playing with just reckless abandon and finding success doing it. They've got 3 up here. Howl, meanwhile, is taking shots at FaZe on the south side of Chubacera. So these guys are just looking for anything that they can shoot at right now.
This next shift is going to be big, though, because pretty much everyone is locked in compounds. And for Bagelpa,
the hard north.
Onto circle, though, shifting north T5. Well, there's the cheer for a circle for Thailand. They get one that connects to the north, but let's see for Wolves. For T5 as well, you got to group up, and Wolf might be too late to it. They're trying to get out now, but it might just be in time. No, not going to happen. Snakers finds one, but goes down immediately after.
He does. He's going to go get that first knock. At least the PO will get flushed out, but it's going to be actually Ming from Game Start Win, so they collect another point for themselves. They are in 16th place right now, but now that anyone's legend is out, they have a goal to try to cross, as Myth will avoid what was the push from Pentagram. They're going to come up to the north, but not really much else good up here as well. Third on 5. Just have complete control over the north side. Team Liquid also looking over in that direction as the vehicle will get on fire. Scappy just left to run for it. Fluky will find the knock, and they will. Luke 12 going to steal the point away.
Crowd is getting loud here. They don't know how to react when it's Thai team shooting another Thai team. Like, oh, we're happy, but we're also sad. Can you guys please stop this right now? That's the reaction we're hearing behind us. I'm looking over my shoulder. They don't know whether to laugh or cry.
We hear a few polite claps now that Baron has been taken out by the Bizzler. As Copenhagen Wolves, they do lose 1, but they do manage to get their other teammate back over. So 3 alive, still in a good position. FaZe now having to try to fight their way in as Game Start Win. They've been holding on to this church for quite some time, and they're sticking around long enough to make FaZe's transition a living hell.
Well, long enough to make their rotation a hell, but they also have to make one of their own in a second's time.
Oh, no.
The unfortunate flip around takes one out with it. Xiao Pian is able to get VAR. Flush comes through as well, but for the rest of FaZe, they should be out of there. As I say that, though, where in the world do you go from there? James Feck still driving. Down to low HP, both of them, too. You're going for the Shack. I think that's the only play, right?
That's the only play, and it's only going to be Fex that gets there as James gets taken down by Kickstart, stolen away by Michael. So Wolves collect another point, and they find themselves hopping above FaZe now, as Fex will be the last one left. Actually, no, Gustav.
Yeah, he's
still alive. So, okay, FaZe still have 2. They've got an insurance policy on the outside. As Red Zone, the Demon Slayer is down. CC 108 will get traded by Glaz as now Game Start Win, trying to see if they can take out what's left of Pentagram.
A nice positioning for Red Zone. Oh, sorry for Red Zone, for Pentagram, because he's just the whole team at this point. For Pentagram to have Glass sat there on the off angle on the southern side. Issue is they're being shot in the back themselves as well. Filfirst once again getting active over the top of the hill.
And tell you what, all of these kills are getting stolen by somebody else. BB Team has been very active with this. I think Falcons even stole one away from the northern side. Gustav's still alive, though. He's creeping in. He could be a problem as Xiaopian on that high side. He's going to get shot in the back. What? Bestalot going to take down Xiaopian as somehow Asla Pentagram still in it. What a spray from Gustav. Will take down Xiaotong. He'll collect a 1 point at least for FaZe.
Salvage, salvage, salvage. That's all you can do. BB Team now alert to the information that Gustav is around here. Ming still here too, so 2 solos set on the southern side. I think for BB it's a smart play to disengage on this. They know they have the compound on the edge of the circle. There's so much more to fight for. Let these solos deal with one another, and there's the first one gone down.
Fantastic work from BB Team as they continue to flex out from their high ground position, but got to give a shout out where it's due. Game start win. Yeah. 8 kills. They're still in it. As we now see BagelPot trying to do the same thing that FaZe just had to do, and they're having, well, similar luck. They just know where really to play. Guyon will stay alive just by the grace of the vehicle. Is Gustav still alive? He's still trying to make his way in, but BB Team is looking.
I love the early cross up from Guyon, though. The fact that they know we have to get inside the circle somehow. There is no world in which we play the northern side of that road. But playing across the south, they can't do much with it. But you're inside circle, and once the compounds start fighting, once the valley down below gets contested, that's when you start engaging. For Falcons, though, they're trying to pull up on this one. It's all or nothing type move, and Akan is there to open up early.
What a spray from Akan to start things off, and Petrichor going to steal the point away. Kickstart now going to go down as well as Petrichor. Road has vision on all of this from that northern side. BagelPod just, I mean, they're not even having to defend their compound. Petrichor Road doing it for them.
That is true. AC applying a lot of pressure from the side. Song Yang trying to get the points with it, but Kickstart wiggling around, not going to allow him to get it.
Okay. Team Falcons have at least found the foothold in with a duo. Akan.
The blue zone.
Eat the blue zone here for now. Will at least make sure he gets that point for Kickstart. He's not going to get that off. That's Song Jiang going down to the blue. And Tickleton now, he's exposed. He's going to go down as well. The damage just too much in the end.
Yep, down to low HP. Both of them going down to blue because of it. So important point for teams needs not getting them. As BB Team now start flexing further towards the east, they have forgot about Gustav, though. As I say, that Filfirst is actually looking south. They should. I mean, that's not one you let slip. It literally happened 2 minutes ago. You know there's still a FaZe player alive somewhere, so good on Filfirst to keep track of blue zone.
No, sir. We do not forget about Gustav. Well, we got 2 solos out in the blue. Biel Malcolmo for Rock has managed to secure a few more placement, although they're not in placement points just yet. He's staying alive for the time being. And
it's a placement contest between the two.
It is.
Left alive.
It's a fight for 1 point here, a heel off. Well, I got to tell you, man, BB Team, they look like they're back on their day one stuff.
Yeah.
As they are just still 4 alive. They've got the southern side. They've got the high ground. And they're just coming across and third-partying on these teams and catching people at a disadvantage. I don't think I've seen anybody shoot at them yet. Just because they haven't really given us anything to shoot at.
There you go.
There you go. Rock will go down.
You won the solo heal off. We'll see how much more he can do with it as phase 3 has come around. Healing, you have to just insta-commit to it. But 11 first aids for Gustav. Maybe some more to be found as he creeps his way further along the roadside.
All right, change the game. Are on there as well. Third on 5. Oh, they got the mortar ready to go. They have had nothing to do this whole game. They've been on the north side just vibing as they've been taking shots at teams from range, but 0 kills so far. Nobody's really gone anywhere up there. They've been avoiding it as much as possible. So
and that crowd is why you don't boo a Circle 1. Because it's not always a bad thing that you don't have the shift come your way. As a matter of fact, it could put you in an even better position that you have to go for a little while.
All right, here comes Gustav. He's only got 5 left. And he's going to see BB Team making their way out. He's going to make the run for it.
Those 2.
Did they spot him? No, they haven't. The C4 from BB Team.
This would be insane if he actually gets to run in, but it's still quite the run. BagelPot got 1 knocked as well. That's a count down.
Where are they going with it?
Wait, mate.
Nowhere?
You gotta. Why are there 2 in the car?
I think they're going for they're going for the Copenhagen Wolves compound. Here we go. Did it time it right? Going right to the middle, but it's just a little bit early.
Timing still off, things the pros can still get better at. As Vex is able to find one, we said it was going to be a placement point game.
Gustav!
But there is Gustav able to find the first one. Cannot connect on the second, but with the final bullet in the chamber, is able to take down the number 2.
From the blue, Gustav gets 2, and they're gonna have to leave him behind. And now BB Team, they were in such control over the top side of that hill, and now they have to push in as a duo. Begopa, Guyon, the last one left alive. He's got 678 damage so far. That grenade will find Phil first, and now Molodosh will have to push forward through his solo.
Yep, solo player left alive. Impossible run for him to go along that ridge line. T5 has everything in vision from that east. As soon as they get around the corner, they should be down easily. Change the game, trying to make use of smoke to make the run on down, but as you see here, Wolves too, I mean, they know what's happening up on that hillside.
Shout out to you guys in the crowd. They got some good signs up there, and there you go. Molodot will go down to the blue, and that's BB Team out in 6th place. That was brutal, all because of that single solitary solo snake, Gustav.
That's a 6-point game from 0, from a dead 0-point game to 6 points. Is a huge salvage for both Gustav and Vex.
Wild stuff. Well, T5, they still got mortars, and they still got Petrichor Rodent. Oh, that's a good grenade, double grenade. It's gonna get Wembo low, but he's not gonna get the knock. He's gonna go back down, but he's gonna get taken down by Lucas. That one will find the mark. Rossadid will take down Nan, and here comes the return.
You gotta give him more. Yep, that's the trajectory. Those are the mortars that are currently flying on in. 0 kills though still for T5. They've been set up here, and you can't really fault them because they haven't had eyes on anything. Only now are people actually starting to get within vision of them.
All right, we'll see what Liquid and Wolves can do on this southern side here. Third on 5 have managed to make their foothold a little bit stronger into that top 5. It sounds like we got some comedians out there. I'm not sure what's happening. They're having a great time. Yeah, if you're in Bangkok, make sure you come on down here and get involved in this because we're doing fun things. Wolves, though, they are not having nearly as fun of a time as they are very much pinned in their compound.
Not at all. Have to make a send. Ming, welcome back, buddy. Able to find the double headshot connected. Bissler stood no chance in making that play happen.
Well, Michael trying to provide some support from up high. Vox, what a grenade! Finds Ming in AZ. Now, if you're Liquid, you have to see that in the kill feed and start thinking about maybe making a push here.
Thing is, I mean, they also know they have T5 on the north side of this.
Oh,
how do you go
Chewy.
for it? In fact, it's not going to happen. As you can see here, even if Liquid tries to make the aggressive play across, you are in line of sight of T5 through that entire transition. So, you know what I mean? The fact that they have 16 nades, do a 1-2 smoke path and throw some nades over because they're making the play happen now, but now they've already gotten the rest and are flexed out again.
Might been just a question of timing here as Chewy.
Yeah, this could be dangerous.
Does get spotted out, 34 HP, but he's going to be close enough to throw a grenade. Nan will find the first knock on to Alo. Chewy is very low as well, but the nades keep on coming. Chewy going to go down to Purdy Curdy as now third on 5. You can see they're hopping in vehicles. They're going to start getting involved. Luke 12 going to go down from there from range. 3 up for Petrichor Road as they will take the spray. And there you go, Purdy Curdy goes down.
T5 might not get a lot of kills over this. There comes their first of the entire match, but they're getting this one served on a platter. Liquid cannot look south right now because they have the opponents going on the other side. Petrichor Road trying to climb out of the bottom, and what better saving grace than Sparking leaving the game with a double nade onto Petrichor Road. Now just 1 left alive. Ming concedes this one, and it's gonna be a T5 victory. What a finish, Poro.
The crowd is loving it. Marathon 5.
Rosicit Junior
right there. And you know what? We didn't get to see a lot of kills from Theraton 5, but you know, they had the northern side on lock. There was only so much they could really do. I think in the end, they may have only ended up with 2 overall. But hey, a win's a win, Toby.
A song once came out starting with a lot of R's and then something about staying alive in the end of it. And you know what? You'll take those 10 points if they come as free as this. Third on 5 already in a good position. They will happily lean back and get a freebie like that.
Absolutely, and we can't wait to see just how well this is going to look for Team Liquid, Copenhagen Wolves, teams that were in that kind of danger zone that really needed to kind of push themselves back up again. And a GSW also climbing back in. So we're 2 games down. We've got 4 left to go, and it is still exciting.
That's 3 victories in 8 games here for Theraton 5 as they put another one on the board live here from Bangkok. And that is brilliant stuff coming out from them to be able to dissuade Petrichor Road from any further aggressions towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, great game by then. My favorite part was after the win when we got to see the little one raised high, cheering on Dad.
The baby!
The baby as he takes home the victory. But it was a good game for them. Also, you know, I felt like we got a little bit of a hackatory waking here. He died eventually, but he got 2 kills. Looked better than he has in the last. This is just because he's on my team.
Yeah, I was nodding along with you. Hoping that
maybe. If he had won the double there, that would have been really cool.
He did knock one of them. It was a peak too far, though. Unfortunately, Pakatori didn't have any backup, considering everybody had gone down. Na'Vi needs to shape up in order to be able to ship out when it comes to that top 5, because they can't do it this way.
Another big moment in this was the fact that VP, who won our first game, ended up in a fight over the church with GSW, who's desperate for points right now, and ultimately gave 4 points over to a team that's desperate for them. The bottom of the leaderboard is what's been impressed me the most today so far. Petrichor, Copenhagen Wolves, GSW, these guys clearly got the message and came out swinging.
I do think they've been shooketh after what was going on yesterday, and now they need to right the ship a little bit. But you're totally on the money here with that. At least, of course, Wolf was able to get into the top 4. Petrichor into the top 4 here, trying for that fight back, but where Theraton 5 was, there wasn't really much room for them to do anything. I mean, you could see how pressed up against the blue Petrichor Road was against the line of sight that Theraton 5 had.
T5 had a good spot, and again, it comes down to when the games you're supposed to win, but more importantly, up to the bottom of the leaderboard, salvage every single point you can when you need to. And for me, that's the story of the first 2 games. Our top teams, Falcons have been fun to watch, but they're losing people early. Na'Vi has not been as effective as I'd like to see. Virtus Pro won a game, but they're still being a little more laid back, I feel like, in some of these fights. They're leaving the door open and saying, all right, bottom, if you guys want to fight for that 3, we're going to kind of let you do your thing. And those guys have come out from the jump being crazy. Vex also crazy.
Pull some interesting faces from time to time, you know. It's just that we are in the UK, you know.
I think it says Michael Knockton. They got that right afterwards.
Oh yeah, that was
taking each other out.
That was in the first game. Yes. No, that's ridiculous. Actually, I do believe they're a duo tomorrow, Vex and Michael as well. Because the UK boys, they stick together, they do.
Liquid guys look exhausted, but they're actually playing really, really well. This is the Liquid I wish we had seen all year long. As they're fighting their way up into the top 6. I mean, they're actually at a point where they could strike into the top 5 in a bid for the grand final.
It's 13 points going the way of Theraton 5. It's not the biggest of wins, but it's a win, so they'll take it to be able to push them up a little bit further. Petrichor Road, extremely important points. Woo. Team Liquid, extremely important points to make sure that they're showing up defenses.
And Game Start Win, who was on the bottom of the leaderboard, gets themselves into 8 kills. 0 placement, but again, you figure out what you can get. Theraton 5, though, only 3 kills, still 13 points. It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. The chicken dinner is what matters most, and for them, it's going to be another confidence builder as they continue to show what the home crowd can do.
Talk to me Copenhagen Wolves, because obviously 8 points here is a very important move for them so far. Obviously, we do have Snakers on board. What Snakers done for you so far? Is it enough for you so far?
So far, Snakers has helped them qualify here in PAS.
Yes.
I have not seen anything here yet that makes me say, hey, here's a great swap out. You know, Gats is on the bench. This was the right choice. He is doing more work than anybody else on the team, but right now it feels like it's a 3 support Snakers strat, and it needs to really be the whole team making moves at the same time.
Yeah, we know that they're capable individually, and when it comes to the total leaderboards, good old BB team is going to be able to take that top spot for them. Onwards, Falcons in 2nd place, Virtus Pro with the 3rd, Theraton 5 jumps a little into that 4th. Changed the game though, like again, just they've only had like 5 points or so today here to be able to push them up a little bit beyond all of this. So they're in the top 5 right now. But there's still so many teams that can strike at them. It's so close from 5th all the way down.
And honestly, that win from T5 puts them into a spot where I would say they're pretty much safe, right? If they
should
continue gaining 4 or 5 per game, they should be a lock-in to go to the finals. And Change the Game, while having good plays so far, has not done the same thing. They have left that door open. Na'Vi, Bagopal, Liquid, and Asla Pentagram are easily in striking distance with the way these teams have been playing. Asla with Red Zone. If Red Zone can get them to the grand final by his heavy lift himself.
That'd be
that would
wild.
be one of the most epic single performances I have ever seen.
To reference what we were saying at the beginning of the day, as well as if you watched yesterday, 122 points was that cutoff for top 5 for DN Freaks yesterday, and then down towards the bottom, 17 Gaming survived with 81 points, and it was like really close, just a few points in it and things like that. So we're keeping an eye on those for now, but we are going to go to a break. When we return, the wildcard map's on the way here for Group B, day number 3.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
That's me. And you're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well, it's pretty standard. Check this out. Music player in my chest. It's powering up my new robot arm. Whoa. It's making everything sync up with the beat. Let's rock. This is awesome! Vandalay Technologies isn't just coming from my arm. They're after all of us. That's the defect!
What in the hell am I looking at?
The name's Chai, not Defect.
Is this the guy?
We'll take down this company, one boss at a time. Just so you know, they're insane.
I'm here, baby. Hold on, did you just...
I caught the one I'd been waiting for. Thinkum. In Thinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
The plane has taken to the sky for the final time over Miramar here at the group stages of PGC 2025. And what an absolutely insane start to the day and finish to the group stage we are witnessing today. The teams that need it most, Poro, are really rising to the occasion.
My heart, and we're seeing just individual play too.
Yeah,
I mean, you talk about obviously Red Zone. Oh, we're gonna be watching that replay for years. and then Hakatori almost pulls off the exact same thing against Liquid. That was almost a beautiful thing. But I mean, we're seeing it though. These guys are warmed up. All the rust is knocked off. Everybody knows what is at stake at this point, and they are leaving it all on the table, Toby.
Which they better, because it is as close as it could possibly get with this slow but steady rise up of GameStart, win all the way down from the bottom. And anyone's legend still, I mean, while it's not anything flashy, getting a couple of points here and there, able to stay in it. Things are getting closer by the game as we now take to Tego for the final time here of the group stages.
Now is when things start to get a little weird. When you start throwing in Tego and Rondo, that's when things start to get a little bit weird. But you know what? You got to give credit. GameStart win. They saw what JDG was able to do yesterday, and they said, you know what? Why not us? We're going to come out here, and we're going to put it all on the table and put it all on the line. And so far, so good. They are still well within striking range of that 13th position. And then you look at the other side of the leaderboard, change the game. Who would have thought? Change the game coming in, and they are in the top 5 right now.
Incredible. Started rock bottom, but able to turn it around. You know what? I had a chat with the Navi boys coming into today, and I was like, guys, how many wins you getting today? I know it's the most rude question you can ask a player, but I was like, bro, we're like, how
sure
was
they love
to
that.
say? But I looked at them. They said, we'll give you 2. We'll give you 1 on Tego.
Okay.
Then they also said, we'll give you 1 on Miramar, which we just forget about. But they said they were going to give us 1 on Tego, and now that we've mentioned it, maybe they're getting the caster buff and not the caster curse, and they make it happen because they need a turnaround from how incredible their start to day 1 was. We have not seen anything of it since.
You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say, you know what? I think it might actually benefit Navi more to have to play through the final stage and get a few more reps. Now, I know they wouldn't. Nobody wants to have to do that. You'd love to be able to just get through the grand final, but I think a few more reps for this team just seems like it would be beneficial. I don't know. Maybe I'm just full of it.
I hear what you're saying, and I would agree. I don't know if they would benefit, but I think it's a mixed bag, sort of. They wouldn't necessarily benefit, but it also wouldn't be bad for them.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I think for them, it's just more the matter of we know we're capable of finishing top 5 in this group, so why in the world aren't we there? You know, like the annoyance, the frustration of having had such a great day 1 and now having to play from behind. I say behind, they're only 1 point, literally 1 point out, but still, they were sat solidly up in the top coming into day 2, and now they aren't there anymore.
Yeah, that top 4 is kind of separating themselves pretty quickly. BB team obviously still having a phenomenal day, and after Falcons took over first place there temporarily, BB team taking it back with authority in game number 2, but Virtus Pro also still looking good. Third on 5, that win, although not a huge win, and that man of the match maybe a little bit tongue-in-cheek, as you know, but a win's a win, and they're now 104 points. I mean, you see how clear they are of 5th, and yeah, I think they should be feeling pretty comfy.
Rossiter Jr. getting the MVP with 200 damage done in that game goes to show the game that Third on 5 have. But we all know who the real MVP of that game was.
Rossiter Jr.
Rossiter Jr. the second. Another potential MVP of this whole group stage, though, is this man on screen right now. Let's hear what Red Zone had to say.
With Red Zone, once again from Asla Pentagram. So I would like to ask you, because today on the first match you have done such an impressive 1v3 against BB. You pulled off with that, so please walk us through that, please.
첫 번째 매치에서 비비 상대로 굉장한 1대3 클러치를 보여주셨는데요. 그때 상황을 한번 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
이제 팀원들이 다 죽고 저 혼자 남았었는데 상대는 많은 걸 알고 있었고 저는 혼자여서 상대가 저를 잡으러 올 걸 알고 있었지만 이길 자신이 있어서 그냥 총 쏘니까 이긴 것 같습니다.
My teammates were all dead and I was alive alone, and I knew that they were pushing through me, but I felt confident about it and I just shot them and they died.
All right, so this is so impressive, and let's look forward for Asla Pentagram.
I shoot, they die. You know what? We need to know no more. I will say, though, for those of you guys just watching the replays there, notice how it wasn't until the very final shot. The first 4 kills came with no leaning at all. Yeah. Korea peeking just straight on A and D'ing back and forth from the window. I think a lot of up-and-coming players, a lot of players that just play this on the casual will always try and lean around the corner of the window there. For him and for many pros alike, they do this peek where they just wiggle back and forth left-right rather than leaning left and right. And, well, as we can see there, very, very effective.
And you know what? If you also wanted to learn something from that one, work smarter, not harder. Let the let the blue zone do 75% of their health before you even get in the 1v3.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden it becomes so much easier.
Definitely.
It's still impressive.
Oh, yeah. It didn't happen in the highlight, but it literally got a double knock just 30 seconds before that took place.
I mean, yeah. Well, he got it with the Copenhagen Wolves. He
exactly.
almost 1v3 2 separate teams. So I mean, it was
easy. Go away.
Yeah.
You can't shoot at that. You can't shoot at Chewie and expect people to stand there.
You're just like, yep, that's Tank.
Silhouetting going, no, Tank, you shall not.
Can't do anything about that.
Can't be doing that.
Scared away with mean words.
Yep. Get him off.
Evil glances.
Evil glances galore.
That one's a little bit more effective.
Yeah.
Shrimsy going to take a few shots over towards FaZe, who are trying to make their way in from that western side on the southern part of the river, getting a little close to Falcons, but it's only one of Falcons shooting, so not too terribly perturbing. His kickstart will take to the skies.
Incredible to look, though. I was to look at the south side of this circle, inside circle, I should say, how many teams have opted to push north already. When you're on that peninsula on the southern part of this, you know that there's only so much space to fight for. What makes it even more difficult is where GameStart Win is currently set up on this hillside. They have such a good overview of effectively everything there is on this peninsula that you got to claim something early and get indoors. Because if not, then you're going down and your tires are probably going to be popped with it. So east, completely vacant. Northwest, slowly now starting to get taken from the teams that landed on the Northwest Island. But the south is already jam-packed, and we still have 3 more teams yet to make it in. They're all coming from that same southern side.
And it all looks like they're going to stay on the south, too, as they're going from the southwest. They're rotating east, east and then north. So what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams north of the river right now. Bagopah kind of making their way over towards Shipyard. We'll see if they stay there or they cross over. I see a nice little care package pickup dropping down there, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them stick around a little bit longer as we see Kickstart high in the sky, toying with the red zone. The less dangerous of the 2 red zones, I feel like we've seen recently.
See, Kick, great eyes, great vision. Curious to know exactly what he is looking for around them. Obviously, they are inside circle, but on the very southern side, but with a lot of water that could favor a phase 2 and 3 in their direction should we go anywhere south at all with this next shift coming up.
Yeah, just completely free inside terminal, and they'll know that Navi is going to be just off to their east. Navi going to opt back into that 2-2. I mean, that's a spot that they're used to playing with Twisted Minds in terminal off to their west, so they'll know how to play that one comfortably and carefully. As we see Team Liquid making their way on the eastern edge of this map. They're going to come through just on the south side of Airport. So you mentioned all that eastern side, all that northeastern side up all the way up to Shipyard, pretty free and clear. So Sparky is just going to see a whole lot of freedom in front of him as he scouts out for the rest of his squad.
Yep, exactly. Flying over the airport and pathing his way for him and his team. And for Liquid, I think, I mean, even if the circle goes west here, given that they came from that southern side so late, they're going to be well aware that there's plenty of space to maneuver. For the likes of Bagopah, though, not quite the case. They're set up on the northern side, and they've just heard Change the Game come in. Now they're going to be nearby themselves, and I think for Ares and Hang Yi, got a decision to make. Do we stand our ground here, or do we back off knowing we have more space to play further towards the west?
Well, it doesn't look like they're too terribly interested in making a full-on press here, as Wembo and Tianchan still holding off to the west. So it looks like they're just going to listen for sound cues. Bagopah, looks like most of them actually heading back towards Shipyard, doing a little bit more looting up on that care package drop, although BB Team has now arrived, and they are sitting just on that eastern side of Army Base. Third on 5 are making their way through Army Base right now, so we'll keep an eye up there to see if they get any closer as Bangkok and Change the Game still dancing around each other.
Vehicles gonna give the info across, though there are enemies in the nearby area, so I think for Change the Game they're just gonna duck in that much deeper off of having heard that. For T5, are they gonna fully commit, just, you know, send it down the road? Are they gonna stop and scout forward? They have been very wise about their kind of playing safe once they figure, now we're in a territory where there could be an opponent they've been stopping, and I think they're looking to do the same here. Great adjustment, because Luka was waiting just over the other side.
Yeah, I'm looking at Fluky. I'm wondering if Fluky is in the sky right now. And maybe they spotted him out, but no, they get a little bit too close. Ranger X going to immediately get taken down by Azuzi. And Rossiter Jr. will have to escape, and he will make it out pretty free and clear. But that is one picked off, and one more point picked up by BB Team as the shift will go to the east.
Well, we talked about the east, west, down towards that south over the river. We're going to be seeing a lot of that right now. Issue is, as you can see on the map as well, you're going to be coming in from that airport side. It's all open fields, and you're going to have a hard time transitioning on anything that isn't roads around there. So how do we go northeast on this? It's going to be so difficult.
All right, a number of teams already running into each other. FaZe and Wolves will trade one back. Bizzler going to go down. He's trying to see if he can find the knock on to Michael as a few more shots actually kiss. And the rest of Myth, they're just south of dead center in a 2-2 split, and they have got great vision over everything making their way through. But Baron will get taken down by who else? Red Zone again.
What clutch timing. He had a great line of sight on his teammate, but able to get
he
one. Finds
gets
the
another
second
one
as well. Red Zone is on hammer. Well, he's been good through this tournament so far as well. This time around a bit too good as Red Zone finds themselves the third, single-handedly dismantling the entirety of Myth.
And Myth was in such good position, but they will go down in 16th place. And where has this Pentagram squad been? They are looking too dangerous. And now we cut over to that eastern side of Shipyard. Change the Game, and Bangkok will finally run into each other.
One thing is for sure, every single person in the world is going to have Red Zone on their fantasy team coming into Last Chance. Hell, I mean, they could even make grand finals with how they're playing right now.
Tell you what, his price is going to go skyrocketing after this one. Looks like Bangkok will lose one. Pio will continue to pull away. Khan will probably rejoin him, but good hold there by CTG as they actually, no, they don't even get the kill, the point for the kill. It gets stolen away by BB Team. So BB Team now too deep as they secure their hold a little bit more on first place.
Well, they were on 5, realizing, oh, it's a pretty long rotation, and we've got an entire river to cross. Let's send at least one up high. Maybe pop a parachute real early, too, to try and scout forward. The rest of the team opted not to go. Floki is far off in the north, and as Gro said, while sat on the epic, I'm not sure if he actually missed it, or if it's intentional that he was left behind.
Either way, third on 5 will have 2 making their way still over from the west, and BB Team, after stealing food out of the mouths of Change the Game, will make their way across the bridge, but they're going to take a few shots over from Team Liquid. But look at that, a nice, cozy, comfy compound just sitting here waiting for them.
Slow rotations for BB Team, and safe, go from the edge into the next position, into the next position. That's how they like to do it. If they can play into phase 5 with 0 kills, they'll happily do it if that means they've avoided any sort of confrontation that long.
Falcons still playing around that southern edge. Kickstart trying to scout out for the rest of the boys. I think he spotted Rock, but maybe only 2 of Rock. I don't think he spotted all of Rock, as Red Zone is just looking like he's just driving around hunting for more kills at this point. He's like a lion, and he's going to take a few shots from RBN, and that's going to let him know that this is taken territory.
Definitely.
He is nowhere near the rest of his team right now. I don't even know. I think he might have been. Oh, he's going for the revive station, but Falcons is there.
The revive station. Oh, he's going for the next one in airport. Okay, I see what you're doing, but you're also driving like in between 3 different teams. So maybe at this point, fall back. But then again, I say that and look at what this man is capable of doing. There is no stopping him.
That's just nasty. That is absolutely nasty.
And then Howl finds the last solid cleanup. They're feeling it as much as ever. Myth, on the other hand, they got stomped.
Yeah, they're in trouble, man. We're now halfway through the day, and they're sitting in 14th place. If the teams in 13th and above start collecting some points here, they're going to find that cut line moving away from them. So hopefully they can kind of regroup and get ready for the next game quickly, because they got some work left to do.
And it's the polar opposite of what we've seen from Pentagram, right? I mean, former Forest Gaming, Myth, they came into this tournament with all types of momentum going the way off of what KISS was able to do in previous global tournament. So for them to come out with effectively nothing up until this point is a bit of a head-scratcher. Hopefully they can rally around the firepower that they have on the roster and get something going with 3 games left.
All right, Navi. We've got Hackatory already up here. Ferris getting a little bit closer. They're going to give VP fits right now as they try to make their way across the river. Meanwhile, RBN and the Rock Boys are making the push into Anyone's Legend after getting the initial knock onto Himass. So that's going to be a full 4v4 as the rest of Anyone's Legend has arrived.
See here, Destroy sat ready waiting on the inside. Answers galore between these two teams, as of course, as with every other PUBG fight these days, utility is the main weapon of choice, and then guns come into use when you don't have any more utils to work with.
Oh no! But Tycon gonna go down to CC108, so GameStar Win also having an angle onto this. Third partying from uphill, Santashico will find the knock on Destroy with that grenade, and you can see in the kill feed, VP and Navi are going at it as well, so multiple fights going on as we wait for this next circle to collapse.
We have seen one knock with guns, everything else has been with util, and we won't finish without it either. Beal able to find Himass, and that's once again Anyone's Legend out with a 0-pointer.
That is 2 teams in Myth and Anyone's Legends that desperately needed to find something here, but they'll have to wait as Third on 5 now sneaking up behind Navi. Navi was trying to put themselves in a position to take this fight with Virtus Pro, but maybe taking a little bit too long. Extends, has Corexi dead to rights out in the middle of the beach, and yes, he will get him in the end, but not before getting knocked down to 6 HP.
Rooks trying to push further forward, finds one. I think just rest, great timing to push through there. There is still more pressure on the southern side of Hackatory. He can't commit at this point. He's hurt the vehicles of T5 coming in, so he can't stand aggressively looking forward. This should be VP with a reset possible. Nixie though will fall, so will Corexi. VP down to 2.
And we see that circle center right on top of Team Liquid. We'll see how quickly they get everybody back in as Pentagram is able to get Hammer back on his feet, so they'll be back to full strength as they try to make their way in. And now you see the Wolves driving right past Asla. No shots coming through. Meanwhile, Ranger X, Third on 5. It's actually just Ranger X. The rest of Third on 5 on the south side. So Ranger X just trying to get out of here as quickly as he can after getting that knock and flush onto Hangy. And now you can see the rest of his squad is getting involved in a fight on the south side. So Third on 5 getting it from every angle right now.
Definitely Ranger X trying to get the safety on the northern side, but you gotta heal fast, my man, because the blue zone is crawling in 10 seconds time, and Change the Game is set here, all waiting for you. Trying to make a move, haven't able to spot one, catches the second as well, but can't quite connect.
Look, Ranger X just on a solo mission from God right now to ruin the game of Change the Game as the utility gonna come in return, and there you go, the knock will finally come through from Tian Tian, and that will be a thorn out of the side of Change the Game, and they can make their way into the north side of this circle.
But how do they path into this? It's going to be interesting. Do they take the fight straight to Falcons? Do they try to wrap out on the eastern side, maybe play into the Bago Park compound? Will be interesting to see. CGGs, they've been good with their rotations as of halfway through yesterday and today. So we'll see how they opt to path this one. For now, I think it's going to be slow playing out on the very edge.
And once again, we got to go. Okay. Close. Just off to the side. Let's pop the boat. Why not? Oh, no.
At least you got a boat.
And there goes Hackatory as well as Michael. I can't believe Michael's still alive. Snakers goes down. Michael stayed alive with just about 3 HP.
Yep.
Beamy still out in the blue. That's a follow-up. They'll survive that one again. Another follow.
There's one more coming.
Yeah, there is. Oh. Dangerous waters. Row away, row away. Oh, look at Team Liquid Alo actually going out there to see if he can maybe catch him by surprise as Vex will spot out Howl from Pentagram.
caught in a wide split here, though. Gustav playing the north side position, and this James in a good position to maybe find one as well, and that is going to be successful. Hammer taken down, but not before Glass finds one in return. Vart down, flush two. So face down to three as Red Zone now enabled once more. Catches James as it comes through the smoke. Almost gets the second, but Glass is there to trade for him.
He's got a shotgun rider with him as he's got 3 kills already. About 400, 500 damage for Red Zone, 300 for Glass. So he's got 2 of them. Gustav, the last one up for FaZe.
And
gotta send it in. Has that grenade sent on. Oh my goodness. Red Zone just barely surviving that one. Okay, the circle gonna keep going down towards the south. So we got all these teams on the north that are gonna have to make their way in.
Nice flex around there. They heard the vehicle go on the other side, maybe function as a bait. Let Red Zone do his thing. He's set up here just on the backside of this. Will throw a nade over sometime soon, so the info will be fed across to Gustav. There's the one nearby.
And he's trying to see if he can stick around long enough to get the res on the James, but they're not going to let it happen. Glass will get taken down by Gustav, and now he's in the 1v1 versus Red Zone, but that is a beautiful flashbang, and Red Zone will clean it up.
5 kills yet again for this absolute mystery maniac to come out and dumpster people at a global tournament like this. Speaking thereof, RP able to find himself a double, almost gets the third. Tian gets the better of himself in the end of it, and in a blink of an eye, change the game, are eliminated.
And Rock continue their climb up the leaderboard. That's another 5 kills for them as they try to fight in from that northeastern side, getting shot at in the backs from Petrichor Road. And they will find a little bit of solace here, but this is still outside of zone, so they're going to have to take the fight with Begopa if they want to make it into the circle.
Let's see, kickstart. Let's find one. It's going to open up, a push come forward. Floki catches Ming mid-air, but has to get back down behind the rocket. Shots coming in from the northern side. AC with a good angle, but Rusted can't really get down to try and help him out, despite the fact that Chewy is actually wrapped around. He needs to engage this real soon as Floki goes for yet another peek. Headshot connected, but can't find the knock.
Oh, he's going to peek from the other side now. He'll get it again, but going to get taken down by Chewy with the vehicle. As AZ, let's see if they can get the res onto him. But Rossiter Jr., where is he? He's nowhere near this. So Petrichor Road should have a chance to reset. Meanwhile, Red Zone still circling around in the blue.
Yep.
He might make it in on the south side. Falcons trying to push into Liquid, but they are getting taken down. Nice grenade from Luke 12. Will get the knock on a Shrimzy.
Important knock come through as well. That is the shortest plane path I've ever seen of a rescue helicopter. That is,
I know.
That is 800-meter drop zone. But nonetheless, Ming will get out and land in his compound with his teammates from GameStart who are, again, look at the jump up they can make here with the 4 teams in front of them eliminated already. And we're not even inside placement points yet. They have 1 of 3 compounds still left in play. If they can stay alive through to top 3 here, that's going to be so big for GSW.
They got to get to work. The Falcons still trying to push in through Team Liquid. Luke 12 holding the side. Meanwhile, BB Team, they're starting to wrap around. They might have an angle down onto GameStar when first knock comes through. Falcons continue to try to push in. Alo will spot out Tickleton through the smokes, and that'll put a damper on the Falcons' push.
But hold so far for Liquid, they've struggled being able to contain when teams have been pushing through up until this point in the tournament. So far, it looks pretty good for them. While Luke was in an off angle then dealt with, he's been able to get back to his teammates further towards the east. And look at this for GameStart win. Somewhere up in the sky really wants these boys out of elimination. And seemingly right now, they're getting everything they need to make it happen, but it's on themselves to bring this one home.
Haven't got a chance to talk about it just yet, but somehow, some way, Bloomy still in, and he is sneaking up right behind BB Team as they get stabbed in the back once again, but this time it looks like they should be able to reset. Won't be as disastrous as it was for them in game number 2.
How many times have we seen Beamy come in and completely dismantle teams in front of him just to continue sneaking his way further forward? During the meantime, Petrichor Road need big things happening. They too want to separate themselves from the bottom pack, so Chewy delivering here once more was pivotal in their success on game 1 in being able to push into Na'Vi when they did, and here, successful once more.
A lot of trades coming through, and now Team Liquid just down to 2. As it looks like Shrimzy's going to try to go for the revive, but Begopa has left their compound on the northern side, and they are wrapping in this direction. They've got grenades in hand. They've got the Falcons in their sights as shots from Bestalock of all people on the other side of this are going to pull him down. Alo will get Tiggleton. The trade comes through, and now Team Liquid down to just Purdy Curdy. Purdy Curdy is ready for it, though, and it's actually going to be BB Team that gets involved. Team Liquid goes down.
So difficult. Both these teams knowing full well there's teams on both sides. They really want to take this fight head on with one another, but there are only so many angles you can approach that fight from.
Oh, what
the
a
other guys
grenade.
don't have vision. PO landing an absolute blinder onto RBN will get him from 100 to nothing. As H-Win shooting tick. I'm not sure if that was just denying a potential point come out the other way.
Well, it's happening once again. Bagopop pushing into Rock, but Rock getting pushed from behind by Petrichor Road. Meanwhile, GameStar Win just hiding in their compound right now. BB Team, meanwhile, has wrapped around down to the south side where they have the raid boss in Red Zone still alive. Bagopop could be able to get these revives, but Kickstart is sending it over there. Rock is collapsing on top of it. They'll find Songjang. Santastico look in the wrong direction. He's not going to see him. There you go. Another spray comes through. Red Zone will go down, and so will Santastico and Molodok.
Everyone on the northern side being absolutely butchered right now. Petrichor holding off. Great positioning from them. Santastico doesn't realize it, but he had such a good position to hold off in that fight as Kickstart now trying to defend the fort while H-Win gets healed on up.
All right, H-Win, let's see what he can do. Kickstart's with him, and this is actually huge. Pero from range, it's going to leave Pio, the last player left alive. He's got that FAMAS, though, and that FAMAS is singing. He'll get the knock and flush onto Kickstart.
Yep, Jammer Pack's about to go out. Phase 6 Hurt's going to be Phase 7 in just a second. You got to go fast if you're a PO. Can't stop and heal now. Got to get inside circle, but H1 has the inside of this one. Down to low HP as well, though. Will find one.
There he is.
That's the sprint for the circle. Just exactly able to get in.
Okay. Just in the nick of time, H-Win staying alive. Petrichor Road, for their part, they have had a blinder so far today. They've crawled themselves up into 10th place overall. 4 kills in the bag right now, and we'll see if they can pull off anything else. But BB Team, again, just consistency. Consistency. 7 kills already, and now they're wrapping around on the south side to see if they can take down Rossiter.
Do they know that he is?
Ain't no way.
He has not made a sound for so long now. Creeping up, plenty of util, but he ain't gonna have time to use it. Peeks on up, finds the first one instantly, goes for the second, almost wins the trade, but not gonna happen more. A great response, needed one, because they were only 2 more on that side. Aduzu was still holding the north, so good on them. Down to 4 teams left alive, and now we think GSW, they did it, they've done it, but they only have 1 kill. You need to maximize out of a position given like this, and right now if they fall, it's a 5-point game. They need more.
Absolutely. Well, BB Team, unfortunately for them, they are just, they know that GSW is inside the compound. They're just going to avoid that compound and just continuing death ball wrapping around the edges of this zone. H-Win is going to follow right behind them, I think. I think he's pretty much figured out what's going on. He knows Petrichor Road is up there, and now they are in sight of BB Team as AZ going to have to hop in the vehicle to avoid the shots from Molodok.
Love the pathing of H-Win. If you see big snowplows going in one direction, you drive your car behind those snowplows because that's where there's less environments to go up against. And for him, trying to make the run on forward now, issue is have to cut the corner eventually, and now he's in the open eyes of the compound. Maybe going to be helped a little bit here, though. It failed on Miramar just before. But maybe BB can make it happen with the C4 this time around. Where are they going?
Where are they going?
Oh, they're wide-wrapping Petrichor.
Wrapping around onto Petrichor, and he's going to get there. He's going to drive right past. He misses it. He's going to go for the BRDM, but he's going to take down himself instead as AZ is able to reverse just in the nick of time. But the rest of BB Team, they are crashing down on here. GSW now, they're finally going to leave their compound and try to get some of these points before they're all gone.
They better try and get some of the points, and even more so, they better start shooting at BB while they're looking the other way fully right now, preoccupied with dealing with Petrichor. Game start when you have a window to execute, and it's about 2 seconds from now on before they start looking the other way, and here they come. Xiaotong finds one, but not before Bestalock finds one on none.
AZ, the last player left alive for Petrichor Road, but he's got that BRDM as you see the kill feed starting to light up with GSW. They'll take down BB Team, and now they're going to try to see if they have any way to deal with this BRDM as AZ is just driving around. It's on fire. He's got to hop out. GSW, can they secure their win here? Can they find their way out of the dead last bottom spot? They can indeed. big win for Game Start Win.
In the final seconds of the game, we saw them jump into 15th, then into 14th. Those last second placement points, and with the win on top of it now, is going to boot them right up into contention with the rest of them. They were sat not just in last, but with a big jump up to 15th coming into this. Now they are very much in the conversation once more.
They have been doing everything that they needed to do here today to secure their spot in that top 16, or the top 13 rather, to make sure that they make that last chance qualifier. BB team, though, they are still so solid. They are collecting so many points across this, but we've got to keep eyes on that bottom 3 with half of the day down and half the day remaining to play.
It's an important win for GSW, but it's a kind of a freebie for GSW there, as they were in this compound. They flex on out, importantly, to try and mop up as many kills as possible towards the very end.
Yeah, it felt like BB team almost had a little bit of a, we choose you, Petrichor, set the bar higher. I can push them or I can push you. One of you must suffer. They went up to Petrichor. It wasn't the greatest C4 attack I've ever seen, but it did throw enough sort of shade in their direction that GSW could just spread out and easily clean that one up. And they needed it desperately. Bottom of the leaderboard, they have been climbing and climbing as hard as they can today. The problem is, even in these wins, they're not getting a lot of kills to go along with them.
Yeah, it felt very much like them with that BB team push. It's like, oh, how are we supposed to dislodge GSW that compound, right? So let's try and play for a second, try and play things out. But again, hectic nature across a lot of this circle, and seeing how these guys were playing things. Falcons, for the moment, were saved a little bit by the BB team shots going over against Bagopar. But then you were mentioning Rock was just coming in on the south side of them. So all of this up on the north is terrifying.
Yeah, it was an absolute mess. I will say that, Falcons was rescued by that sort of Rock push onto BGP. The back shots from BB that sort of stopped them from defending against them from Team Liquid.
Yeah.
That was just a fun fight to watch. And then that was an interesting ending, because I imagine having a C4 and saying we could clear a compound, or we could try to track down a BRDM. And they went for the BRDM, which makes me think that's why it felt a little vindictive.
Maybe.
Because that C4 would have been really nice in the GSW compound.
I guess the problem is with this kind of smaller radius on a C4 explosion now, it's just too spread out, that compound, right? And they were spread out across so much of it. I think with a 3-1 split for that point, so it's so hard to deal with where they were. And that's why I'm kind of saying, for the most part, it felt like a very free win for GSW there when everything was said and done. Some unhappy faces across the board here, though, Toffees. Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
What's anyone's legend doing? This is just shambolic what we're seeing so far from them. They need to a lot more.
It's anyone's guess at this point.
Yeah.
I thought they'd just go out and play crazy. It feels like they're actually, when you put Taikon in and you pull Haisaki out, you have to just throw caution to the wind. You have to play aggressive. You have to hunt edges. They're not doing that. They're still trying to play fundamental PUBG. They're going to the middle. They're not being aggressive. That's what I think they have to do, is they have to say, you know what? We're in 15th. At the end of the day, it's what we're doing isn't working. We see fight, now we take fight. And that's going to be their key to victory.
Yeah, 16 points goes the way of game start win. And I agree with exactly what you're saying. I think at this point, you've only got 3 games left.
Yep.
You need to do what you are known to do, which is just run and gun.
Another team that's really starting to frustrate me severely right now is Made in Thailand, right? We know these guys as Forest Natural Gaming prior to this, but honestly, the PGS 910 Kiss is starting to feel like a myth. I haven't seen him wake up the entire time that he's been here. He has not been putting up the numbers that I expected out of him, and Myth has been a bit of a miss so far in this tournament.
It's good to kind of muse over, right? Because is it the expectation that this location, this crowd, everything being put on you, going from Forest Natural Gaming now to Made in Thailand, a very reputable org in this scene as a whole. But 59 points, it's not hitting home here for them. And even on a game like that, if you think about that first circle where they're dropping over by kind of airstrip area,
great shot.
It should be a great circle for them. They get to choose where they're going before almost every other team, and then they get ram-raided. No opportunity for a fight back.
I kind of of wonder if they're in the same position anyone's legend is. When we go back to PGS, they were sort of just playing willy-nilly, taking fights when they felt like it, no pressure whatsoever. They were too passive in that game. They had a good spot. They locked up a compound and sort of said, okay, we're just going to hold and hope something good happens to us.
Well, for the first time, GameStart Win moves out of the bottom 3 here for the group. Very important for them to try and continue that on. It looks like China is rallying back after what we saw from the results from Group A.
And Bangkok sitting in that 5th qualifying position to go straight to the grand finals after what in day 1 wasn't wonderful. We kept saying, okay, where's PO? When's he going to activate? They were a little bit slow. They're starting to look a lot better as we sort of look forward to those grand finals. But for me, the story of the day has been GSW, their grind from the bottom. I didn't expect to say it. I didn't expect to say, just like yesterday, I didn't expect to come in and say, let's see what JDG does to get out of the bottom. GSW is taking the same notebook, has come out in the first 3 games, and is finding points in moments when I didn't think they'd find any.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Not too bad. Again, bit of a favorable push for the circle for all of this one. But regardless, a win is a win. They will be liking that as they try and move into the next games. They still need a little bit more, aside from the teams that we've been talking about here, which are very much in the danger zone. Anyone's Legends, Copenhagen Wolves as well is now down in that bottom 3. They need to rally up, shore their defenses up here in these next 3.
Get your notes out and watch Red Zone as he gets yet another 5-kill game. You just got to copy this guy because he seems to have unlocked some sort of secret sauce as he seems very unstoppable here in Bangkok.
I did wonder how many games has he been top fragger in this group. But anyway, let's do it. Ready to Rondo. Game number 4 of the day for Group B.
Ready to Rondo and ready to Red Zone as we are most likely about to see yet another highlight reel from the superstar that is the Asla Pentagram player. As we head on over here, 3 matches left to play, and as the desk broke down in detail, this is getting insanely close. So with GameStart Win just taking this one away, jumping from 16th now into 14th. Oh, Poro, my man, this is getting terrifying.
Yeah, this bottom 3 obviously is what we got eyes on. But worth noting, in that last game, Bagel Pa has managed to pass change the game, and they've put themselves in that 5th place. So still a lot of fighting going on for that top 5 to get that free trip all the way to the grand final, not have to worry about fighting in that final stage. We've got 3 games left to play, Toby, as you said, and it is time to get anything you've got left, any tricks you've got up your sleeve, now's the time to pull them out.
Definitely, and I mean, we talk about the bottom 3, of course, because that's the big one. The remaining teams, regardless of where they finish, will have a chance later on in the tournament. But for that top spot right now with Bangkok in 5th, as you say, 6th, 7th, 8th, that's 3 points. They're all fighting for that one spot as it stands right now. Of course, things can still change, but T5, 22 points up in 4th. Looking solid. Still 3 more matches left to play, though. Everything can happen as we go hard north. You know what? It's been a while since we've been way up there.
It sure has. It feels like it's been a minute, but I'm here for it, man. And 3rd on 5, you heard the crowd. They're very excited. They're right in the dead center of that circle. They've got FaZe just off to their east. GameStart Win again, back in the zone. So we'll keep an eye on the teams that we really got to look at all the way down to the bottom there. Myth, Rock, Virtus Pro, BB, they're fine. We don't have to worry about them. But Myth, Rock, Pentagram, these are all teams that have still a lot left to fight for.
And to make matters even worse, FaZe and GameStart Win, you just mentioned being high up north already, they're sat in 13th and 14th place. Oh, sorry, make that 13th and 12th place. So if they can scrap out of the potential elimination already now with 2 more matches left to play, if they can both get some good double-digit games here, that would be a big sigh of relief for both these teams.
Sure would. We see our stats from that last game. GameStart Win coming alive in the end. Make sure that they secured the win. Got a few points to go with it. Got enough points to pull them out of the cellar. As we see Xiaopian, the man of the match.
Did they really come alive, though? Or was it like T5? They kind of leaned over and then went and go, oh, wait, we're winning. Oh, yeah, sure, let's go out and get it. Oh, no, okay, it's done. No mind.
Look, I try to glow them up a little bit.
I respect it and I appreciate it, too. It's true. They are pulling out some good performances. So are these bolt action, or well, kill stealers, more likely, at a distance. A half kilometer, make that 582 for a doozy.
Go ahead, a doozy.
That's a distance they would like to keep people at for the most part of the game. If they can get all their kills from a half kilometer away, they will be well pleased.
I know somebody was not just wooing mortar kills for a doozy right there, but that's where we're at, I guess. Okay. We're wooing the mortar kills.
Any type of support. It wasn't even mortar kills, it was mortar knocks.
Mortar knocks, yeah.
But hey, look at this.
This is the man.
Again, this statistic is incredible enough already, let alone the fact that Red Zone jumps Hagatori now. But to consider the fact that he did, I don't want to say nothing, but barely anything on day 1.
Yeah.
So this is effectively him surpassing everyone's 3-day performances with only having played 2 days.
It was a slow start. It was a slow start to be sure, but boy, he got comfortable, and when he did, he started performing. As we see third on 5, they've got Liquid kind of rolling around in their general vicinity, kind of looking around to see where they want to set up. Now, Navi is also making their way up there. Copenhagen Wolves also doing the same. So Liquid actually looking around that same compound that Wolves is setting up at. And Liquid just on those hills and already going to take shots down. Alo will take one down to about half HP. We'll see if Liquid decides to stick around or go ahead and move to greener pastures.
For comparison, Red Zone was 2,000 damage behind Hagatori after day 1.
Nuts.
And he's not only caught up to him, but surpassed him as well.
That's
that
wild,
is
man.
completely insane. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. And for Liquid, as you say here, very, very important decision to be made because, I mean, they're setting a decent spot in the circle, but do you really want to allow Wolves down there? Do you go for it? Do you stay at a distance? What's the play here? You cannot lose people early. Well, honestly, even more so, same thing goes for Wolves.
Fluky going to go down.
Oh, no.
To James. So third on 5 going to lose one to start things off here as they are still pretty wide split. FaZe kind of in the same boat, just off to the west, and unfortunately for Fluky, he gets caught out in no man's land.
Can I just say, for the sake of James, as a player who always gets caught out and taken out, the fact that he won one of those now has got to be... I'm not trying to throw him under the bus or anything. It's just the fact that he always is the one that has his back turned when someone creeps up and takes him out, and you can't really fault him for it. So the fact that he gets one now, that's going to be a bit of a... Oh, finally it goes my way.
Relief, yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Well, it's like we see Howl will return for the boy. Actually, no, this is just an E pickup. Scout, I think, is the rest of the gang.
Yep.
It's down just below him. Bagopod just off to their east, though. So Pentagram might end up in a scrap here. Anyone's Legend. They are, yeah, that's Petrichor Road, just to the south of Stadium. So him as all by himself. The rest of the team nowhere near him.
Yeah, anyone's Legend, not so much right now as Red Zone. Uh-oh, are we going to see him fall down early, or is he just going to 180 and take out Songyang? If only he knew who he's chasing, he'd probably think twice about it.
He might, and you can see the Pentagram boys, they're feeling themselves. They're setting themselves up for a little bit of a scrap here as he's going to bait them right into Glaz, who is holding the line there. Gets a con low, doesn't get the knock, but it's going to be enough to scare him off just a little bit. Songjang will stop down and take some return fire. We'll see how long this fight sticks around, but that's a big knock on a red zone from a con. Hammer goes down, Glaz goes down. All the Bagopod boys striking at the perfect time as Myth is creeping up behind this.
Exactly, a team in great need of points right now. Myth coming in here, they need to try and see if they can get something off this. There's no one there to backstab Myth in trying to engage in this fight, and there's casualties already confirmed on both sides. They need to get active here.
See if they get close enough as they're sniffing around here. They're out of their cars now. Hammer will get flushed out by Guyon. 3 up now for Bagopod. Glaz still bleeding out. I believe there's only 1 left up for Pentagram, and it's going to be Hal. He spots out Scappy. Scappy will return the favor, gets him low, down to 5 HP. Will chase him down. Almost gets him as he jumps in the window, but Hal will live to fight at least for a few more seconds.
Nate bounced on in, Hal down to low HP, but got the first aid take off just in time to stay alive through that explosion.
Oh my goodness, okay. Scappy waiting for the rest of the gang to arrive, and yeah, they're going to go ahead and flush through here, try to clean that out. That's a free point if ever there was one. Just make sure that you don't allow Howl to take anybody down. There you go, Olympus will be the one that does it. And Asla Pentagram will go out first.
Only 1 point, but again, I like the aggression from Myth here. They needed something going. I don't think they were sure that they were chasing the 1. They probably would have wanted the 2 knock players on the side of Bagopod more than chasing one guy into a building, but hey, they'll take what they can get here. And again, with 4 guys pushing in like that, that is a not guaranteed, because we've seen the opposite happen, but a practically free point come their way. Good on Myth for making that happen.
All right, checking in with Virtus Pro coming in from the southwest. They've got BB Team off to their north. Anyone's Legend just off, kind of running in the same path that they're at. Begopa going to go for the res onto their fallen player Songjang. So in the end, no harm, no foul for Begopa. Big win for them.
Definitely, and even more so able to get the
Put them in
rest back
5th.
up here as well. Yeah, exactly. Up into 5th they go, surpassing, change the game. And
Holding
we'll see
5th.
now if they can, or holding on to it, yeah, I should say. I want to, we haven't talked too much about the circle, though. It's very much plays out like the previous takeover we just saw, with a big triangle coming in on that southern side and the water kind of splitting it up into 3 pieces. I have never seen, and I think that's the reason why we're not seeing teams expected either, I've never seen these circles, at least in casting, swing north on this. Like a Rai'an ending, a Kungshai ending. These cities, we never end up going up there. There's a reason why it's just FaZe and GameStart-Win up there, despite the fact that it's, I mean, while not a 50-50 maybe, still a pretty decent chunk of this one going north. So I think if it does come north, players are going to go, wait, what does it even look like across the river? We've never been there before. I know there's a glider up there somewhere, but that's about it.
Somewhere, yeah. FaZe already popping that E-pick up just in case, as they wait for the circle to arrive. A number of teams congregating on the southeast. Begopa going to join that party as Rock and Change the Game are already kind of right next to each other. And we still got a log jam on the southwest around the stadium as well, as it looks like Virtus Pro, they're flying over stadium. And Petrichor Road taking shots in there. We'll see, where are we going to go? Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, there's a reason everybody stays south of the river.
Yes, there is, but I wanted to see it disproven. Just not going to happen.
Unfortunate. Not this time, anyway. Well, FaZe will go ahead and take that E-pick, but
where do you... Yeah.
Yeah, where are they going to go? That is...
North and swim across? But then you might as well just have driven there.
Yeah.
Oh,
man. You gotta anticipate that everybody's...
Are they jumping into the Wolves compound with, or are they just taking high ground? Okay,
yeah, just take high ground. Yeah. Well, they should have seen Liquid, because Liquid is still camping that high ground above the Wolves compound. So FaZe will get in as we see James. Yep.
I almost got run over by that car too. Look at this.
That's a pretty easy one. Oh! Okay. Being a little bit bold there for Mr. James.
Whoa! The double tap from Akan. That was filthy.
Now that was, I mean, as soon as they flipped the switch, man, Begopa just instant 3 knocks onto Pentagram, and there was just nothing else they could do. As we see Change the Game now, are going to find Rock. They'll get the first knock. They'll get a second one as well, as Santastico will get picked out, and now all of a sudden it's down to Biel Mount Calmo and Solds. Biel just tooling around in the air right now, yeah.
Got to crash that thing down and try to get active and helping out what teammates you have left alive as teams spotted in the open. I was just going to mention this as we saw them land before. This position is great, but you need vehicles. You cannot just be sitting ducks with a single rock for cover. Eventually, other teams will try and contest the high ground, just like we see on Everest, just like we see on Stolper. And when it comes to that, only having one angle to be defendable from, it's not going to cut it. You can see they've tried with some deployable cover, but you are going to be seen when you're up here without vehicles.
Yeah, Navi's got a lot of room to flex around. So does Third on 5. You can see Third on 5 actually stealing that kill away from Navi. So FaZe now down to 3. GameStart-Win. They're still hanging out on that northern side of the river. They are the only team now that is doing so, but they've got a pretty free and clear path in once they have to make their way over.
I mean, if it circles in the previous game or anything to go by, who knows? Maybe the game is going to go north again if we're magneting GameStart-Win from this point
on. Why not? Why not? Well, BB Team, they're making their way in from the eastern side, doing a little scouting for a doozy. Should be able to spot out these Petrichor Road vehicles. But the thing is, Petrichor Road in a big wide split. So Non, he's just going to go ahead and dip on out of there and rejoin the rest of the boys off to the north.
Splits are great, and even more so if you have a good fire escape ready and waiting in case of need. Being able to disengage like this, that's the only reason you are able to maintain splits, is having your car parked in the right place from the one angle that your teammates can defend you from. So good on Petrichor for being ready for a potential pull-up on that one.
All right, things slowing down a little bit here while we wait for the next zone to come in. Begopa will pop that E-pick up off in the blue and waiting. They'll be probably in the air as the circle pop comes through, but a lot of room to play around up here, Toby, considering there's only 56 alive.
Well, you say a lot of room. The thing is, there ain't a whole lot of room.
Just not a lot.
There's not a lot to take.
Yeah.
It's so barren up on these hills. There's no big bushes. It's all like a couple of trees and rocks. That's all you're going to get. Having said that, and as much as I know that's on the line, I really want to see this circle shift north because we just ain't never across the river. And it's only phase 2 coming into 3 now, so water should not play a factor. We'll see what's going to happen. Of course, highly likely it's going to go south, but let's see where are we going. It's going to send up to some extent, probably with a south shift to follow off of that river. So right now, Wolves, we talked about it, GameStar winning the previous one, how they needed to make something of it. Same thing be said here for Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Navi and Third on 5 decide to do now. And yeah, we put that circle on Team Liquid. They've been holding that high ground above that Wolves compound. You see they're looking off to the north, maybe. I think it's just defending your compound. They're going to be looking to the skies right now as they hear the helicopter from Bagopal land. And yeah, they're going to drop out as now change the game, pushing through on that eastern side, going right in front of Falcons. Falcons will try to spring the trap. They'll get some damage down. That's going to be about it, but the road is not over here for CTG.
They're not done driving just yet. Made in Thailand, sat here waiting on the other side, and they have to kind of audible mid-transition, have to just cut off the road now, trying to find an improvised carport to set up, but they can't get joined up with one another. They're going up to take the position that Myth just left, saying, wait, if they're down here already, there's got to be space on the hill because they got shot at from there before. So incredibly quick thinking from CTG to divert and go southeast instead. That literally could have cost them the game.
Great work on their part, keeping them alive for the time being. But Bagopod now getting a little bit close to Team Liquid. The Peel will get the knock on a Purdy-Curdy. And Team Liquid in a little bit of a wide split here. Can't really defend each other. Sparking going to be the last one alive here as Bagopod just hot dropped right on top of them.
That's the issue with this position, as you can see it right here. I mean, there's only so much cover. You got to bring your own if you're going to get any proper cover. And, well, Purdy kind of walked straight into that spray from Pio, so didn't make it any easier for him. Sparking trying to get over the hillside. Lucky that Pio runs out of ammo there. Should be able to join up with his teammates.
Yeah, they're still getting peppered from the other side of the river. GameStar win has angles down there. And now Petrichor Road actually taking shots over in this direction as well. So no rest for the wicked for Bagopod as they try to find somewhere to go here. Rock Esports, we're down to just Solds, but he's going to be able to get the revive back, and we'll see if they can get anybody back up.
Yep, found on the eastern side. Rock off map screen completely at this point. Trying to get their players back in the game. It seems like they will be successful in doing so. Bagopod know full well that the position they've just taken ain't exactly a freebie, because what they just did to Liquid, at any point can any other team do to them. So they got to keep their heads on a swivel, can't really get too tunneled on any position in particular, and just try to keep everyone around them at bay. It's a very, very hard position to try and maintain control over this area of the game.
And we were looking at this earlier. Navi and Third on 5. Navi sent 2 already inside zone. They left 2 back as well. Third on 5 just kind of stuck around for a little bit longer, and now they might be paying the price as GameStar Win has sent CC108 over onto the south side of the river already, and looks like Third on 5 will find a little bit of a ridge line to play here, and that'll keep them safe for the time being.
I love the early push over from GameStar Win as well in this position. They know that they need some sort of position on that south side of the water, so sending CC over already, while it doesn't necessarily guarantee a safe transition for the rest of his team, at least they have somewhere, like a landing zone on the south side.
RBN and Santastico arriving via the Revive pickup plane. But, yeah, I don't really know where they're going to go, as they're going to, looks like they're going to send it right over towards CTG. Just go for the high ground and try to survive. Sure, why not? You got nothing in the pockets. We're not going to be a danger to anybody. I'm just trying to live, man.
I'm just casually looking at war down below from way up high as Xiao Tong gets found. It's Hagatori getting active. We haven't talked so much about Navi in this game. They too have a fight on their hands coming on forward. Great util being lopped on over, and CC finds himself a double.
Almost gets all 3 of them. Rosset it only down to 10 HP. He's got to move out of the Molotov cocktail. He's holding down the line with the M249. We'll take the spray first, get Xiao Tong, but it will get taken down in the end. Game start win. We'll clean out Third on 5.
Absolutely clean from GameStar Win again. Welcome back in the lobby, boys. You're about to miss the train, but you're here in time now, sat in 12th place.
Yeah, they've jumped FaZe, who Never would have thought FaZe would be sitting right there just above that cut line, but still games left to play, and FaZe still with 3 alive. They are holding on to the edge of that northeastern side of the circle. Falcons, meanwhile, have to leave their compound. They're going to push into where Navi is, and I'm not even sure Navi knows about this. They were looking down towards game start win.
Yep, Falcons heard the vehicles moving around up at the northern side and realized now it's the time to go. Shots being fired early from H-Twin here. Thought they were going to hold their fire for a bit longer, but they've caught Soset out on the very edge of the circle, and I think that's who they're trying to isolate. Oh, that's 2 tires gone for Take as well. This is going to be slow driving, and you're in the blue already.
Yeah, Myth actually having an angle onto that, so Falcons will have to pull back down the hill. But Navi's concerns not done just yet, because game start win will return, and CC108, he has been on point with those grenades so far here in this game. Finds extends.
Definitely counting 3 knocks already. As game start win, try to move further forward, up and regroup with CC, get him in the car, try and see. Are they going to try and cut the entire beach to go up on the western side? I think that might be the play, but I don't know how much space they have to make that happen.
Now we see Team Liquid.
They're suppressing Liquid completely.
Yeah, Team Liquid trying to take a few shots, but there's just no angles for them. But they are going to keep pushing over, and now Petrichor Road is going to be ready and waiting. And here comes the push from Petrichor Road to clear up their northwestern side.
Big fight for them to try and stay in. In the meantime, over on the eastern side, FaZe had to get in somehow, somewhere. But they're running straight into the open arms of Na'Vi, and Fairest have already found the first.
Game Star win, taking that fight with Petrichor Road. While that fight with FaZe and Navi is going on as well, CC108 has another grenade in hand. He'll send one over before getting taken very, very low. Xiaotong doing the same. We'll have to start slowing things down through the smokes. Petrichor Road trying to send one low, but the blue zone has arrived.
Yep. And it's forcing them to get even closer together. Soset still unnoticed from FaZe. I don't think they realized that there is a straggler on the side of Na'Vi out there. Only the Falcons took shots at him earlier. Meantime, PO trying to suppress Team Liquid still. Bagopar and Team Liquid have been running into one another through this entire group stage, and this game is no different.
Jeez, Game Star win, taking multiple files. Okay. CC108 gets a little bit of his own medicine sent back to him by AZ. Gets that beautiful double knock. They know that Ming is on the high side. They're going to find the other one. No, Ming will find Nan. Gets him low. Chewy still alive as well as they try to make the push through. Xiaopian playing around the smokes, playing around the edges. Will get spotted out. He's going to go down. Game start win is eliminated in 13th place.
Let's try to see if you can get the rest up quickly, though, but the angles are just exactly open to Bagopar. What a nice response, though. It's actually going to be BB team on that straight western side that finds the knock. Once again, Moldoc at a distance. He's had so much impact on fights happening around them. Really, really active with the DMR.
This has just been BB team's bread and butter all day long today. They've got so much space to work with on the edge. And 0 kills so far, but look what they have to work with. They're just taking their time, coming in slow, avoiding all the early game fights, and just putting themselves in a good position to third party.
And this is the exact, I mean, you hit the nail on the head with it. They not only just run in slow, but they wound the teams in front of them by engaging in those fights that are already taking place. And look at this, the teams they're shooting at right now, they don't have the time to look towards BP. They're too busy fighting the teams next to them. So BP team, it looks so clean, and especially when you hit double headshots like that. Moldoc, absolutely insane.
Team Liquid getting dispatched here. Luke 12, the last one left alive. He's alive via the grace of the smoke. Bagopar trying to grab their player and get him back on his feet. Falcons, meanwhile, will push in, take out Navi, as So said will be the last player left alive. Myth, meanwhile, starting to spread out on that road side. We've got the south of this, everything south of the road hasn't really popped off just yet, but that's going to be the next place.
Exactly. We wanted this game to be close, this stage to be close. 11th through 13th, they're out. 14th, 15th, and 16th are still in the game. For anyone at home that doesn't know, bottom 3 after today will be eliminated from this tournament. So the fact that both Copenhagen Wolves, Smith, and anyone's Legend are all still in and all still with 4 players up, for any one of these teams making something big happen here could be the decider in whether or not they make it through to the next stage.
And Chewy just going to have to try to heal through the blue as long as he can, because he has been spotted by Falcons. Falcons taking the shots over towards BB team. Wolves getting blessed here with the compound circle, but already no kills for them, so they're kind of in the same place as many of our teams have been in today, where they get great position, but they need points as well.
It's literally been the last 3 matches. It was 3rd on 5 on the northern side on Miramar. It was GameStart winning that previous Tego, and now Wolves as well. You're not going to get the kills, so you need to guarantee yourself the placement points. As Sedusi lands a perfect nade onto Sparking. Luke is still in the same position, trying to hold off, but it's going to be Kickstart peeking over, finding himself a double. Will go down immediately after, though, and now for the rest of Falcons, they need to try and come up with a response to this.
Battle for first place right now between BB Team and Falcons as BB Team will gets another knock onto H-Win, but gets a return trade onto Molodok as the grenades are coming through. BB Team just kind of probing here, but Bagopod just hanging out.
They're chilling.
Looking over here. They're waiting for maybe 1 or 2 more knocks to come through as we see how much utility they've got left. Yet Molotov's about all they've got.
Bagopod cannot run up on this because Change the Game is still sat on the southern side with high ground. If they try to crest that hill up to BB Team, they get shot in the back instantly. So I think that's what's keeping Bagopod from trying to make an aggressive play. You could see it there for a brief moment, the perfect line with them set on the other side of that valley. Bagopod cannot make a move up the hillside because of it.
Virtus Pro also having angles on the BB Team right now, but they've got to turn their attention over towards Anyone's Legend, who are making their way across the road as we see CTG laying down the smokes, trying to make their way in, but Made in Thailand has eyes on this. Falcons, meanwhile, the 3-way fight for the high ground continues, and now Virtus Pro starting to arrive.
Well, Falcons trying to buy more time. I think they're hoping that another team will engage in this fight. They know they have no one behind them. They're saying, please, if anyone is behind BB Team, now is the time to engage in this. As Virtus Pro within nade range now to Anyone's Legend, both crossing the road at the same time. Finds him as early on once again. The big damage dealer going down in the beginning of a fight.
All right, we got the picture-in-picture to keep an eye on the fight that's going on the south side here as Wolves are starting to get a little bit more active. They're finding angles as BB Team will have to stop down again to go for the res onto Phil first. Falcons going to try to push. They see that in the kill feed. They're going to get the knock onto a doozy. Actually, it's going to be a con from Bagopod. Sungjang will get another one as well. So Bagopod causing BB more problems. Falcons wrapping around on the northern side. They're going to come in from the blue to try to take BB from behind.
Fights galore, everyone, but Wolves are actively engaged in up-close engagements right now as Team Falcons try to wrap the corner. Will be successful in taking out BB Team with a little bit of help from Bissler.
And BB Team does get eliminated in the end, but Bagopod now next on the menu for the Falcons as they continue to wrap around on this northern side, but they have nothing else to worry about except for them. Hudat does go down. Anyone's Legend gets eliminated by Virtus Pro. Myth will try to go for their res while Virtus Pro continues to push into them. It's all going to be on a Kiss to hold them at bay.
And with Bissler securing that point just before, Wolves actively surpass FaZe Clan, who are now down in the bottom of this one. It's Bagopod try to hold the line against H-Win. Finds the first one, able to get the second as well. Chickelson does find one, but immediately thereafter, Songyan finds one in return.
Trimsy just got a Dorito to hide behind, but Guyon and Songjang are making that push. They're going to secure the points, make sure the kills come through. 10 now for Bagopod as they've secured their spot in the top 5. 10 points clear of 6th place. Can they clear out Trimsy as well? They can. Falcons going out in 5th place.
Huge points coming through here for Bagopod, as you say, trying to separate themselves from that mid-pack before the last games of the day. Wolves still with a decision to make when, and even if at all, do we push out of this compound? Because up until this point, as much as, yes, there have been points available around them, it has simply been too risky.
Well, while this was going on, and by surviving this long in that compound, Wolves has now passed FaZe. FaZe now in the red zone in that bottom 3, so we'll keep an eye on them with 2 more matches left to play. Wolves could try to climb a little bit higher here. Myth also 3 alive. They could make a run here as well, but Virtus Pro is looming large, 4 strong on that far western side, and Bagopod, they have looked absolutely dominant this game with 11 kills.
I'm not expecting Bagopod to go all the way roadside, but if they do, I think there's a play for the Copenhagen Wolves to do to get out of the compound but wrap west around. Backfill Virtus Pro, squeeze them all down on the roadside and fight them into one another, effectively having Bagopod and Wolves fight in from both their sides and taking out the 2 teams down the middle. They actually are going all the way down.
That's huge. This is absolutely huge for Copenhagen Wolves. I think they're waiting for the perfect time. There's too many players left in the lobby right now. They want to make sure that they secure this win over all else. 10 points is so huge for them, seeing that they were in the bottom half of the leaderboard coming into this fight.
But to add to that as well, Virtus Pro, insane recognition of what just happened there as well. They realized Bagopod was coming down and knew, wait, Wolves could be trying to make that play, so they back off themselves in anticipation of Copenhagen Wolves trying to set up something like that. Bagopod opening up, and before you know it, shut them down. One apiece. Song Yang, Guyon, and Khan all finding one each, sending them up to 14 kills.
The old men still got it, and now immediately Virtus.pro going to send it over there and try to capitalize off that knock. Wolves are also going to leave their compound, hold on to that high ground. Bagel Pod does get eliminated in the end. No knocks taken by Virtus.pro, so it is a full 4v4 fight for the win.
And now the issue is compounds are fantastic. We've talked about it so many times before, but they can also become a coffin if you don't get out of there in time. And Virtus.pro, perfect stretch here of land to contain all the exits. Wolves need to use all the util they have, and as we can see, they don't got a lot of it. 7 smokes, you better make great use of them, because you got to get out of this compound at some point, and you would have really wanted to have at least one player at the north angle at this point already.
I think Copenhagen Wolves are content with waiting for this one, and they'll see if they can just wait it out and let Virtus.pro have to leave their ridge line, force them into the open area. And you can see, I mean, Virtus.pro still has 5 smokes, Wolves with 7.
And there's plenty of crates to loot down on the low ground, too.
Sure, yeah, and I think that's exactly what VP is doing, as you see their utility numbers starting to go up. 5, 6 grenades now in hand. So Virtus.pro, they realize the situation. Copenhagen Wolves, meanwhile, they just can hold on to their high ground as long as they can. If they can get a knock here, it would be maybe, I mean, even if you get a knock here, if you're Wolves, do you even try to push out on it? Or
I was going to say, I mean, for Virtus.pro, I mean, sorry, for the Copenhagen Wolves, the only upside they had is that VP don't know for sure that not a single player has left. But with every second that goes, you can see Nixie is constantly scanning the left side. Same thing happening for Beamy on the northeast. Every second that goes, where they clear off more and more land, eventually they'll realize, wait, they're all in the compound. All you do in the end of it, lob your blue stones, lob your mollies in on those choke points, on those exit paths between the fence lines, and it's nigh on impossible for Wolves to get anything done unless if they hit insane shots to try and come out.
Game of patience right now as Corexi and Snakers continue to trade shots back and forth. Corexi getting the better of Snakers that time, but Wolves just waiting it out.
Yeah.
Sticking in that compound as long as they can. Vox is left.
He's gotten out.
He's got a little
but it ain't by much.
I mean, but you see what they have in front of them. It's just a whole lot of nothing. I mean, this ridge line ends pretty much right in front of him. So the second they get a little bit closer, VP is going to be right there. And VP, they've got plenty of utility left to use.
Do you take... Oh, I'm trying to figure if there's any world where one guy takes a vehicle down that left side. I know he's going to die for it, but at least try to bait some sort of attention so you can catch one in the open shooting at him with the other 3 players looking that direction. I think that's what Nixie is expecting with the smokes being bloomed now as well. That it's going to come in, but they are going to be within nadeable range real soon, and they're starting to see all of them. As I said before, sometimes compounds are great, but they can also be your death sentence if you stick around for too long, and I'm afraid Wolves might feel the hurt of it now. Nixie finds the first.
First knock on to Snakers. The rest of the blue zone grenades are going to fall a little bit short, but that grenade is going to find Michael as Copenhagen Wolves are starting to get picked apart through the smoke cloud. The only grace they have going for them right now is I think VP might now finally be out of utility.
Yeah.
Wolves have managed to find a way on the side. Corexi keeps looking over in that direction, but they got a little bit close. Big spray from Corexi will find one, and Virtus.pro will get the win.
For VP, absolutely clinical. They were in full control all the way. I mean, whenever they went back to fortify that western position and made sure that Copenhagen Wolves had not pushed out, which, by the way, was a really heads-up play, they knew exactly how to bring it home. They were waiting for them. They had to make the play. They failed.
Yeah, I mean, in the end of the Copenhagen Wolves, obviously you're kicking yourself. You would have loved to have been able to get the win there. But you got a compound. You had to stay in it. It kept getting circle favor over and over and over again. And in the end, they've managed to make their way out of that bottom 3. So they're sitting right on the cut line still. Still work left to be done. But we've got 2 more games left to go, Toby, on Erangel. Back where things have been getting crazy for the last few days. It was crazy yesterday. It's going to be crazy today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Unfortunately, this time around, it wasn't the Wolves knocking at the door, it was the Bears battering it down. They destroyed this with a 4-bang against the Copenhagen Wolves. Virtus Pro, second win of the day.
You know, and that really came down to that fight on the bottom. I don't know what was going on with Myth. They took the fight with Bagopod, didn't even see the Virtus Pro was behind him, got absolutely erased, and the only hope the Wolves had of winning this game was VP taking damage in that fight. And they did it. They got a complete 2-team wipe, they got to re-up on all of their utility, and they just locked down the Wolves. That said, the Wolves are playing a defensive position. I can't really blame them, because how do you even come out and try to get involved with that fight when it was over so quickly?
Yeah, really tough. If you're not going to be able to exert any pressure from a compound like that, and then Virtus Pro has that kind of ridge line, I don't know how Wolves is able to do something with that. As I was saying, when I see them in that compound, one nade, one molly, no lethal util to be able to throw that forwards to try and even dislodge slightly, because the problem was the Nixie off angle.
Yep.
It was barely really an off angle. It was the rock, as you were mentioning while we were backstage. But that alone opened things up instantly as soon as the conflict occurred.
The rock was huge because even if, this is the hard part, even if Wolf had enough smokes to make that aggressive sort of block off on the hilltop, the fact that Nixie had that rock means that any smoke screen aggression wasn't really going to be as effective, and it kept them locked in a very, very long time. So Virtus Pro, though, has been playing absolutely out of their mind. As a reminder, if you're a viewer who's just joining us for PGC, this is a team that has been that they've added Curexy to this year, that has changed the coaching staff, that looked good at EWC, then looked incredible at PGS 9, unstoppable at PGS 10, and here we are with multiple chicken dinners on a daily basis in the group stages.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm everybody else, because they're probably going to auto-bid their way onto the grand final with how they're playing.
Yes, they are.
If their next glow-up is the grand final of PGC where they hit their final form, there's no stopping these guys.
They know they're coming for it. That's the thing as well. Like, when you saw them at the final moments of that game just then, it's just another day at the office. Look at it. It's just another day at the office for this team that has global championship status in their sights right now. And they know it as well.
And I don't know if this is one of those things where we're allowed to pull curtains back or not, but at the end of the day, VP bought Curexy from FaZe, and it was a
5 figures.
Yes, it was a very large check, and it was one of those things where when it happened, you go, "This is PUBG. Is this really somewhere that that's a big payout?"
Yep.
And it looks like it's going to pay off dividends because they are becoming one of the greatest team to come out of EMEA. And you know who's going to be really mad about that? Twisted Minds is going, what? We have spent 3 years putting ourselves in this position.
Yep.
Look at these guys.
Yep, they are the complete package. 20 points goes the way of Virtus Pro. That will guarantee them basically a top 5 completion here for Group B. Bagopod, 19 points from them in this game, which is massive considering that they, A, didn't win it, but B, now are pushing themselves into a position where they're basically going to be top 5 as well. And when they had, I would say, a first day, which was kind of middling for the most part, now with PO back on board as well, here they are, top 5, 107 points.
And to tell the same story, they basically had the same score at the end of day 1 as Myth. And it's a story of 2 teams, right? Bagopod turned that around and became one of the strongest teams in the lobby with a shot at going to the grand final. Myth is scrapping tooth and nail not to get sent home.
Which, by the way, when we have to point this out on the desk for sure. Myth obviously was so tunnel visioned on the Virtus Pro fight that Bagopod came up, and I'm shooketh. I am shooketh, Toffees, that Myth did not look behind them.
Yeah.
To pay even a single bit of heed to what was going on behind them when Bagopod absolutely ransacked them.
They look nothing like they did at PGS, and it is
Not yet, no.
shocking to see that pivot, especially on home turf. Another shock for me is FaZe Clan in 14th place. The fall to the fact that they are now struggling to say, do we even make the grand final? I've heard there's a rebuilding going on, but tell you what, that sale of Curexy has had resounding effects going the other way as well.
I will say this about the fall so far from FaZe Clan. It looks very similar to a fall that they would have had in PEC, where the placements to kill ratio looks exactly like this.
Yep.
So there needs to be, I don't know, there's only 2 games left. There needs to be some shake-up in how they're approaching, just trying to, either they get a circle and try and play towards the middle, but they just keep losing people moving through those circles and not having 4 towards any stage 6, 7, 8 circle.
If there was ever a time that we need to see a FaZe Sunday pop up right here, right now with 2 games left to go, the coach needs to get a calendar and try to convince them today is Sunday because they need to make a move.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, Toffees, for joining me here. That is it for now. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have 2 more games to determine the ultimate fate here for Group B.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
And at long last, I caught the one I'd been waiting for. With steady hands, I crafted amazing furniture in no time. Down the wide, open road, I raced faster than everyone else. For the very first time, I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Hello, PUBG and PUBG Mobile fans. Thanks to your passionate, unwavering support, we've been able to grow tremendously on the battlegrounds of PUBG and PUBG Mobile. To give back to our fans, even in a small way, and to present you with a brand new experience of the #1 Battle Royale, we are bringing together PUBG and PUBG Mobile and uniting them under one stage, PUBG United, launching in 2025. PUBG United's journey begins in Siam District, Bangkok, where the tournament will be held this November. Around Siam Paragon and across the city, you'll discover PUBG experiences that you can't take your eyes off. You can also experience the PUBG United Fan Zone, where you will find booths dedicated to PUBG and PGC, as well as PUBG Mobile and PMGC. There will also be special collaboration pop-ups with global brands. A variety of PUBG-themed events and hands-on activities are waiting for fans to enjoy to the fullest, so be ready. For online fans, a special website will open, bringing together every moment of PGC and PMGC so you can enjoy PUBG United anytime, anywhere. For the first time in esports history, PUBG Global Championship and PUBG Mobile Global Championship will unite on a single stage. Starting with a grand opening ceremony on a massive scale, each day brings new and exciting moments. With that energy building up, the intense grand finals of PGC and PMGC will come together for the first time in history on one united stage. On this one-of-a-kind stage, the world's top players will battle in back-to-back grand finals, offering an experience like never before. One world, two champions coming together in a truly historic moment. November 24th to December 14th in Bangkok, Thailand. Come and experience PUBG United to the fullest. We will continue striving to be a PUBG and PUBG Mobile that never stops working hard for our fans. Thank you.
We have 2 matches left to play and things are getting spicy. We're heating things up, but things are already boiling warm with how these players have been playing today. Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the group stages. I'm Toby, joined by Poro the Saurus, and we are here for 2 more matches of Erangel, which on paper should be the one that everyone has figured out, the one where they know what to do. But with how today has played, Poro, I'm of the opposite mind. I think it's going to get even more difficult.
I think you're right. I think this is, I mean, look, we saw it yesterday with Group A. When we got to Erangel, that's when things really kind of hit the fan. And I don't expect to see anything less today. I mean, these guys, goodness, Game Start Win has fought their way back from the cellar to find their way into the top 13. FaZe Clan, meanwhile, is right on the cusp, and no one would have thought that they were going to be going home.
Let me say this. If you're a FaZe Clan fan or anyone supporting that team whatsoever, send them your good vibes right now because they need it. Had it been a day where they've been clawing their way back and kind of looking decent,
cool
you're
hackatory.
expecting them to make it happen here in Erangel, but it has not been controlled by FaZe whatsoever. Hopefully for them they can turn things around for T5 as well, striving for that top. Currently sat in 4th and looking good to stay there. But with how CTG has been playing, with how Pentagram has been playing, who's to say that they get to stay there all the way through?
And these guys, a lot of pressure on them as well after what we saw Forrest pull off. Now that they've got the Myth name, they've had a little bit of a slow start, but they still have a shot. With 2 games remaining on Erangel, Toby, it is still anyone's game.
Definitely. Over to the grassy pastures we go with a hard northern plane. Not oftentimes the Pachinki is almost out of reach, but this time around it's going to be one of those. A long stretch is needed to get even to the center of the island. As we see here, Erangel, Killtoppers. VP, and VP galore.
Hey, there was a Falcon in there.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Respect where it's due.
It was so orange, I was blinded by it. Yeah.
Not surprising, man. But look, you know, obviously top 5 is a big deal. You get a free pass all the way. But it is what it is. But we still got a 3-way fight for the top of top 5. You got BB Team with 134, Falcons with 133, VP with 131. They have been scrapping this whole day, this whole week, really.
Yeah.
And still remains to be seen who will finish in first place. 3rd on 5, I feel like they're probably, well, I don't know. They can't be too secure just yet because Change the Game with 92 points. Navi right there as well. A couple of good games here, and they might find themselves out of the top 5.
Yeah, well, I was looking through the eons of history of PUBG and looking back to when
really
was last
quickly.
time we got to see Myth play this game on a global stage, which was PGI 18. We all know that.
Yeah.
But in that tournament and the FPP portion of it, they finished dead last, not making finals. So this would be the first time they have made it through from the group stages if Myth can make their way out of the bottom 14 here, surpassing potentially FaZe or catching up to the teams there above. It's still within reach. They're only 4 points out of GSW, but look at how close it is in that pack there in the middle.
Absolutely, and ton of pressure on the shoulders of the boys from Myth. We see man of the match, Mr. Correxy, from that last one. The good news from Myth, at least in this one, I'm saying it's probably going to go north. Yeah,
I'm not saying anything. That's
well, yeah, that's true.
I'm waiting until it's obvious, and then I'm saying the opposite.
Honestly, like at this point, that feels like it might be the safer play. But yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro's been looking good. They're already sending Beamy up to the north here. Where it starts to get interesting, you got BB Team down there towards Milton Power. And if your eyes are on FaZe, as I mean, I think all of ours are really, they're finishing looting up Milton. They've got a long road to travel. And that road has a lot of potholes in it because you've got all of Asla Pentagram, Navi over in that direction, BB Team right behind you. So, yeah, we'll keep a close eye on FaZe.
Definitely. Song Yang, you see, incredible damage done. Kills garnered for his team through that previous game. As I want to take our minds back to what we talked about yesterday, and you said, nah, it's never going to happen. We mentioned how Falcons were positioned on the leaderboard and where with some buffer space, they could now start eyeing teams they would maybe prefer not to see in coming stages of the game. And while I know you said that they're not the team to do so, we have other teams in the current top 5 that very much are teams that tend to actively look for opponents. And if you have a chance to take out FaZe early, if you have a chance to take out Myth, I mean, hell, even a Tycon reboot alongside him, as if they somehow get their game together. If you can completely avoid having to go up against that, and you're already now sat, let's say, within the top 3, you have nothing to lose.
True.
In potentially giving them a couple of points for hunting. And I think hunting season is very much on, and it should be at least for now.
Well, my thing with that is I remember there was a time this year where Twisted Minds was kind of hovering around that bottom line, and nobody went after them. So if you're not going to go after Twisted Minds, I don't think you're going after anybody.
I think I remember teams doing so, but to your point, I think these teams are going to be... You have less risk going after these teams than you do trying to chase down Twisted. So maybe that's the conversing point. Maybe not. I don't know. Let us think. Well, let us know what you think. As Liquid, well, they have been averse to take shots early on in the game, and this game is going to be no different. Luckily for them, they are able to stay alive.
Well, this is Myth being active, though. They know the team Liquid loots over there in South George, over there in crates. So they've already positioned themselves in a spot where they could try to take advantage of them and try to catch them out while they were making their rotation over. Unfortunately for Myth, they don't end up getting anybody there, but you can see the mindset here. They are trying to be more active, trying to go for these points. They know that every single one is going to be so important here in the end.
Take your minds back to yesterday. We had an absolutely insane finish to Group A in and around Rossok, and with how this circle is chalking up, there's a good chance we head back into that same territory of the map. I think that's part of the reason why we're already now seeing so many teams get as close to the city as they possibly can.
That was absolute cinema, as they say. And if you haven't gotten a chance to go and watch those games yesterday, make sure you do at some point, because that was some of the wildest PUBG that we have seen in some time.
Even if you already know the results.
Exactly.
Like, they're worth going back and watching.
They really are. They really are, just to see how much back and forth there was and how much just jockeying up and down the leaderboard as every point loomed so large. And looks like it's going to be shaping up to be the same thing here today.
Yeah. Definitely. GameStart win. They've been on good record. It doesn't reflect it on the overall leaderboard right now, but given how big of a hole they found themselves in at the beginning of the day and even a couple of games in, the fact that they've been able to not only catch up to the teams in front of them, but actually surpass the bottom 3 is incredible. But of course, job is far from done just yet. They need to hang on to the position they have or even get better.
Wondering who Falcons is looking for. They've been hanging down.
They're looting
at that pier. Yeah. but it's been a long time. But yeah, there's nobody down there.
Nope.
Oh, wait, here we go. Game Start Win getting a little bit close to Pio. That's not who you want to get close to. Xiao Tong will get taken down, and that will be Game Start Win down a 1. As Xiao Tong was the last player left alive. I think he was on Everest just kind of scouting things out for the rest of the boys. And now you see Ming might be in the danger zone here.
Pio swinging the corner going, Everest, no, my mountain! For anyone feeling nostalgic about seeing Pio in and around South George and Everest. And I think for Game Start Win, even though they just got themselves a decent setup in the north, it is definitely worth it going back south, because Ming is looking across the water. They're going back to try and pick him up. They want that rest, but Bangkok Pie letting him have it. They're chasing this.
Oh, Xiaopian, you may have given yourself away. And that's another one taken down. Now Ming is taking shots at him from range here. If Bagopop puts 2 and 2 together here, they might realize that they've got another guy all by himself. Just stay out of the vehicle right now. The seat swaps from Bagopop are so on point.
Ming is getting in his car now going, wait, I started shooting. This was a bad idea. Need to turn things around. And for FaZe, well, from one issue straight to another. Howl this time around, the one with a headshot come through, able to get the knock onto Vart, but with no one in on their southern side, they should be safe to get the rest.
And this is what we were kind of worried about, right, for FaZe, that they had such a rocky road to get in. Now, the good thing is that they are running into Pentagram, who is one of the teams that you can be assured is going to be so wide split that if they get a knock, you're not going to have 4 guys beating down your door anytime soon. But FaZe now needs to know that they are in the middle of a big, wide Pentagram split. Meanwhile, Myth, looks like CC108 is going to go down south, rejoin Ming, and they are going to go for that emergency, or the revive station, rather. We'll see how many they're able to bring back. If they can at least get up to 3, that would be a good start.
Oh yeah, they would prefer all 4, and I think with where they got knocked and with how far further north Bagopop is opted to go, they should be able to go get both of them back. No one around, so they will even be able to go back and loot their own crates. So they should be a-okay.
Looks like we're seeing Xiao Tong, so that might be the only one
for now.
Yep, for now. Xiaopian maybe. We'll get him back as well, but for now, we'll just have him. But Falcons are starting to wrap around on that southwestern side.
Yep.
They're going to be coming in. Looks like they're going to cut through Gaka. I don't think they'll go all the way to South George.
It's not a bad idea, honestly, if they do.
Sure.
Tank a bit of blue here, and I mean, given that it's still pretty 50-50 on whether it goes north or south, if you can secure the bridge now and then have a clean rotation across regardless of what direction it shifts, I wouldn't necessarily mind them tanking blue to go out into South Georgia.
I mean, I think the play there is just to drive up on the top of Everest, right? Like, and scout out at least what's going on. Now, the problem for GSW is that Xiao Tong is going to see this. And now he knows, okay, I'm not alone. Oh, what a shift. Okay. That is going to go hard to the west. And now he's getting shot at by Kickstart. And, yeah, this is just going to be easy pickings for Falcons. They'll just chase him down as he slowly falls from the sky.
How far away can you fly, though, for Falcons to not deem it worth it to go for 1 point in this? How far is it going to be able to go? Because now you have Navi coming in on the other side, too. Shots being fired. Xiao Tong only hit once through 2 entire clips. Oh, get in, get a nade, get a shotgun, get anything. Get a pan. No, not a pan.
Get something
a smoke
here.
Grenade launcher. No.
Oh, no. Everything's bad. All right, he's got something, it looks like. Well, Falcons will try to crash into this compound, and they're gonna get all 4 in here. But Navi, as you see, Sosid already is there in time now. Xiao Tong, the only thing he's got left in hand is a Mini 14, and that's not going to be enough to win that one. He will go down in the end.
Respect where respect's due. I mean, he got a headshot with the first, so he did what he could, but wasn't given. It was the choice between the pan, the smoke grenade launcher, and the Mini. He did not have a whole lot to work with.
Just the worst options possible. Well, okay, things are going to get a little bit interesting here. Now, Navi is kind of sticking around here, sniffing around to see if they want to get involved, but you got Petrichor Road wrapping down on the south side. FaZe also right behind them. Game Start Win does find their other teammate, so they'll bring him back again. But Vard will take down one from Petrogor Road. Chewy's going to go down as well as Vard gets traded out.
Important fight for FaZe to come up victorious up here, but so far it's not looking to go their way. Go back and forth we go, though, in these trades. 2v2 now. As it stands, Gustav able to find one, and they will find the last as Vex swings the corner. But they need to reset quickly. No, as I say that there's no one around here. Falcons opted to go away. We do have Pentagram closing in on that southeastern side, though, so for FaZe, they have to reset quickly. Pentagram is right on their doorsteps.
They do indeed, but the 4 kills will pull them out of 13th or 14th place, rather. They'll put them back into 13th. GSW's back as, that's good defense there from Fex. Gonna force Pentagram to pull away, and that will allow them to get that other revive off. Asla just gonna go back down to the south, so nice work there from Fex.
Clutch from them to buy some more time to get that rest come through. I believe actually they didn't get Vard up yet. He's still, oh no, sorry, Vard, James. He's only now got back on his feet and will be able to drive with them. But where do you go from here? You know it's a race now between them and Pentagram. Pentagram will see it in a second, but do they divert? Do they go elsewhere? Maybe swinging all the way west around the mountain.
These boys are hunters. They see that in front of them. They'll keep a close eye on FaZe, see where they decide to go. FaZe, they're going to be running right into the Falcons 2-2 split here shortly. We'll keep an eye on that while we keep an eye on Team Liquid. They're going to push right into Bagelpa, who's already got the high ground.
See if they can hold it too. Alom able to find the first, but Pio instantly there to trade on the opposite side. Purdy gone down as well as he once again peeks up, finds a good head connected early on. He will be able to get the second knock come through as well. Luke also from the off angle finds one, and now it's just Guyon left alive, trying to keep the Korean team in this one. Red zone's now out as well. We'll see if that's going to help out on the side of Bagelpa.
That was really nice work there from Team Liquid. To make sure that they got those kills quickly, and they'll get their man back on his feet. Guyon now the last player up for Bagelpa, as they are trying their best to hold on to that 5th place spot, but going down early is going to make things interesting, and now you get another interesting 50-50 circle.
Now this could still go towards the water, given that the south side might not shift it all the way out. As we see now teams trying to send it towards what little they have available to play in this circle. No one's opted to swing west around Everest, so there is still space to play in and around containers. No one's there just yet. All these teams are going to be wrapping in from the east. You can see Pentagram trying to make their way into safety. Will be able to get there with Red Zone getting knocked, though.
And GameStar Win getting active, too. You can see the kill feed lighting up with their names in it. We see Guyon, the last player left alive here. His Team Liquid would love to take him out, but that shotgun is very, very spooky. Guyon down to 9 HP. He will go down, and Team Liquid takes out Bagelpa.
You're going to commit 5 blue zone nades to it. You better get the flush with it. So he tanked through both the full jammer pack and the health bar. So risky to spend that much util, but worthwhile in the end because they got the kill.
A little spicy to be sure. E-pickup is in the air, and it looks like that's going to be Virtus Pro just sending Nixie up to do a little scouting from that eastern side. They've got Copenhagen Wolves off to their north and playing around that plane crash area, so they're looking around. Best BB team, they've got a doozy. Eyes in the sky. Falcons still holding on to that 2-2 split. They've got H-Win and Tickleton on Everest, but FaZe has now taken up their spot on Everest as well, so they're coming from the far western side of the mountain.
And as much as our focus has been staying with the bottom teams because they're so close right now, the fact that Bagelpa just died early is actually kind of big.
Open up a door.
CGG, Navi, and Esla, they have a jump, a 17-point jump at that up to 5th, but with them out with just 2 points this game, that jump could be mitigated by quite a margin coming into this final game.
Exactly. You don't need to make up everything right now. You do have time, and a doozy. Oh, unfortunately, he gets shot out of the sky here by Navi, and now he is in no man's land. Looks like Phil First will come and try to provide him some support. So BB team getting stretched a little thin over here on the south side.
Like what we're seeing up on the northern side as well.
Oh, correct.
Copenhagen Wolves have set up a E-pickup, but it seems like it's been for bait, and as we can see, Corexi and Lukarooks were positioning to try and take them out. So great play between these two teams who fought for second and first in that previous game. Now a bit of a rematch at it. VP knows exactly where they have him. Very reminiscent of that previous game, except this time around it's out in the blue.
Corexi.
This is so troublesome.
This is not great. He's waiting for the helicopter, and you can see the rest of VP. They're all just looking over in that direction. He's going to take the spray first, though. He's going to find Michael, and that's going to be the first knock coming through. The rest of VP has arrived, and one is going to just go off. He said, "Bye, boys. I'm out of here."
He even got headshotted before he just got yanked into the sky.
He tried.
Amazing. I got him. Whoop, nope, never mind. Circle swings towards the south, but still with plenty of water left in play. As Copenhagen will see themselves, I think, defeated up on that northern side. We'll have to try and see if they can get to the circle elsewhere.
Wait, Nixie?
Nixie? I mean, he took the jump earlier on, able to get the first one, but now fallen as a result of it.
Yeah, he was separated from the rest of the VP boys. We're all scouting out the Wolves players, and Nixie trying to get a spot inside the zone. He's going to get taken out. Meanwhile, you can see Destroy finding Nixie, Doozy finding Navi. So the BB team scrap inside the ruins. Navi end up losing one for their trouble. Pickup popped by BB team. This will be really interesting if they decide to take this.
Definitely. FaZe Clan have made their way into containers. They're set across from T5 right now. If they can clean them out and maintain full control of this, that would be big. Because looking at the map right now, there ain't really a whole other teams that has access to containers. As I say that myth, they're going towards it, but I think they're going to stop short at the bridge. Yes, indeed, they will go under.
Let's see what FaZe can do.
Oh, they skipped the compound to go water instead because they don't know.
They don't know. They have no idea. Well, FaZe, right now, they know that Therodon 5 is right in front of them, but Therodon 5 don't know how close FaZe is behind them. BB team do end up taking that E pickup, so we'll see where they decide to drop here as Hudat just swimming his way across, but changed the game. They're looking over there. Yep, Tiantan going to be fishing with dynamite.
And for anyone's legend, they need not just one big game, but two back-to-back good games in order to climb out of the hole they've dug themselves into. With the loss of him as already, things ain't going to be much easier for them. But here comes the team able to make it all the way down. As a matter of fact, Moldog aggressive enough to stay up on the roof side.
Oh my goodness. BB team get all 4 players down on the ground. And now FaZe has to retreat after trying to put themselves in a position to take the fight with Therodon 5, but there you go. You see Corexi gets taken down as well. So VP down to just Beamy and Lucarux coming in from that northeastern side. Wolves, meanwhile, they finally are going to hop in a vehicle and try to get into zone. But Rock is still 4 strong, playing the north side. They're playing slow. And Myth, they're bridge monster. You got Myth and CTG just being bridge trolls here. As Corexi will pull right into anyone's legend. We'll get knocked one.
Oh, Beamy?
Hello?
How in the world did he stay alive through that?
I don't know. Will he get it off? Oh my goodness. And Beamy will go down to the blue. Won't give the point away. And Tycon will have to heal up once again as Virtus Pro gets eliminated in 14th place.
It was a great trap setup as Beamy was running in for the kill. Had Tycon dead to rights, but just unfortunately could not quite connect us. Anyone's legend gets to live with the scale for that one and try to make some more of this game. Only 3 points thus far. They need a lot more going their way.
See what they can get. All right, GSW, they're down to a duo, but they've got a compound. We've seen it happen before here for them today. They don't have to be super active. They just need to get the win, as Wolves Snakers will succumb to the blue and donate his meds over to his teammate. And unfortunately, that's going to be probably it for the Copenhagen Wolves. At least sneak a point away from...
Honestly, at this point, you'll take anything you can get. No, he died.
Oh, no.
Just exactly couldn't connect the timing.
You hate to see it. Well, Copenhagen Wolves go down as now FaZe try to take the fight towards BB team. Therodon 5 looking over in that direction as well. Good grenade from Gustav. James has found the knock. He's found the flush. Molodog, the last one up. Vex will get him as FaZe is cleaning up here. They will take down BB team. 8 kills now for FaZe as they are 2 spots clear of the cut.
Time and time again, when it matters most, these boys tend to find a way to claw back in. And while they're still by no means safe, 8 kills thus far. It's looming good for them coming into the final game. They're outside circle. They have to run straight into the open arms of T5.
Yeah, Therodon 5 just still looking over in that direction, but meanwhile changed the game. Playing around the rocks. They've got anyone's legend pinned up to the top. AL down to just 2 players, but Hudat, what a grenade. Destroy follows it up to make sure he secures the point. More grenades being sent over in that direction. What a nice one from Hangi. Spots Destroy. Hudat gonna go for the low side, but Ares is waiting.
Yeah, he's hearing the shots connect in the water and realizing that he must have jumped off this one. What an incredible nade to lob as well. Destroy was baiting all the attention. He was pinned up on that rock. So for him to be able to throw it down below, make that happen is huge. Issue is now the push comes through from behind, but they're being taken down by literally the entire south side. Na'Vi and Falcons destroying Asla Pentagram.
Oh my goodness, Red Zone And the boys decided to try to make that push to get a few more points, and they end up suffering the consequences for their actions. Falcons gonna hop in vehicles, and they're gonna start pushing down now as well. Navi making their push in as we see Santastico and the rest of the Rock Gang trying to clean up what is left here on the cliffside.
Navi eliminated, they fall in 11th place. Red Zone goes out as well. Hang Yi-2 taken out. Hudat gonna be able to secure that point from the other side of the water. Swam north, but he's gonna go down immediately thereafter. Anyone's legend, they have a very, very tough game ahead of them in the final one if they want to make it out of the bottom three.
Sure do. Well, Myth, they are in a nice spot here, playing from that coastline. They're going to hear Therodon 5 pushing into them, though, and Olympus will be right on time. Takes the spray, but not going to find the knock. Vard will find Extrozit as Ranger X just breezing on through. They're going to run right into Santastico and the rest of the Rock boys. How have Therodon 5 managed to get these guys in? But Baron will make sure that that doesn't last much longer, as he will get those knocks and try to get the flushes, secure those points.
But a bit too eager there, realizing he was shooting at multiple teams at the same time and gets a chance to back off. Now get back under the bridge once more. The bridge trolls loom large here. The bridge is completely closed for any sort of crossing, as FaZe now having to get out of this position, try to make the run on forward. They got the knock onto Team Liquid just moments ago, but they've been able to reset this one and get back into good position.
And Game Start Win has just been free farming fire down onto these fights. They've managed to collect 4 points. They're now in 13th place. FaZe still trying to take out what is left of Team Liquid. They've got Jeems inside circle. Vard, can you go for the res? You don't even try at this point. Yeah, just take the nade, see if you can find something, but Curdy will land a perfect one right at Fex's feet.
That literally landed and stopped at his feet, so not too much he can do with that. Fex will fall. Jeems, though, still alive, prone inside circle, and Liquid are the ones to have to make the move. So did they see where he went as Tick sends the C4 in? Strimsy has lost C4 privilege as Tick makes it happen and makes it work.
And Ming will at least secure the knock, the flush onto H-Win, collect another point for them as Falcons try to get rid of this last player. Meanwhile, Myth is climbing out of the cellar. They still have 4 alive. They're up to 72 points. With Game Start Win is down, that's going to be it. But what a grenade from Scappy to take down Santastico.
If they can clear out RBN here, if they can eliminate Rock, they have all space available in the northern side as Liquid 2 join in on the one compound left inside this one. They saw Falcons engage on the eastern side, and they will engage in the west as a follow-up.
Myth are leaving it to the last minute, but they are finding success. RBN, the last player left alive for Rock on the northern shore. Meanwhile, Liquid trying to clean out Falcons, make sure their spot is secure. Nice grenade from Tiggleton will take down Luke 12. The trade comes through as they take out Tig. They get the flush. Luke 12 will get flushed as well. It's a 2v2. Shrimsy is there for it. He finds Curdy.
No follow-up. Elo can't get inside the building. He's isolated from the guys set up above, now having to make the run on in to try and see if he can get the safety. And for the time being, he is okay. Jeems making a mad dash for the garage. As a matter of fact, goes past it, goes for the main building and runs into the smokes.
He goes right for the smokes. He's trying to put himself in a position that he knows they need as many points as they can get. If this is a salvage game, let Jeems be the salvager. He's going to throw the blue zone grenade, try to figure out where these guys are. Rock Sports gets spotted out by Tian Tian, and now Jeems is just hunting.
Myth out of the bottom. Thai fans rejoice as they are now sat tied with Game Start Win. Jeems with a C4 available, lobbing a nade on in maybe to try and mitigate any audible cues. We'll see if Falcons can get away, far enough away from this explosion to stay alive.
Myth will clean out, change the game as they collect their 8th kill, and now they are even further out of that cut line. The C4 goes off. Falcons have escaped it. Jeems still in it for FaZe Clan, collecting more placement points. Can he collect more kills on top of it?
And they get the circle too. Everyone is in. Myth were sat under the water. They had to mad dash into the river in order to stay put, but here they are, 4 men still up. It is so incredibly difficult to maintain control of the shoreline with so many angles looking, and now they're sat here with the circle center as well, just waiting for the Falcons and FaZe player of Jeems to come out and admit defeat.
You can see from the very start, Myth was coming in, trying to be aggressive, trying to get the points, trying to take as many fights as they could get. And this has paid off well for them as they get a little circle luck to go along with it. James will duck back inside just in time. Kickstart's ready for him, though, and that's FaZe Clan out in third place. But FaZe, nine kills, and more importantly, third place placement points. We finally get to see a little bit more placement. We get to see late game FaZe. Now, job's not done, but they are looking very nice with one game remaining.
Couldn't be any worse for the teams in the hunt here. Either 12th place getting success, 13th place in Myth. Now 8 kills, all 4 alive, poised to get this win too. If you're 14, 15, 16th, my oh my, are you kicking yourself for not being able to make more of this match?
And let it be known the Falcons has taken over first place now with 8 kills. And they'll see if they can pull off anything else here with that compound still to hide behind. There we go. Myth, though, they have got the wide spread. They know exactly what to expect, but we're only in phase 7, Toby. So I got to imagine some of these guys are going to get a little antsy.
I kind of feel like Falcons deserve the circle just because they don't have the numbers advantage. So with the final shift, let's go south and let's see Myth try and make this a 4v2 push across the street. If it goes north, it's like, well, you might as well just molly the ground, you know. It's how are they ever going to get out of there? But let's see if Kick and Shrimps has it in him to land some good headshots. They're trying to make space right now, get some more vision, but as you can see here too, Myth, they are locked in.
Nice shots there from Baron. As Myth just continues.
More deployable cover.
Yeah, get the Doritos up there. Why not? You got something to play around. Shrimsy with that high ground. Seeing what he can see. Maybe get a knock. Maybe get a flush, get one more point for themselves. But I imagine things will slow down from this point. Oh, he's got the mortar. Of course they've got the mortar. Why wouldn't they have the mortar? It's Falcons. Of course they...
I don't think I've ever seen 6 players alive face 7 mortars being utilized, but you know what? I'm all for it. Repositioning.
I want it so bad for him.
Laughing? Is there a little?
There might be a little. There might be a little smirk.
I'm not quite sure.
There might be a little smirk.
What is he going for now?
Well, he's got to go for the mortars.
Are they going to get? Oh, they got to. No, he got his DMR back up.
Oh yeah, he had to get the shells.
Watch out for the roof. I agree, observers. If you shoot it too low, you're going to blow up yourself. We'll see if Kick is going to go for it or not. Of course, they're waiting to see the final circle and waiting for pinpoint accuracy markers from Shrimsy up on the roof. Now that there are Doritos up there, to position exactly where these Myth players are set.
I got to tell you, regardless of the fact that it's Falcons, I've never wanted something more in my life than I've wanted one of these mortars to hit.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
That would be just the funniest thing I can imagine.
Still has 2 sets of deployable cover as well. Kickstart, that is. So even if they do have to run out, they have some cover to work with. But you can see they're just sat here waiting.
Only 3 smokes for Myth, too. Yep. So they've got to make sure they hold those until the last minute.
The game is ending literally on the northern side of the road, right? So they know that it's Falcons who have to make a move, and they're shooting into the ground now as well just to stay warmed up.
Yeah.
Keep that left trigger finger on point and ready to go.
Ooh. I think Shribsy said, hey, somebody's at the bus. Try to shoot those toesies. Kickstart's making man, I'm busy. I got other stuff going on right now. I got to get this mortar kicking.
What are we waiting for, boys? Come on, make this happen. We're still eyeing the mortar. I like the fact that the observers are clinging on to the hope that Kick is actually going to go for it. He might as well at some point and hit. Nope, it's a bait. Oh, might as well close the door.
Yeah, close the door. Yeah, that's a smart play.
Here we go. The circle is going to close in 16 seconds. You got to get these shots going.
All right, we got this, right?
What are we lining up for?
Come on.
121 is going to be a bit far.
Got to be long, yeah?
We'll see. It doesn't really go much lower. Oh, they're seeing it. Spread out, boys. Spread out. This is a punt you don't want to catch.
What? Okay, we're good. We're fine.
So now is when Shrimsy should be pushing, right? Now they're all looking
they're looking in the sky.
They're all looking into the sky. If you want to make a play out of this compound, Shrimsy should have run already, but he's still in the building. I like the effort. A round of applause for the valid attempt, but not much more is going to come of it. Here we go, straight on 4v2. Can Myth bring this home in a time of great, great need?
Doritos have been placed. Myth, with a win here, would have themselves pretty looking nice with 1 game remaining. Smokes are laid down. Nice spray on the kickstart. We'll get him low, but won't get the knock. Kiss will try to follow it up with a grenade right on to the bus. It's going to go a little bit long, but kickstart, that one's right on time. He goes down. and it's all down to Shrimzy. More grenades being sent over in his direction as they flush out kick.
Blue zone's coming in as well, and ain't gonna matter. Shrimzy, though, somehow stays alive for the majority of it, down to just a single health, as he does find Kiss able to get one, but nothing more. It's gonna come around. Great game here for Mate in Thailand, who now still not guaranteed, but most likely to have secured their spot through from the group stages.
Boy, if there was a team that needed that more than anything, with the pressure we were talking about at the beginning of the game, just being here at home, surrounded by fans, the org change from Forest over into Myth, they absolutely needed that. So huge win for them. But again, Toby, job is not done. It is still so tight there at the bottom of the leaderboard.
FaZe making it happen when it mattered, and now Myth as well, able to get big points on the board with just a single match left remaining in the PGC 2025 group stages. Group B, what do you have in store for the final fight? And for FaZe Clan, was it enough with the third place 8 points they garnered here in order to be able to get themselves through to the next stage?
So much still left on the line, but we've only got one game left to play, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Open, you know how I feel. Strike up a match, they don't know how to deal. Eating desire, my wires are higher. Feet to the fire, this passion is real. Quick like a lighter, inspiring Myers. Feet to the fire, this passion is real. Go crazy.
It's heating up with the penultimate game, finishing Myth, who was in the danger zone and does strike back. Does get themselves a lifeline here after having a bit of a disaster of a group stage so far. We were talking about it just before this game, Toppies. They needed something big, and they got it.
You know, the chicken dinners are starting to feel mythical for this team, but they come away with a big win. There's a moment where you think maybe those mortars are going to go off. Maybe Falcons are the Mythbusters, but their spot was just too strong, and despite Kickstart making it to the bus, it was not meant to be. No. This is a game about getting points when you need to. This is big for FaZe. FaZe finds themselves locked down here in the containers and are lucky enough to catch BB. Not only BB team, Molodok, one of the highest damage dealers in the lobby right now, looking the wrong direction, and they get 4 kills out of that.
That was brutal, but yeah, for FaZe, an extremely important game as well, right? And it's so like this roster to suddenly have this miraculous comeback towards the very end. Yeah,
it's almost over.
They're weird, but 9 kills go their way, right? That's huge for them. And as we saw this, I mean, this is a really important thing about that compound. Whilst we're looking at it just there for a moment, I thought this was, again, going to be a gifted position for GSW. Yes. Not the case at all with Falcons deciding to go for the C4 breach, decide for the full breach, and absolutely dismember them.
You know, if that portable shield had been placed in a different direction, it might have gone a little bit differently. But I think they did. That C4 was great, and I think what I saw yesterday was Shrimzy playing the long game, because that time Tiggleton was in charge of giving his life with the C4. They don't ask Shrimzy to do that anymore, and I think there may be a reason for that. But it was a good push. They knocked GSW out. So the big losers in this game, in particular, were GSW, who needed to get a win off of such a good spot, and the Copenhagen Wolves. These guys needed to get something out of this, and they just did not walk away with enough points.
There was concerned faces across some of these rosters, and Copenhagen Wolves was one of them. We just saw it briefly for a moment there as we take a look at the points rolling on in. Made in Thailand. Myth takes themselves 20 unbelievably important points for them towards the top. FaZe with 14 unbelievably important points. But some of the other teams
on the bottom in particular, Copenhagen Wolves, 0. Petrichor Road, who's on a bubble, 0. Absolutely frustrating to see that, because on the opposite side in the race was Myth. They walk away with 20 points. Anyone's legend gets 5. I think they're still probably in an untenable position unless something crazy happens in the last game. But it was just the teams on the bottom, with the exception of Myth, did not get enough out of that.
All right, let's take stock of it. Total leaderboard going into the last game here for Group B. Our top 5 at the moment all but looking assured here unless we see change the game, try and push on up. We'll see if that materializes down the line. However, we focus on the bottom 3. Anyone's Legend, I feel like they are absolutely done. I do not see them recovering from a game like this. It had to be massive.
Yeah.
Copenhagen Wolves and up, we could see some jostling here, but what do you think, Toffees?
All right, so Anyone's Legend done. 21 plus while the other teams run. It's just not tenable unless they have some sort of insane luck with a 9 pull down and some crazy moves. Copenhagen Wolves also have an almost impossible order against them. They have to come out in this game and they have to go frag forward from the very drop. They have to look at cleaning out the entire lobby if they want to have a chance to win this. Game start win, however, they were in bottom position coming into today. They've managed to find points in unexpected situations. That is the number right here. It's FaZe Clan, it's Rock, it's Petrichor, and it's game start win. Basically, I think one of those 4 teams is in trouble.
I do think with that game just prior, made in Thailand, should be safe, right?
Yes.
Yesterday, obviously, we saw that cutoff point being 80 points. This time around, it's very likely, with some points here and there for those bottoms, it's going to be a little bit higher. So, as you say, that danger zone very clearly there for Petrichor Road, Rock, FaZe, and the like.
I think made in Thailand and Oslo Pentagram, to count on having 4 teams throw is not like they're going to be able to sort of grind up and do okay. That said, it really is going to come down to FaZe Clan, despite still managing to pull in an exceptional amount of points off of a salvage game in the last match, are still only about 4 points off of that cut. It's 5 points off the cut. That's what scares me the most. And Rock Esports, who was significantly higher after day 1, has done nothing but slide down this leaderboard, which is a very Rock thing to do when you talk about 18-game series.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling to me as well that Oslo Pentagram, as much as we've talked about Red Zone and the performances that they were able to bust out in day 2, still finds themselves in 9th, still in the 88 points. I mean, it would be insane if everybody was to take over them underneath them, but it's crazy to me.
It's not lost on me. Oslo Pentagram, Copenhagen Wolves, Anyone's Legends. These are teams that thrive on one player being sort of the all-star.
Sure.
And if those stars haven't stepped up, you just don't get to climb, and that seems to be a symptom and a suffering.
I think Copenhagen Wolves, if they do not get out of that bottom 3, they're going to be kicking themselves about that Rondo game. Having that compound and being able to potentially hold out against that. But it looks like we are almost ready to get into the last game. Yesterday, it was absolute heartbreak for the 3 teams that went away from PGC, not getting to last chance, not getting to the grand final. And here in Group B again, it may very well be exactly the same. Let's get it going for game number 6, the final game of the day for Group B.
One more match left remaining as we take to Erangel for the final time in the group stages of PGC. Game start win, Copenhagen Wolves and Anyone's Legend. Our eyes are on you and whether or not you can climb your way out of the bottom 3, surpass the likes of FaZe, Rock Esports and Petrichor Road to make it into the safe haven of last chance qualification.
FaZe did so much last game to try to put themselves in a safe spot, but they are right there on the edge. They can't afford to go out early here again. Now, it was a rough circle for them last time, so we saw them fight out of it and managed to keep all 4 alive, and they did a lot of damage playing from South George. But who knows where this next circle is going to take us? Will it be a blessed circle? Will it be a calm circle? Or will it be absolute madness once again? As we are already seeing Santastico and the Rock Boys getting real close to BB Team, and Falcons right on top of Na'Vi.
You know, we're reaching a point in this tournament where I don't think the circles is going to matter in terms of whether or not it's going to be a crazy game, because we are in last game mode.
Whoa!
It's going to be difficult regardless.
Whoa!
You see the Dodgers and Weaves and the hard Northern Shift Myth. Rock, BB Team pleased with a Northern Circle this time around.
Deja vu. He's just been in this place before. We'll drive away safely and pick up his teammate. And okay, all the way up north. Let's go. Let's finish it up in shooting range. Why not?
You know what? I'm seeing Copenhagen Wolves. For no one leaning up against their chairs right now. They're seeing this circle. They're going, we already have one and no lean. We have an entry point into this circle. We know who loots north of us. We saw them jump out of the plane the same time that we did. We can actually go in and get, hopefully, should the circles favor it, some good real estate in this circle.
Tell you right now, I want to see Vox get on out of. Okay, yeah, he's already in a vehicle.
Get going.
Get away from Petrichor Road. Going ahead and rejoin. You got free as Naya. I don't know why you're all the way down south to begin with. I guess just get the vehicle and dip. But PO running across the bridge all by his lonesome for some unknown reason, right into the middle of Falcons.
Yeah, waiting on the other side, ready to receive a PO doing PO things type situation, which can be both good and bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes PO doing PO things is good. Sometimes, oh, there's PO doing PO things.
That's very
bad.
true.
So it's definitely a saying that has multiple functions.
And there's your man of the match, a man that we definitely had high expectations and hopes for coming into this. It's been a little bit of a slow start, but
oh yeah,
that last game looks like they might be in the clear, and at least we'll get to see them playing in the final stage here in a couple of days. Meanwhile, Wolves sending Bizzler in early. They're going to get close to Rock, and I see a few shots being sent over in that direction, but it looks like they should be safe.
I would be very surprised here if they settle for the gas station. I think there's much more to claim further on the western side. The issue is both BP team and Rock are actually kind of collapsing in that position right now. BP is going directly into them, actually on the hunt. 3 guys in the vehicle.
Here we go, and that's going to be the first knock coming through. Vox is going to go down. BB team will take out the tire, cause him to spin around. Michael will get shot out as well, and there you go, right off the bat. Copenhagen Wolves losing 2.
Never have I ever seen a Saverni looting team in this type circle get out and active that early on. I think the one thing is the plane started from the north. They got on the ground before people even landed in Pachinki.
Yep.
So they were ready way earlier than what you usually see. For Copenhagen Wolves, it was going to be a tough game already, being 10 points out of clearing. But now they're down to 2, making it that much worse.
Yeah, that is almost insurmountable. Meanwhile, Rock, you're going to find Petrichor Road is Wolves. They got here early, and yeah, BB team are immediately going to go back to the crossroads. They'll just go ahead and hold that position. Rock pulling down and taking a few shots at AZ, who's just trying to rejoin the rest of his squad over by that shelter off to the east of shooting range.
As we look to the leaderboard once more up towards the top of it, Bago Park currently set in 5th. They fell out early with just 2 points in the previous game, and with how Change the Game has been upping their game, those 11 points right now ain't necessarily a guarantee that they will finish in 6th either. And then a bit of a jump further down to Liquid. So Liquid and Na'Vi knowing that they have nothing to lose in trying to go for a 20-point banger in this final game if they want to make their way straight through the finals.
Absolutely. Well, Liquid approaching around that airplane crash, just taking that high ground. Worth noting as well, the Copenhagen Wolves, they were in that gas station. They left it.
Yep.
And they're kind of roaming around. Now, Asla Pentagram is roaming around just to their east. But I think the Wolves thinking, okay, we're down to 2. This spot is most likely going to get crashed at some point by a full 4-man squad. Let's try to play somewhere a little bit safer.
Is there any world in
or
which
maybe,
Wolves can successfully go for blue chips?
That's
I'm looking
kind of what
at
I'm looking at.
BB is in a 2-2 split. There's no one else hovering this right now. I'm like, at this point in the game, you have to try and scout it. You have to see if there's any... I mean, it's crates in the middle of the open that one guy will have to jump out, try and kit. You have to find the crate first to begin with, right? But try to go out, get back in the car, get off as quickly as you can. With where they are on the leaderboard, you have to risk it, I feel like.
Yeah.
Had it been a 3-point thing, maybe, but 10, you don't get that as 2.
Yeah, they did a little scouting, and then they retreated back to the same place that they were just at. All right, so GSW... Game start win on that northern coast. Long-range shots over towards Kiss and the boys. As they have Team Liquid also making their way up here as well. So this might be bad news for Game Start win, but they're already in vehicles. They're still repositioning. So Liquid is not going to catch them by surprise.
And they have a safety net further towards the west as well, with CC108 and his teammate being over there defending that position. So they should be all right to back off. And honestly, to go back to Wolves for a second, what they're really hoping for right now is that this next circle goes as far
west as possible,
as it possibly can. Hard shift west. Normally you'd go, we'll take a circle in the middle of the open towards us. But in this case, if they want any chance of bringing this home, they need those boys back.
They do indeed. And they're watching. They might be seeing BB Team. BB Team leaving that crossroads location, heading back into Saverni. Or at least 2 of them are, while Third on 5, you see Third on 5 kind of making their way on the northern side. You see those pink dots just off to the south.
it's happening off stream, but I'm seeing Na'Vi actually sit and hold for FaZe. Normally FaZe would drive straight up the road, and Na'Vi is sat there waiting. They're not looting. They're sat 4 guys in shelter waiting. In the meantime, we go up to the north where they're at on 5. Who, again, in theory, should be safe to qualify. Are trying to make their transition further east, but this is not easy, especially when Fluky spins down in the water.
That's not where you want to be, Fluky. He'll try to survive by swimming a little bit further on. But yeah, a number of things going on in this lobby right now that we have to keep our eyes on. It looks like FaZe is going to avoid that potential Na'Vi camp, and they're going to go ahead and Pachinki Hill, but Fluky might be stuck out here, and yeah, that is just, they have a saying about fish in a barrel, and he will at least go down without donating his point over, unless, yeah, okay, Halo, that's easy pickings. Nemo, okay, we got to change the game, and Asla Pentagram running right on top of each other. Chiang going to open things up, getting the knock on the red zone.
Again, literally nothing to lose and trying to go for a big game here, whether you're CTG or the team set.
Wenbo!
As Wenbo lands a great nade, finding himself a double. Red zone already down, just one more left to be found. The hammer ain't easy to take down, but will fall in the end of it. CTG 4 points already, hunting Pago Park.
They sure are, and in the kill feed, you can see Virtus Pro and Petrichor Road running into each other. It's down to Ming Ming and Nan. They've got 2 down as well, so it's a 2v2. Luca Rux will try to spray one. Nixie is going to find Nan, as Nixie is down to half HP. It's all down to Ming Ming playing the outside wall.
It had been 2 years ago, I'd consider him a victor in a 1v2 any day of the week, but at this point, Ming Ming doesn't feel like he's at the same level of play he used to be. Luca Rux, nice flash off the side of the tree. Hells him blinded for a second. Gets the flush with the first peek around. Teammate Flash gets the better of him as well. Here comes the double swing. Great double come through there for VP. They get a chance to reset as well.
Beautiful stuff from VP, and that's going to push them up into 2nd place overall as they pass BB Team. They should be able to get all their guys back on their feet. That aforementioned BB Team, meanwhile, they're in a little bit of a 2-2 split now. They've got 2 in the southern side of Severny. They're taking shots over towards 3rd on 5. Meanwhile, that E pickup you see is going to come from Anyone's Legend down in South George.
Looking at the leaderboard right now, I was not even considering this coming into this fight, but Petrichor ending at 84. There doesn't have to be a whole lot of good performances in this game in order for them to finish in 13th place. So if you're looking at games that win all FaZe right now, there is the blessing that Wolves were looking for as well. If you're, a Petrichor fan, as safe as it felt a moment ago, now I don't know anymore.
All right, we'll keep an eye on Game Start Win up there on the northern coast. Even closer eye on Wolves. It looks like, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're heading over towards that direction where their teammates were taken down earlier. Although Change the Game is starting to wrap around down to the south. We'll keep an eye on that. Anyone's Legend, meanwhile, trying to come in from that western side. They're going towards that plane crash area. And looks like they'll get everybody in. Houdat with the high ground. And worth noting, it looks like Copenhagen Wolves managed to find if at least one of the blue chips.
Have plenty of time to work with as well. They know coming in on that eastern side, it's going to be action-packed to begin with, as we see already now. Best of luck. Finding the knock onto Alo, will turn around and take the fight straight back to them once more. BB Team played out of this exact position on day 1 with great success, so no wonder they're going back to try and do it once more.
Keeping eyes on FaZe as well as they make their way into the south side. Still 4 up. And you see Rock taking shots over towards Change the Game, trying to take that higher ground. Rock very comfy over there in shooting range, but they're now going to have to hold off BB Team, who has arrived as RBN is trying to make the run away. He gets to the fence line just in the nick of time.
Oh, you thought BB Team were scarier. BB with nothing to lose is even harder to go up against. Phil first, great headshot connected onto RBN as he tried to get to safety. Now it's Souls next on the chopping block, but defending the building successfully as for now.
And there you go, RBN will get flushed out. Now 3rd on 5 actually has an angle. That's X-Grozy. He's all by himself. The rest of T5 up in Severny, where Navi has just arrived. So T5 might be split in multiple directions right now. Wolves, meanwhile, still trying to fight their way to a spot where they can maybe go for one of these emergency res beacons. BB Team, though, they're going to crash in. Rock will go ahead and give them the building.
I've only seen Adusi actually use the zipline gun in this tournament. He did it in the Miramar a couple
just to
of
get
days
up to
back,
a roof.
And now he's doing it again. You know what I mean? If it works, it works. Might as well try and see if you can get yourself into an off-angle position.
He looks like he's having a great old time right now, though. Well, Rock having a slightly less great time as now they are getting taken by Virtus Pro up on the high ground. Meanwhile, Myth is also finding shots down on to change the game, so they're collecting some more points for themselves, just securing that spot in the top 13.
Exactly, Myth. I mean, there is a far long and away world where Myth has a blinder of a game and jumps from 14th in the previous game into top 5 in this. That's how close this entire group has been all the way through, sitting second to last in the previous match, and now a long shot, but still a shot for a potential top finish.
There we go. The res beacon getting used. Copenhagen Wolves will try to get their men back up, and we'll see where they decide to go to try to loot up. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan on that south side, they're running into Bagel Pod. They've only got Akan picked out. What a shot from Vard through the window. Will take him down, and they will secure that point. Bagel Pod will just turn off in the other direction while we wait and see where the next circle will take us.
Single fire too strong as he realized that at the end of it.
Nasty.
Next circle, where are we going? Game start, win. They have seen the script for the day to come, and they are being blessed with a circle once more. Even the observers highlighting it here. They need something big. That is the message coming from above. The PUBG gods literally blessing the compound in the north.
I'll tell you who's not getting blessed, though, is FaZe, as they once again find themselves having to chase and going a long, long way to do it. We'll see how they try to take their route in as E-pickups are coming through, and the Copenhagen Wolves, they get both of their boys back, and they are flying off to the east. We'll see where they turn up and how much loot they can come up with as Fantastico and the Rock boys try to hold the line against BB Team. Best of luck. We'll find Biel, but Biel will trade down Molodoct. Fantastico holding the line. We'll see a doozy going through. He's got a good idea where he's going to peek from. There it is. Nice shots from Fantastico. Keep things alive, but now he's in trouble. Phil first will find him with the Panzerfaust, and now it's all down to Solds.
Great hold there on the side of Fantastico, understanding where the pressure was coming in from as well. For Solds now to try and do this one on his own against his opponent in a 1v1 issue. Is Explosive is taking away all the points from them, and the help will come through to the end of it too. Rosited finding the final one, and for Rock, we'll see if they get to stay alive as 2, or if maybe T5 is coming in to finish them off.
Third on 5. Definitely have to make their way through Rock to get this done. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, gonna run into Myth at that plane crash. Sizing each other up right now. Correxy. Oh, he's gonna get spotted out by Scappy on the low ground. Nice shots from him. We'll take count Corexy. And that will be one knocked here for Virtus Pro.
And the flank angle as well. That opens up a great push potential for Myth. The thing for them is they don't really have to go anywhere further. And as a matter of fact, it's VP that has to push towards them. So Corexy almost always guaranteed for a good entry knock to start off a fight. This time around was found early.
All right, Myth just playing it slow. Spread out along the crash as now anyone's legend. They hear this fight. They're going to send a couple up here to sneak around and see what they can spot out. He's going to spot out Baron. Shots from Tycon. They, as you said, they need every single point that they can get. And Baron, the sneakiest of snakes, doesn't know how close he just came to getting shot at. And there's the first one. The second one comes through, and Tycon gets the knock.
And you know what? You got to push off of it too. They know what they have to go out and accomplish in order to bring this one home, and that doesn't cut it with placement points alone. They need to get active, and they need to get active now. So send all your troops up, and you can see in the minimap in the bottom right corner, they're doing exactly that right now.
Keeping track, Copenhagen Wolves. They've got all 4 back. They've looted up in Severny, and they're wrapping around on the northern coast, but they might run into Navi shortly. Meanwhile, IMAS will get the knock on a Nixie, and they'll get the flush on the Baron. So anyone's legend doing what they need to do, trying to be active early on. Nice grenade from Kiss will come through, but Wolves, they're going to run right into Navi, and just like that, they get eliminated after trying to make the revive, trying to make a run. Wolves get taken out.
A valiant effort for the Wolves. I would have loved to see them try and go south rather than north around on this one, but of course, hindsight 101. Great attempt, but not enough, despite the fact that they got 2 players back in it.
IMAS finding shots on Kiss, doesn't get the knock though, as now Virtus Pro trying to stay alive with Lukarux. He's going to get spotted. Nice shots will take down Tycon, but Scappy will finish him off in the end. VP going down in 12th, as now we are cleaning up what's left of this fight. Tycon, we need to get him back on his feet if you're anyone's legend. They only got 1 point off of this so far. Scappy just staying alive, trying to run away, will go down in the end, and that's 3 for anyone's legend.
3 points are still yet needed for AL. They have Destroyer still inside the circle in the compound down to the low ground, but as safe as that position is, that is not a compound from where you get any activity when it comes to kill feed. So I think you gotta kind of just ignore that. They're leaving him down there as a safety, of course, to be able to back off towards. But next one's confronting them is going to be T5, and actually it's going to be 2-1 down. Him has realized, and the one fell to Blues are going to claim that one first. Smart on the veteran player to go out and secure that point. The second one doesn't matter. He was down in the blue. He got the knock, so he's going to get the point with it too.
What heads-up play there from him, Ass.
Yep.
To make sure that they saw they were looking from that direction just in case they got crashed. Now Navi, after taking down Copenhagen Wolves, they've got to make their way down south, and they will find just a little bit of a ridge line to play here, just off to the west of Team Liquid. You can hear the shots from Liquid coming through, but Liquid still have to make a move in, so Navi not out of the woods just yet.
Rock need just 1 more point. They're currently tied with Petrichor because they're lower in placement points. They're set at a loss of that tie. If they can get 1 more and at least just gets past Petrichor Road, it might not guarantee them qualification, but it puts them in a much, much better position, because with how GameStar Win is currently positioned up north, it's looking good for him.
Oh, okay. Pio with an arm. Haven't seen that in a minute, and that is absolutely filthy stuff. Onto Extends. We're getting real close to getting into placement points here, as Extends will get flushed out. Fairest just taking a little bit of blue damage. Luke 12 just off to his south. I think they both know that the other is there, but you can see how much damage we're doing at this point. And now FaZe try to take the fight with Falcons. Rock will go down, so they will remain tied with Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road getting the tiebreaker on placement points.
This also means that for GameStar Win 84, make that 85 in case of a tie is a guaranteed qualification. They need 9 points or more to be guaranteed making their way through.
That's the fight that we got to keep an eye on right now. FaZe versus Falcons. 3 up for FaZe. They've got the inside track towards the zone, so Falcons are going to have to push through them, but they don't know about Fex with this nasty little flanking angle. Third on 5 going to go down, and they will secure their spot in the top 5, so they get a nice little rest before the grand final. But where, oh where, will Falcons go? How will they push in? Will they spot out Fex? They get the knock on a Jeems to start things off. So now it's just down to Vard and Fex. Fex will try to come through, but Tiggleton is on time, and he will spot him out. It's all down to Vard.
85 would be practically guaranteed for Falcons here, but they ain't there just yet. Having said that, we are seeing players eliminated by the second. 1 more placement point will go their way, but it's going to keep them at 84, I believe. No, make it 83 as the final flush didn't come through. So they're now set on the block as well.
And GameStar Win actually stole one of those away, so that is a point picked up off of the team that they're chasing. 4 points, you said, Toby, is all there is keeping FaZe from going home early. GameStar Win still 4 strong. They're pushing in, change the game, has eyes on this. The shots from Tianchan not going to be enough.
And GameStar Win already had more placement points than FaZe coming into this game, so in case of a tie, GameStar Win will surpass. 4 points is going to be enough for them to qualify and through, and for all anyone's legend, they need everything. They need to get aggressive, and they need placement points on top of it too.
The analyst desk touched on it earlier today, saying that FaZe were so low on placement points. Will that be the thing that keeps them out of the last chance qualifier here? As GameStar Win, they still have work left to do, and everybody knows where they are on that northern side. But you see Team Liquid trying to push through Begopa, but Pio with that arm is right there with it. Wenbo kind of on his own here. Well, he's got Tianchan right there as well. But GameStar Win, they're going to wrap around over here on the west. That might push them right into Falcons.
That's what I was just going to say. I mean, it's on Falcons to go out and make a play here. Just set up a complete contain on that northwestern side. CC, we've seen what he can do with nades to try and open up fights. He has 2 of them already available. They're going to hear Tiggleton's vehicle creeping closer, so they know that there's a threat on the top of the hill. But down on that southern side, for anyone's legends, they got to get out of that valley soon and get aggressive in these fights.
Anyone's legend, they're still 4 up, but they need so many more points. if they are going to have any shot of pulling off the miracle here. Begopa, PO has been doing magic with that arm. He's going to have to put it away real quick just to get the res onto Guyon. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, Sparking and Luke 12, the last two up.
They're going for it.
They are going to go for it. Falcons coming around the tops here, so CC108 has the low ground. He's hiding on his stomach. He doesn't know.
He did!
Bill Kickstart spotted him out. The vision, and now a GameStar win. They are in trouble.
Placement points, of course, can come on multiple fronts. If GameStar win can just survive some of these fights happening in the southeast, that could be them going through. As Himas falls down, CC108 will be confirmed. A big loss on the side of GSW.
But meanwhile, Anyone's Legend still collecting points on that south side. Now that's going to force Falcons, or going to force GameStar win to push right into change the game. Change the game, trying to reposition. Wembo has the hard cover. The grenades are going to come through. Wembo low, but he's got the Doritos to hide behind. Ming Ming down to 50 HP.
Oh.
He's going to go down to Tian Tian, and now the push through for Xiaopian. He'll get spotted out by Wembo. GameStar win is falling apart. Could this be FaZe's salvation?
This will be it. This will be the fight for GameStar win to either make it in or be sent home, and what worse than be taken out by your fellow countrymen. CTG holding strong here, but they too have a taller order at hand. They want to surpass Begopa. They want their grand final spot secured right here, right now.
Xiaotong, oh, he gets spotted out by Winbo. The smoke wall keeping him alive for the time being. Falcons have pulled off. They're still looking over in this direction just in case, but Xiaopian gets flushed out. That's a nice grenade. We'll take Xiaotong down to 20 HP. Will stop down to heal up. Staying alive by the grace of the smoke. We'll try to go a little bit lower, and now it's just survival time.
There is a world in which Anyone's Legends cleans the house, gets the win, and even that could push FaZe out. It's only 14 points, and placement points are available to make that happen, but it's going to have to come with a lot of kills, and I think they're starting to realize it too. They have one, and that's one more point garnered. Another placement point in the back as well, pushing them up to 81 with GameStar win, getting that one placement point. Every single point they can get here could be at 3 more points needed for Xiaotong to make it happen, but here's the northern rep from Liquid.
Liquid's hunting, trying to find anyone they can. They know that Tiantian and Wembo are at that the little shelter right above them, and they know that somebody else is over here, but they can't spot them. Xiaotong just staying alive, hiding behind the coop, and just waiting for the inevitable push from Falcons, but it's just not coming. Falcons just controlling that western side, and now they're starting to look more towards the south. They're going to push into the back of Anyone's Legend.
And that's the thing, unless if Liquid back off, Xiaotong is the next to have to make a move in this. Everyone, I mean, Anyone's Legend in the southeast, plenty of space. Falcons got all the room in the world to maneuver. CTG is close enough to circle center. They're going to be fine for a while, so it's Liquid. Either you rep north around or you rep
over towards the C4.
C4 vehicle into the bunker. That could be what sets up this player. Maybe a move for Xiaotong to go through alongside his team in GSW. Are they actually committing to it, though?
Oh, boy. It is.
Oh, you can see the fans here shaking. They know what's at stake. 3 points needed for GSW to make this happen.
Right now, it is all about survival for Xiaotong, and that circle.
C4.
Yeah, that circle pop is going to let that C4 go on the click. So immediately, though, you see change the game, trying to reposition stuff, and it is going to be Sparking to be the one that sends it. He's going to push it right down as the nice grenade will force him to pop out, and unfortunately for the Liquid boys, they are nowhere near, and Sparking doesn't get out of the corner, and now Falcons have now come back. They're going to wrap around on the northern side. Wenbo, they're still hunting. Luke will spot out Falcons, and that's going to put them on pause. Xiaotong's still alive.
Do they realize there's still one GameStar win player alive? And we're looking at Liquid right now. We got to be looking in this direction as the nade comes close. Somehow Xiaotong stays alive, and if that was an indicator that Falcons know exactly where he is, then this should be it.
They've got him absolutely pinned out, but Anyone's Legend now, they have come in from the eastern side. They change the game, looking in the wrong direction. They're going to have to drop smoke, slow things down just a little bit longer. Falcons, they know exactly where Xiaotong is, but he survived. He stayed alive. He's going to go on the backside, but the blue zone now pushing in. Kickstart's looking. Can Kickstart get the knock? Xiaotong with the blue at his back in a 1v1 versus Kickstart for GameStar's wins life, and they go down. FaZe getting through by the skin of their teeth, but Anyone's Legend still has a shot.
Exactly. They need to get another 11 points off of this match. I'm not going to do the math, but I'm just going to call it out. There is a world where that could happen. Anyone's Legend, 4 guys still on their feet. They have been rock bottom throughout this entire group stage. And in match 18, now trying to come back and make it happen.
And they have 8 kills so far. Himas, 861 damage, willing his team to fight to the end, and they have complete control over this circle while Falcons have pushed on top of Change the Game. They hide down in the bunker, trying to survive a little bit longer. Tiggleton is on his own. He is the only one keeping anyone's legend from wrapping back onto this.
Let's see if they can make this thing happen. Tycon brought down to low HP early on here. Tiggleton single-handedly trying to fend off against them. As goes for the shot on the other side, closing in on 1,000 damage done. Gets the kill on him as well. Even more point garnered now up to a 74.
There's no way. There's no way that they pull this off in the final game.
They need everything, man. They need literally all of it except for maybe a kill. They have the circle control. They need these points as well. They cannot have Falcons or CTG kill one another.
Kickstart left behind on top of the shelter. The bait from that US trying to force the Change the Game boys to pull out and put themselves into Kickstart's line of fire, but it's just not happening. Wembo and Tianchan just hold the line as the grenade's going to fall just a little bit short, but they will have to leave here eventually as the circle closes, but new circle popped and anyone's legend has complete control.
Do indeed, but how much are they going to get of it? Destroy. Tasked with trying to maintain the contain on the east-hand side. 2 players set out there now as well. Tianchan, they know they have to make a play out of this bunker eventually. And as this looks right now, this is not going to be points that anyone's legends are going to be able to try and claim. They're going to be isolated. Brought back into it by the circle as we get a bit of a speed boost there. Himas, importantly, though, able to get the kill.
Gets the knock on a Shrimsy. Tiggleton going to trade one back, though. He's going to get the knock on a Himas. And Himas has been an absolute beast so far in this game. They need to get him back on his feet as the blue zone grenades falling on top of Change the Game. Not going to find any knocks. 9 kills now for anyone's legend, and they still have a shot. Tianchan making a push through. H-Wing gets 1. Wenbo, the last one alive. Kickstart going for the push. Can he get him before he retreats down the tunnel? No, he cannot, but he can at least take 1 more point out of the bag for anyone's legend.
Exactly. Cake forced to make the run on up the hillside. Take is still set up there, but who that is that holding the angle? They get the rest up on him as importantly, but they need to maintain control of this. Wenbo looking for an extra point here, seeing if he can somehow get a kill as Himas.
Himas!
1 more kickstart now going down as well. H-Win going down as well, but it's to the hand of Wenbo. Will this be enough?
10 kills now for anyone's legend. They find Kickstart as well. 1,000 damage for Himas. He is pulling out all stops. He's got 77 points. They get the win. Was it enough to put them into 13th place? We don't know. It was so close, but what a performance from anyone's legend here at the end.
Immediately after the game, they looked to one another. I have no clue whether they made it or whether they didn't, but it's going to be as close as ever, and regardless of whether or not they got it in the end, they put in the biggest effort they could possibly have. I'm not sure if they know. I think they realized in this, if Tick dying to blue is what denied them a final point, I don't know what to say. This has never been this close before.
Tig dying to blue, Wenbo stealing 1 kill. Falcons getting 1 kill off of CTG. There was only so many points left for anyone's legend to get, and they did so much. They did everything they possibly could. Himas going absolutely nuclear in the final game, but was it enough? We'll have to see as FaZe, they are down. Oh boy, they are sweating as well. We'll have to see how this goes.
You can realize it then and there. They made it through. FaZe are in the next stage, and yes, the smiles are on their faces. The smiles of relief. That should not be smiles of joy, though, as they have a lot of fixing to do tomorrow and coming into the finals. We need to see a leaderboard, and we need to see it right now.
Oh my God.
I don't know what that final score was.
These last 2 days have been absolutely insane. And we are only through the group stages, Toby. We still have a final stage to go before we get to the grand final of PGC 2025.
Copenhagen Wolves not able to make it happen. You can see the face.
Oh, no.
I mean, they look defeated. They look like they didn't make it, but I don't know if that's the case.
Well, we'll have to see. It looked like the FaZe boys got confirmation, and that does not look to be a team that is happy with their position, but what a performance. Take nothing away. they pulled out all the stops at the end, and it was so close. But let's throw it over to the analyst desk to finish this one off. It has been an absolute pleasure.
Well, what might go down as one of the most insane... We thought yesterday was crazy, and then all of a sudden, anyone's legend who we thought was completely done suddenly revitalizes, suddenly resurrects from the dead, and might have just been defeated by 1 point, 1 deny after they went radio rental in the last game. That is unbelievable if this has just happened.
Tiggleton has had the Chinese fans turned against him in the past. Now the Vietnamese fans will never forgive him if that is indeed the difference maker. Death to Blue may have been that 1 point difference. We don't know for sure. We saw the faces of the players. We saw FaZe rejoicing. We saw anyone's legend crying. It's possible that the backstage leaderboards have updated, but either way, this is my takeaway. Anyone's legend can now look forward to next year. They can find a way to put the roster a little bit tighter because that Tycon him-ass connection fired back up in that last game.
Where was this until the 12th hour? Where was this? This was just what we expect from him-ass, but it was just too late, it feels like. We're expecting when we get to those overall leaderboards an 83 versus 82 points. Of course, we'll see that whenever that does come along. But of course, hold your breath on that one as we kind of watch out the rest of this game. What do you when you have a scenario go down like this, Thomas? What do you say about this game?
I mean, yeah, right. It's tough too because there was so much that happened in this game leading up to this point. Whether
important things,
sort of the FaZe situation, whether it was the Wolves getting ambushed early on and having to wait for almost 15 minutes to bring their players back in from the blue chip, and it's still managing to get 4 back up. It was close. There was a moment. The Navi trap on the north side ultimately cost them their chance at going to the finals. FaZe was on the precipice of absolute disaster as this fight goes down here at the end. CTG tucked into this bunker. They tried to win him out, but they could not do it.
GSW, single player X-Tong, still alive during all of this.
Survival of him.
To be able, if he was to survive just a little bit longer, maybe that could have jumped GSW into a position where they were able to move on as well here. And again, just mid-circle, suddenly, they're playing edge. They're not trying to make silly rotates on anyone's legends. They're just destroying everything. And it probably is not enough.
And that's hard. To see the moment where they look like the Demon Dogs again and they just cannot walk away with that victory is very, very frustrating.
Absolutely. It looked like there was, of course, some joy on the faces of FaZe. Not so much on the Wolves. They are done, definitely. I can't help but feel like they just left. Of course, they had those knocks early, but it felt like that they were just scared to go back for the blue chips, to try any earlier res. Maybe that could have been a knock-on factor for them to try and stay alive in this game.
It was brutal to watch. It has been a really tough 1-2 punch for the ex-Luminosity boys. They split into 2 different rosters. They both played their hearts out all year long, and to see both sides get knocked out with these young guns, these up-and-coming players with so much heart on the line, absolutely brutal. And I think it's going to feel the same way as anyone's legend. They had Tycon in reserve for 2 days. They put him in today. They tried something a little bit different, and it took a while to fire up. You see James excited, giving high fives all around.
What's crazy is we haven't even talked about the top 5 scenario yet. So we've still got that to look forward to when we take a look at the overall leaderboards as well here. But
my heart goes out to those guys.
For anyone's legends, for Wolves, it looks like it is the end of the road here for Group B. Down to the wire, down to it. You can see the heartbreak on their faces. But now let's head over to the main stage here as we have an interview ready with the legend. It is, of course, P.O.
เอาละค่ะแล้วก็เรียบร้อยไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับวันนี้นะคะกับวันที่ 3 เราก็ได้รู้แล้วว่าใครได้ตีตั๋วตรงนะคะไปที่ Grand Finals วู้ บอกว่าถ้าเกิดว่าใครที่ยังไม่เคยมาชมนะคะที่สถานที่จัดงานของเราหรือว่าที่สตูดิโอต้องบอกเลยว่าอยากให้มาจริงๆเพราะว่าบรรยากาศมันสนุกสนานมากใช่ไหมคะทุกคน ขอบคุณนะแล้วก็สำหรับในตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเราไปพูดคุยนะคะกับพี่โอ from Bangkok. Alright, so for the first question, I would like to ask that it have been a while that you have played on the PGC stage, but your performance is still outstanding. So what does it mean for you to come here and to lead this team to the finals?
오랜만에 PGC 무대에 돌아오게 되셨는데 여전히 정말 좋은 경기력을 보여주고 계신 것 같아요. 배고파의 일원으로서 이제 캐리를 하면서 팀을 그랜드 파이널 직행까지 올리게 되신 소감이 어떠신가요?
제가 캐리한 건 아니고요. 팀원들이 너무 잘해줘가지고 오더만 했는데 그냥 버스 타서 올라간 것 같습니다.
Honestly, I did my job as an IGL, but my teammates worked really well, so that was the key to the grand finals.
Wow! All right, so another thing, you have lifted the trophy before. So, do you and your team have what it takes to do it again?
PGC 트로피를 한번 들어보신 경험이 있는데 이번에 피오님이랑 배고파 팀원들이 다시 들어올릴 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
저번에 배고파로 나왔을 때는 이제 그랜드 파이널을 못 갔는데 제가 2년간 휴식기를 취하고 와가지고 조금 도전하는 자세로 하고 있기 때문에 가능성은 있다고 생각합니다.
Last time we played as 배고파, we didn't make it to the grand finals, but after taking 2-year break, we are refreshed and take this challenge, take it as a challenge, and we are open to the chance to win the championship.
Yeah. All right, so we look forward for that. Let's cheer for Bangkok! Thank you so much, Pio. Thank you. Let's take a rest. ยังไงก็เชียร์นะคะสำหรับเบโกพากันด้วยแต่ว่าที่ไม่พูดถึงไม่ได้เลยแล้วก็ต้องคุยกับเขาสักหน่อยเพราะว่าในวันนี้เนี่ยเขาก็ได้เข้าสู่ในรอบ last stage ด้วยนะคะกับ Gustav from FaZe Clan Hi Gustav What
Hello
A lot of your fans here. You want to say something to them?
I mean, they're all so sweet, but I'm just glad we could pull through.
Okay, sure. So for the first question, what was it like watching as AL kept getting kill after kill? Did you have a feeling how close this was?
I mean, we actually did. We were kind of joking about it before the game, and then they just go and do it. And I think they were like 1 point behind us or something, but I'm not sure. I still haven't seen the leaderboard, so I just know I qualified.
Oh, that's great. Okay, and second, you have came in at the very last minute. So how are you feeling right now?
I mean, I don't know. I'm feeling weird because, like, congratulations, you didn't get kicked out of the tournament. So, like, I mean, I live to fight another day, I guess.
Sure. You're still here. Everyone needs you to be here. So it's been a tough run for your team, and some people might say that today results came out from luck more than performance. So what do you plan to hold your ground into the last stage to secure the spot to the grand finals?
I mean, we definitely need to have a talk on the team and just change something up a little bit because we were struggling, but I don't know, just gotta go after it, that's all.
Yeah, sure. Everyone's cheer for you for FaZe Clan. This is Gustav. Thank you, Gustav. Let's take a rest and we'll cheer for you at the last stage. All right, ก็เชียร์กันนะคะสำหรับในวันนี้เนี่ยก็เรียบร้อยไปแล้วได้ทราบไปแล้วว่าทีมไหนเนาะที่จะได้ไปที่ Grand Finals บ้างแต่ว่าสุดท้ายแล้วเนี่ยเรายังมีต้องบอกว่าเป็น last stage กันอยู่นะคะยังไงก็สามารถมาเชียร์กันได้ส่วนตอนนี้ค่ะส่งต่อให้ที่ analyst ของเราดีกว่า back to you our analyst Woohoo!
Consider the following. Is it any more brutal day after day? Group A was insane. Group B, anyone's legend. I don't know what was fueling them in this last game, but here are the results from it, and it must be... There's no word to describe it.
12 kills, 1,500 damage, desperation, a chicken dinner, everything you could do, but it's an 18-game series, and one game will never change that. they don't take the win. It's brutal for them. I gotta be honest, I loved Gustav's mentality. They were celebrating, but he's right. He immediately pivoted to, congratulations, you're still in the tournament, right? Like,
that was it.
That is it.
You didn't get kicked out.
You now have to go to the final stage. You now have to do it all over again. There's joy there, but there's also frustration.
9 kills and 1,000 damage. Himas decided to just run with it this game. It felt like he'd completely expended all other options in every other game and was like, I'm just gonna shoot. I'm just gonna shoot.
Oh, here, hold my water. I've got some things to do, boys. And he did. He basically tied his team and just dragged them. He said, cover my back, make sure I don't get flanked. I'm gonna go do some crazy things, and ends up playing out of his mind. Huge point control.
It makes you think, right? Obviously, they've just had Sololzi join the team. They do have Hisaki as well. I think a lot of people are looking at it as, are we going to eventually, in 2026, have Cerberus 2.0? Maybe that may be the case, but I mean, in the future, who knows if their style really actually works out the same way, considering that the landscape of PUBG changes year on year, month on month, when you've got the teams looking like they do here on the Battleground. And taking a look at the match record again.
It almost hurts to see that.
Yeah, this is becoming painful for me to constantly watch through.
It's like morbid. It's a little morbid, right? It's like we're celebrating the loss of this incredible player who's been with us for so long and such a shining light. And his final game of 2025, he gets to be featured again as he prepares to head towards the airport. Tough. Very tough.
Those are the numbers.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as we take a look at the overall summary for the group as a whole, Falcons was able to do something blisteringly strong across the entire 3 days.
I think one of the biggest takeaways for me on Group B is that both Falcons and VP sent a strong message to Twisted Minds. This is not your tournament to win. We are also here, we are also strong, and we are also committed to dominance, and they looked like it in this lobby.
And the BB resurgence as well, because obviously PEC not qualifying to 9 and 10, and we thought they were kind of in the bin, in the doldrums, but not to be the case. They've shown up very much so in this Group B. Bagelpar and Therodon 5 as well in there. Let's take a look at the results from this game once again for another kick against anyone's legend. 22 points. But it was not enough, it feels like, with all of our confirmations. We're just waiting for that overall leaderboard to now arise.
It's tough. It's tough to see that. It's tough to feel that. But at the end of the day, you leave it to the end, and that's what you get. Change the Game comes away with a nice 11, and a lot of teams who had to find points were able to go out there and put them on the board. Game start win, try their noble darndest to get themselves out of that bottom 3 and could not.
All right, leaderboards, here we are. And we have got ourselves Falcons 160 points. I do believe that beats to the Expendables in the previous group. I think
157.
157. Congratulations to Falcons. Not third place at all so far here from this one. And as we mentioned, 1 point separated, almost a dream victory from anyone's legend on qualifying against FaZe Clan, because they would have had more placement points than them in a tiebreaker scenario. That is the first tiebreaker. So it could have been different.
The answer is Tiggleton. The team that finished first and had no reason to deny a point to anyone else out there.
True.
He could have taken the fight. He could have gone for the highlight. This is a man who's not wearing a shirt in most of our footage for the opener. He likes to show off. He likes to flex. And in this moment, he chose not to.
Can we get Tiggleton? Can we interview Tiggleton? Is that possible?
Like,
Can
why?
we somehow summon him?
I want to know why he
into
made that choice.
existence?
Yes.
I'd love that.
I'm hitting the Tiggleton summon drum.
Yeah, I'm dropping all professionalism. Where's Tiggleton?
For you guys at home, as a reminder, the gold teams go straight to the grand final.
Congratulations.
The blue teams go straight to the airport. Everyone else goes to the final stage in 2 days' time, where they are going to play to see who the top 5 teams are that get a chance to go to the grand final.
See him, he's over there in the distance. But anyway, we have ourselves our last chance stage, as this is the 16 teams that will be playing that out. Bear in mind, 5 of these teams will join the current qualified 10 alongside Full Sense, that was awarded a place in that grand finals directly as well.
And I think this is where Gustav's mentality comes into play. Only 5 teams are moving out of this next lobby. We saw the heartbreak and the challenge of being top 5 when you had 2 lobbies to try to get out of.
Oh, yeah.
To have just this final lobby with some of the best teams in the world is going to be brutal.
What's really crazy about this lobby, actually, is that there's some teams that came so shy on close to a top 5 in the group stage. I'm looking at Orchid and Namiga, especially. 2 teams that, be it Slam G or Win or Die, I didn't expect to be anywhere near those top 5 from groups. And yet somehow they were. They transcended. This is me being a little bit biased towards some EMEA moments for a second here. And of course, tomorrow we have the event match that's going to be happening on Erangel Sub-Zero. That's duos matches that are going to be happening.
A lot of fun. And we got some great pairings. We got even players who might have been eliminated from the event so far will be joining us on that stage to put up some fun and have a good time. And we sort of get this break going before we move to the final stage. Are they miking Tiggleton?
Are we miking Tiggleton right now? There's no way. I guess we should make sure that it's all working before we actually do it.
All right, so we won't overhype it yet.
Oh my
be here
God.
The event match is going to be awesome. You should be here. It's going to be live on December 4th at 11 a.m. UTC. And we're going to have all kinds of fun activities going on and lots of money going the ways of the players. So that should be a very, very good time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's some cool duos that are going to be part of that as well. And you know what? Because we've been traveling this whole time, I've barely even seen the Erangel Sub-Zero thing.
I don't think I've
so
seen it.
I would like to actually watch it myself.
I'm pretty excited. I'm excited about this new Blue Zone grenade that maybe sticks to BRDMs. That looks like it could be quite a bit of fun.
Yes, indeed. I am flabbergasted. I am shooketh at what we just witnessed here.
Bring him on. Come here.
And
right. Come in.
Well. Hello, Mr. Tiggleton. All right, we've got a few questions for you.
Really,
what does that mean?
Okay. You guys are in first place, 160 points.
Yes.
You chose to deny when anyone's legend needed 1 point
be my first question.
to advance. What was going through your head when you made that choice?
Look, I'm not going to lie about it. They're a great team. They're very talented. I'm sorry to the Vietnamese fans. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I get that.
I said in comms, I think they're on the brink of qualifying. I don't want them to qualify. And I hit prone, and I crawled in the blue zone. And I guess it was actually the difference.
Well, actually, obviously, thank you for coming up here and answering that. It makes sense, right? Because technically speaking, if this team is capable of something like that in a pinch, is that the reason you don't really want them in? It can be a threat.
Everyone knows Hamas is just like capable of dropping 40 kills out of nowhere, and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And like, especially on some maps when we loot around them, and I just don't like being around them because this Apex style of gameplay, it's not predictable. They're loose cannons.
Yeah, fair. I guess my follow-up question actually is beyond that scenario. First place, 160 points here. I guess 1, are you coming for that Cayenne? I guess 2, are you coming for PGC?
Yeah, I mean, we were like kind of chilling, and then we heard about this Porsche on the line, and I was like,
things have changed.
That would be kind of nice, like I can't imagine being live on stream and another player just sending me a photo of him driving a Porsche or something. Like, I just can't allow this. So I need to make sure that I am the driver of the Porsche.
Do you think Shrimzy threw yesterday's C4 so that from now on you have to be the C4 sacrificial lamb going forward? Because that one today was great.
Well, technically, we've designated H-Win as the sacrificial lamb. His role as the IGL. But, Shrimzy yesterday, he said, I'm going to do it, and then we just completely banned him.
Nice. He's done.
Yeah, that was, I remember that one, yes. I don't want to remember that one.
Yeah, we've given him some memes for it. We saw a doozy in the kill feed today, blew himself up as well, and all of us started clapping. You're not the only one, buddy. All
right, so focusing on, you guys are headed to going straight to the final. Don't get the reps in between. Who do you think are the, I would say, number 1, number 2 threat to you guys, preventing you from winning this PGC?
It's got to be VP and Twisted Minds.
Okay.
I mean, both of them have been having stellar years so far. Twist is an obvious threat. They're always farming. VP, I just think, is on an absolute roll since EWC. I think they got like 3rd, 2nd, 1st.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're cleaning up, and mechanically, they're looking super strong. I haven't seen any cracks in their defense. Like, if they're fed the zone, they're winning the games. So.
Yeah.
All right, well, final words for your fans, final words for the people that are spotting you, considering you got 106 points, which is technically above the expendables from the previous group.
Yeah. Shout out fans, followers, shout out friends at home, socks on gamers, mom and dad. I miss you guys a lot, and see you soon.
Socks on gamers. You heard it from Tiggleton himself. All right, leave. Go on. Get out of here. All right.
Games, buddy.
GG to Falcons, of course, for taking 160 points. Number 1 in the group. It is a big statement.
It's a huge statement. Also, I love that he said, hate the game, not the player, right?
It's true.
I respect that he came out and he was honest about it, and he's right. Him and anyone's legends, they just get scarier and scarier the longer a tournament goes on.
All's fair in love and war, and when it goes on like that, and when it's competition on the line, you know that these players will do anything that it takes to eliminate some of the best competition out there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a day. What a two-group stage we have had here for PGC, and it wouldn't be possible without all of our lovely partners to make it all happen.
Yeah, we want to say thank you to our monitor partners, Ben Q Zowie, for making sure you can see everything crystal clear.
Yes, and of course we have TT Racing joining us, our official gaming furniture partner, because they are ergonomically designed perfectly to keep all of these players comfortable, have razor-sharp focus whenever they're playing some PUBG here on the Battlegrounds.
And thank you to our official partner, as well as the entire world's, it's AWS.
And finally, you can head over to op.gg and overpower your game by checking out those numbers, making sure that you can craft perfect rosters in fantasy, helping everything out that's going on. Well, that does it.
It was awesome.
That was...
It was, though.
We were, once again, shouting at our monitor backstage at what was going on. The knock-on effects here of PGC and this group stage that we've had, the double cut-off points, and we get to do last chance. And then we got the grand final. There's so much still to come, Toffees.
PUBG is always exciting, and I love that even in the group stages, the stress is absolute. Like, this was a crazy, both of our group stage tournaments end in nail-biter finishes, and it's been nothing short of amazing. It's only going to get better when we get to the final stage.
I'm getting too warm now. We got to end this. All right, that's done for the group stages for PGC 2025. We're taking one day off for tomorrow, technically, but there is the event match, so you can tune in for that. And then after that, we've got 3 days worth of that last chance stage. We'll see you then for more PGC 2025.
Now we're bringing the pain. There ain't no stopping this train. You lit the spark and now it's fanning to flame. Let's get fired up, let's get rowdy. Everything we learned, time to let them feel the burn. Get fired up, let's get rowdy. Let's go. You will never bring me down. 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 Pushing us past the breaking point, you know you just get this energy, electricity. I promise you will see a generation coming, unity, prepare the eulogy, and watch somebody fall as the people stand tall. You will never bring me down. 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 You will never bring me The pressure's building, I can feel it coming up. The tension's rising, can't you see we've had enough? There's no controlling us, we're never backing down. The revolution's coming, you can hear the sound. Destruction's calling your name. You woke the sleeping giant, now we're bringing the pain. There ain't no stopping this train. You lit the spark and now it's